Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vawulence Space. 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 Where patriots converge, sharing, raw facts, brilliant analysis, breaking reports, friendly banter. I just have to go play. All of my time, we don't stand a chance to go change. This country now. This country now. Every step on the Vawulence Space. It's a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday, Abby. Yes, it's a Tuesday. Let me not skip. It's a beautiful Tuesday evening from this side of the world. Thank you, every single one of you, for always coming through and we call out like this. Thank you to my brothers, as usual, all the officiating bishops, priests, imams, native doctors are all well represented today, and we are about to go ham on the space today. Thank you to all our first responders. I see every single one of you on the platform. Every one of you, I see you, all the blue tickers, all the non-blue tickers, all those requesting for the mic already. It's about to be an amazing platform today. Thank you guys for always joining us. Thank you for always coming out when we call like this. Unfortunately, the space was scheduled earlier on, and I will not say what I know happened, but I know that it was massively attacked. The link could not come up. I tried starting the space and it refused to start, and I knew, okay, anytime it is like this, anytime this space link gets attacked, the establishment do not want this platform to discuss what we want to discuss. And because of that, so many people are already in my DMs asking me, is the space not up? Many people don't even know that we were starting the space already, because many people have scheduled the last space and they don't even know the link is out now. We have to start the space afresh, and we started like 10 minutes late, but we are back and we are up and we're running. So I want to just thank all of you that could find your way, rigmarole yourself, and found yourself to the house. We are here and we're about to get the space started. And as I always say on the platform, as we start this space, it is important to give honor to whom honor is due, and to every single of you on the platform. I'm just saying thank you for always coming out here. Thank you for contributing to nation building, because what we do on this platform is contribute vastly to the conversations that shape this country. Whether you like it or not, your voice matter. Whether you like it or not, your voice matter. If you do not know, I'm telling you one more time that your voice matter, and it is important we understand this, and it's important we break all these things down today in the course of the segments we're having today. So thank you to every single one of you. As we are speaking right now, things are happening in Chicago, things are happening around the world. Everywhere is shaking. There is pandemonium in the atmosphere. We can feel it. I can feel it. I don't know if you can feel it, but something, I think there's a seismic change hitting around that country right now. Things are about to unravel. Things are already unraveling. And hopefully on the platform today, we'll be discussing most of that. They want to hear what Nigerians have to say. And this is one platform that Nigerians will come out and speak loud and fearlessly to power. We do not take it lightly with them. They know this, and that's what we're going to be doing today. So I want to welcome all of you as we're always on the platform. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking out your time to be on the platform with us tonight. It promises to be an amazing space. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, well-known Nigerian. Jimmy, thank you guys for joining us again and yet again. We're about to create wonders. Oya. Before I start the conversation today, as I always do, I have to make sure that I lay the ground rules for the space today. It is important because on this platform, we adhere strictly to law and order. On this platform, we don't have multiple space time. We don't fix our space for 7 p.m. and start by, and you now see the space by 7:05. We don't put our spaces and say our space is being hosted from here, why it's being hosted from there. We are straight to the point. And if you understand the sub, you get the sub. What I'm saying right now on the platform that we adhere to rules and regulation on this platform, and it is important. It is important I relay these rules. Many of you must have, it's your first time of joining us. You've heard about the violence space, probably heard about the violence space somewhere. One thing led to one thing, and you are here today. I say you're welcome to the platform. If it's your second time, you know what you got the last time. That's why you're back here again. And if it's your third time, you are now a family member. And to all our day ones, big shout out to you guys that have stayed with us, stick with us from day one up until this moment. I'm just so grateful and thankful to all of you. We appreciate you guys on the platform. And as we always say, laying the ground rules, it is important. I tell you guys this one more time. It is sacrosanct, it is mandatory. You give us our 25%. We are not like the 5 injustices of the appeal court. On this platform, we do justice. We are bringing 75% of the energy on the platform today, facts and figures based as we always do on the platform. And we are asking you to give us our 25% so that wahala no go dey. And when you hear 25%, it is simple. We are just saying you please retweet the space, share the space, like the space, and let the whole world know that the number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, we're taking no prisoners. We are taking no prisoners. Dead body go surplus. As I always say, dead body go surplus. So please, guys, indulge me in the next couple of seconds. Use your retweet buttons, use your at buttons, share this space. Let us go as far and wide as possible. Let's get Nigerians into this conversation. And to all of you listening to me from the YouTube channel, thank you very much. And finally, our radio is back, albeit with a little hinge. Please, our radio is back, but we'll be fully back and automated, hopefully before the weekend. But we are back also. So thank you to all of you that listen and we're tuning out from the radio station, all of you from our Facebook channel, all of you from the YouTube channel. Thank you to every single one of you that have put out your time to come out to have this conversation today. It has been one that has been forthcoming. I just felt like yesterday when I was almost sleeping doing what I was doing, and when the news broke, it was just like, so it was only me, but I don't know whether it happened to any other person. But for me, myself, it was like a mighty tone was taken out of my neck or from my back. Because I kept asking myself, for the past couple of weeks, for the past couple of months, we have been discussing this thing. We have been saying this thing. And you see the children of the roasted corn, the children of the sacrifice, the children of the evil forest. They will always come out and say, you people are just, it's David Hundeyi. Big shout out to David Hundeyi. I just want to use this moment also to say shout out to David Hundeyi. You are, I say in every generation, every generation needs a David. Because every generation has a Goliath. And it only takes a David to pull down that Goliath. And in our generation, God raised one for us. That is because we have done the hard work. People have sacrificed their time, their money, their effort, saying this man is a criminal. But the children of the evil forest always come out and gaslight us and tell us, you people are just following David. David is fake news. David is this. It is that one. It is this one. And I kept asking myself, to the point that we came up on this platform, and you see how Nigeria is so wicked and bad, is that Nigeria will mess up with your orientation. I was having a chat yesterday before they dropped. Me and in Nigeria, in the DM. And I told him, I said, bro, I see the fear, I see the suspicious. Because of how messed up Nigeria has messed up. You guys know what happened on the last place when Jimmy aired us this in live. We were live from Chicago. And we were having that go back and forth. I was like, what Tinubu cannot corrupt does not exist. I was vividly scared that it's possible that these people will still go and corrupt these American judges. Jimmy say, no, it is system. The system is almost my brain. I was like, I'm living in paranoia. I say, what is this? Because I'm looking at work on it. Aces was hammering it. I was like, my brother, leave this prejudice thing. Until the day he sent me a link and I went, I was like, oh my God. I read for myself and I was like, no, it's either we are totally hypnotized in that country, that we cannot, that we don't know what we don't know what is truly happening in that country, or there is something somewhere. There's something in the air that's made Nigerians totally forget about a man that totally has no records. Everything about this man is fake. There is nothing you point to this man that you say is real. Nothing you can point to this man. Is it his date of birth? That is the first. That we are coming out in this world. The first thing you will get is your date of birth. Some people say time and date of birth. They say he was given birth to by 12 a.m. and 19 something. We all know these things. The first thing in a man's life is your date of birth, and this man has, if not two, but three. Then you now look at and say, then after the date of birth, they will now say, they will now look at his, as the doctors in the house, please, I might go off the line, but I'm trying to bring something. When you now born the child and you now write down his date, they will now, the children come out with clothes. They will now look at the child private parts and see whether it's standing or it is not standing. If it's not standing, if it is just flat, they say it's a gender female. If it is standing, they say gender what? Male. That is the second thing. So I'm trying to take you guys to understand how humanity forms, because this one he appeared from nowhere. You start from date of birth, then you go to the gender of the child. Then you assign the child a gender, male or female. In this man's case, date of birth, unknown. Discrepancies. Gender, unknown. He came from Nigeria, he was a man. He went to America and became a woman. He came back to Nigeria and became a man. And suddenly in America, he became a black American with social security number. Please, Jimmy, I'm saying some things that probably when you're making your submission or you guys have American this thing, come and correct me, please. Do black students, as in students that you travel like this now, I want to know whether they have social security number also, or is it for only citizens? Please, I would like to know. The next thing, your name. When you give birth to a child, you give the child a name. I want you guys to understand.
Saddam, do you want me to speak about it now, or you just mentioned it?
Please, if you can help me, just help me. Let me just know, please.
Yeah, well, I spoke about it on a different space today. The thing is, as a student, they can give you a temporary social security number you can use as a student, and that will require you to only work for like 16 hours a day. And after that, I think it's more or less useless after a certain period of time. Then another one you can get is an ITIN number, which is only for immigrants that wants to work in the United States, and that's just for tax purpose. And besides that, though, some Americans, that people that have blue passport, what's it called, 10 years, when they give them socials, they all actually help maybe Nigerians, immigrants that don't have papers to get a job. You can use that to get a job. It is not legal, but they do it. But you cannot use it to go and study. You can only use it to get a job, and when you make money out of it at the end of the year, you'll be responsible for the tax.
I want to ask, how can you differentiate when you see a social security number of a citizen from that of an immigrant, from that of...
No.
Can you get differentiation in those numbers?
No, you can't, except you do deep digging on those numbers. It's not as if all the numbers, they're all nine in total, right? So except you do your findings on it, you want to do a background check on it. When you type in the social security number, it will bring out the name of the person that it was allocated to, and probably the year it was allocated to the person. It will bring out the person's information. Yeah.
Thank you, my brother. So for benefit of doubt, he has social security number. Let's accept you have social security number. Bola A.
Bro, it doesn't though. It doesn't have a social security, because the social security
you don't get the one where they form.
The one on the form is for a lady, because I checked it myself too. A lot of people did check, and it's for a lady.
So I'm on point.
Yeah,
I'm on
you're
point.
on point. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Because I wanted to give him one. Let's say let's assume that he has social security number. He does not even have. Then you now come to the form now that we're seeing. Because all through our pre-election spaces that we're having, all the information we're having was that how he helped, he graduated from Government College Ibadan. how he told the government college Ibadan people now, he said that he claimed he graduated from there, they don't know him. It was all government college Ibadan. I never heard of government college Lagos. I never heard until yesterday. Yesterday was the first time in my life I heard that there was a government college in Lagos. And he now said from the form that we saw, because I'm saying this for you guys to understand the breakdown of what we read yesterday. I'm just reading from some people's transcript and what people broke down. That he graduated in 1970. Meanwhile, government college Lagos started from 1974. So he graduated before the school started. And you remember that famous tape, great men went to school from home. So great men graduated from school before the school was formed. Look at this man, look at the death surrounding this man, and you will still see people. I was expecting that today we'll come on social media and we'll be seeing apologies. Guys, so sorry for the past couple of months. I'm so sorry that I supported this man. I've seen everything that you guys have been saying, and I eat my humble pie, and I say for Nigeria to move ahead. Let's come to a table. But I truly now say that this man is a fraudster. He's a criminal. You guys have been calling him a criminal certificate forger. You guys are right. I was expecting this. At least from when I mean expecting this, I was expecting from at least the ones that labored genuinely and went to school and are supporting him today. I'm not expecting it from the ones that their brains have been sacrificed. I was expecting from those ones that were opening up spaces, were having big things to say about the young girl called Mesoma that engaged in jam fraud. We all remember how the atmosphere was. We remember seeing it. Look, today's a day that we're going to call out so many things because the hypocrisy in Nigeria has to stop. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has no business by tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning, not tendering his resignation letter in this, they say, Omo, the debt on me is too much. The Senate had to open a committee because of a 19-year-old girl. A 19-year-old girl that nobody knows. That has not done 1/10 of what this freaking criminal in Aso Rock has done. There was a committee set for this girl. All your media houses, every single one of them, Mesoma, every freaking single day. And rightfully so. Because as a society, we should not condone criminality. I was so happy that they were doing this. Yes, let's expose frauds. Thinking that these people were truly exposing fraud. But alas, something bigger than Mesoma is here. Something that the whole world has been waiting for. Something that the man openly used his mouth to claim. There are all signs and indications that Bola Ahmed Tinubu knew that that what was tendered yesterday does not belong to him. Who comes out and say, if you release my certificate, it will cost me irreparable damage? Who comes out and says such things? If you truly went to this school, there is no reason why you shouldn't tender those documents. I was so proud listening to Peter Obi speak on Arise TV, I think 2 days ago, and he said something. He made examples of Abraham Lincoln, of Churchill, Churchill of the UK, and Abraham Lincoln of America. He said, you do not have to go to school to be a great leader. It is not a must. That's why I think the least certification to be a president in Nigeria is your GCE, your WAEC. If you have your WAEC, you tender your WAEC and you can run your president stuff and get there. But where there is a problem is where you lie to Nigerians. You wake up and say you are this, you are, oh, I'm the first. I was, imagine, Tinubu no rape Nigerians, I swear to God. And I don't freaking blame him actually, because I blame we Nigerians. That we are so used to being bamboozled by criminals. That we so worship them. That right now that we are meant to be calling for this man's head, Tinubu should be stoned on the streets. What he has done to the reputation of Nigeria. Do you understand that every single Nigerian stands right now that your documentation in anywhere you're working in the world can go up for verification? When this disposition comes out, rightfully so, and it is now making headlines along all the major international media houses, Do you understand the ramification it will do to over 20 million Nigerians working hard across the world in diaspora? Do we even understand the implications? Because if you could not checkmate someone that used fake documents and rose to the pinnacle of the highest position in the land, the biggest black nation on earth, if you can documents, these are the questions that they will start asking Nigerians. So if for anything, if he's not a one, one thing you can say anything about Tinubu. One thing you cannot say about Tinubu is he's not a honorable man. He's a criminal, as he has been proven. We have been screaming on this platform for so long. The criminal drug baron, the certificate forger, and it looks like we're just yabbing the man. Alas, he don't cast. It's now time to eat breakfast. Guys, welcome to the Vawulence space. Before I pass the mic, I just want to say something to the fake news media and to every Nigerian here on the platform listening to us. For you guys to understand that if last night did not show you what you're up against, you might never learn. If you did not look back yesterday and see the coordinated attack to water down what happened yesterday on your mainstream media, you might never learn and understand why Nigeria is where we are today. I asked a question yesterday and I made a tweet and I said, imagine my people on this platform, imagine that we do not have Twitter, X, or social media. Just imagine that we are still in 1996 in a democracy under Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Who would have even known that we are fighting in court? Who would have known that Atiku went to Chicago first? Who would have even known? And when you bring it out, who will even put it out there? Who will even know? I posted it on my WhatsApp story yesterday, and people were saying, "Sarah, what happened? What happened?" Even Nigerians in Nigeria that have social media do not even know about this. We have just 4 million Nigerians in Nigeria using Twitter. I want to expose some things for all of us to understand today. We have just 4 million Nigerians in Nigeria using Twitter. Out of 200 million people, plus 4 million, they use Twitter. Then the rest of us in diaspora. In the 4 million people, if you do it with data, with the high cost of price and everything, we can say we have less than 2 million active users in Nigeria. I want you guys to understand what we are up against, my brothers and sisters on this platform. Understand why yesterday they openly used their chest. Vanguard, Punch, Premium Times, even Arise, and tweeted what they tweeted yesterday. That CSU confirmed, but Bola Ahmed Tinubu went to CSU. Court confirms. They openly use their chest to tweet it because you're not their audience. You are not their audience. Their audience are that 200, 198 or 196 million Nigerians that are not on Twitter. Those are their audience. Because when you go and read their dailies today, that will be their headline. Across all the newspaper stands in Nigeria, across all your local radio stations, across all your local TV stations, and across almost all your Nigerian satellite stations, the headlines will be read. What you saw on Twitter is that we were shouting fake news, fake news. It's what they will read for your people back home. And that is why when you wonder, why are Nigerians not agitated? Why are Nigerians not angry enough? Why are Nigerians not pushing? Why are Nigerians not? Because Nigerians are not informed. Tinubu has successfully captured the state. It is a hard truth. I had to come to that realization and say, oh, That is why when they wanted it for the Nigerians to hit the streets and divert their anger, they had to push it and promote the death of the young man. May God rest his soul, Mohbad. And it was across all your mainstream media. It was headline in every newspaper. It was, why, ask yourself, my brothers and sisters, why Vanguard headline today is not Tinubu's disposition? Nation is having his certificate under scrutiny. It should be the headline across every news media. Today I woke up this morning and I just did something. I went to all the news media in Nigeria, all their websites. God is my witness. I went to all. From Vanguard, I went to Leadership, I went to Punch, I went to Sahara, I went to virtually all their websites. Before I made it, I made it, and I said, headline. Let me find headline. My God have mercy. My people, you know it's you. Headline. Oni begs Nigerians to be patient with Tinubu. Oni begs Nigerians to be patient with Tinubu. Headline. Mixed reactions greet Tinubu's daughter over Independence Day message. Headline. Kanu DSS arrest lady 22 for alleged suicide threat. Headline. I was looking across the headlines for where they are talking about the most important thing that should be discussed in Nigeria. No media is talking about it. All your media has been compromised. Every single one of them. Every single. It is a shame where we are right now in this country. And that's why we're saying this. I'm saying all the time. Please, Nigerians, to salvage Nigerians, to salvage this country lies in our hands. It lies in our hands to be active, to be intentional. We have to be intentional in our messaging. We have to be intentional in what we're doing. You just have to understand that you on yourself, you're a media. You have to understand that your circle of friends, your WhatsApp groups, your social media platforms, every single one, you are using it. Because if you're freaking waiting for Nigeria to stand up, how can someone sleeping stand up? How do you expect them to freaking stand up? They don't even know what is happening. They were on their 7 o'clock news in the morning on their way to work, and they're discussing of Tinubu's daughter's speech. The task ahead of us, my brothers and sisters, it is very enormous, but it is something that is not insurmountable. It is something that we, when we understand and consciously put our efforts towards citizen journalism, supporting independent journalism, please, let me say it one more time. If you're not following Power Facts, you're on a very long team. If you're not following them, they're doing Pido M. All these people doing all that this thing to bring real journalism to you. You know they try. Reportera, follow. And amplify the voice of these platforms. And if possible, I beg, start your own. Even if now your papa and your mama and your brothers and sisters, they get that from you. You're giving them actual factual news, information. You're doing something right. And when I say welcome to the Vawulence Space, my brothers and sisters, hopefully today again, it becomes a very interesting, educative platform that we come out today, and Nigerians speak. So please, you're all welcome to come out and speak. Let us know. And we are calling for the dishonorable man, for the criminal that has found his way, he has bribed himself to Aso Rock, to please honorably resign. Because for me, I'm saying this October is an October to remember. It started very, very well. And hopefully, with the FBI 2,500 pages, it will end very well. Welcome to the Vawulence Space, my brothers and sisters. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Welcome in Nigeria. Jimmy, big brother Ibrahim, good to have you on the platform again. I see all of you requesting for the mic. It's going to be an open platform for everybody to have wonderful conversation. I just want to hear what you guys have been saying. I want to hear what Vawulencers have to say about this issue today. Please, guys, permit me, use the hashtag Tinubu resign now, as we have always done on this platform. That hashtag must trend this night. Go into tomorrow. Every single one of us on the platform right now, please make 1 tweet, 2 tweets, 3 tweets. And when you see the hashtag, people with the hashtag, all our big handles on the platform, I see every single one of you. Please make for us tweets. I beg una. Let's make tweets with Tinubu. Must Tinubu resign now. Even though the dishonorable man we will not do it. But let it be heard and said that Nigerians came out in their numbers and called for the criminal drug baron and certificate forger to resign now. Welcome to the Vawulence Space. And since I don't know if you are there, If you are here, I would like to. I will. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from every single one of you. I want to know. I want to pick people's brains and see and understand where you guys have been. Have you been excited as I've been? What do you think about what has been happening the past couple of hours? Welcome to Vawulence. Anthony, if you're there, please take away from here. Anthony, can you hear me? Okay, he sent me a message. Okay. Well, me Nigeria, please, if you can hear me, build the cat, build the cat, build the cat, build the cat.
You know,
Next one.
the controversies are on ending because
I'm resolving them one by one. I'm resolving them one by one. You are the one playing it all. I'm giving you answers.
We're having a conversation.
No, but
we're
I'm
having
telling you
a
that you are the one playing it all.
Really.
Because people, let me tell you there, people just take stories out of social media and regurgitate them on networks like this. Regurgitating on social media.
We're not talking about social media reports.
No, but this is social media.
In 1999, when he was running, the certificates that he dropped and right now, and the forms that he did submit right now to run for president, the certificates, there's discrepancy there that has been noticed.
Chicago State University.
That wasn't submitted in 1999.
Which one did he submit?
Where's the primary?
I just explained that to you now.
You're confirming to us that he didn't go to a primary school. Is that what you're saying?
He did not reveal it, but I'm just telling you that he did not reveal it. But I'm telling you that in those days, you don't have to go. You don't have to. They read and pass GC from home. Great men do.
Secondary school?
Great men. Yeah, the secondary school. That's GC now.
Yeah.
Yes, they pass it from home.
Okay. Or they pass it from home?
Yes, okay. Great men do. Okay. And it's a part of it is fact, it is one of the virtues that you use to know great men. So that they read that they read from home. They read and dug in and burnt the midnight oil from home.
Okay, we are on.
All right. Are there any great people in the house? Are there any great men?
Hey, God.
Oh, God. Oh.
Chisel is great. Saddam is great too. I don't know, Jimmy. How far? Why would I know it from home now?
Okay, Ibrahim, you are a great man. Are you sure you
I don't know. Me, I know it's that standard though. Now when I get primary school, I get secondary school, and I'm going to university. So I know reach that level. Maybe not Jimmy reach that level.
I'm looking for a great man today. I'm looking for great. If you know you're a great person, please come and tell us how you school and pass GC from home. It is. I think you need to go and find that video. It is Festus Kiyamu's facial expression for me. Is it seriousness? I think when you hear things sometimes you may not understand. It's how serious he was when he was saying it. He was saying it as if he was giving one big expo. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Emir Saddam. Good evening, NCs. Oga Ibrahim, good evening. Jimmy, Omi Bolanle, everybody on the space. I know we're kind of, close to 1,500, so I can't call everybody's name. So good evening, wherever you are. Just imagine I'm saying good evening to you specifically. So yesterday was quite... So the funny thing is, before, like I was saying yesterday on one of the spaces, meanwhile, kudos to a couple of our, Obedience, Arewachi, Temps, some guys that, held down the fort yesterday, because usually when there's this kind of topic in the front burner, it's really cool for there to be like, a space somewhere where Obedience can talk about it and, because if it was missing within the timeline, maybe some people would have only been seeing the fake news all around. So before the news came out yesterday, I just came back home and I was like, So I knew from, like American time, so I knew we're not going to get it afternoon or, it's going to be at sometime late Nigerian time. So I was just trying to think like, I know the judge already ambushed APC by releasing that judgment on a Sunday, and they can't. It will take them time to cook some well garnish propaganda to try to cover it. So but I knew that they were not going to take this lying down. So I knew they were going to come up with some. I just didn't know how they were going to do it. So I think what I suspected the most was maybe all of a sudden they might just bring one story from like nowhere, and everybody would just. So I was kind of keen on that. So I think at some point I just said everybody should beware. There will be a propaganda between this night, and that was yesterday night, between that yesterday night and today. So everybody should just get ready for that propaganda. And lo and behold, not too long from that time, the certificate came up. And so I'm going to start from the media, the fake news media, because that actually, I don't, funny enough, it's not like as if I was surprised. But when Peter Obi said some time back that we have Nigeria, we don't really have Nigerians. That's where we are really. I mean, we have a country that is in a geographical location, but I think people take pride in so many other things except Nigeria. And I mean, and I'm not even talking about. I even mean people within the corridors of power, in one way or the other, because I personally I understand. I understand the concept of having bias towards a candidate, right? Or towards a particular person. But what I do not understand is how a media outlet can write outrightly false. And so my point is that it's okay if you try to garnish the story to soft. You saw like what Farouk did today, trying to say, oh, well, Tinubu really attended Chicago State University, but he misplaced his certificate, so he needed to forge a replacement. I mean, if you want to go through that route, maybe. But what I think is outrightly disturbing, not because it is new, not because I'm surprised, but really because I feel like anybody that really has concerns for Nigeria should be disturbed. I know for us on Twitter, that yesterday may not really be, how do I put it now? What happened yesterday may not really be for us on Twitter, and that I think that's the problem most of the time. We just think, okay, we were there, we don't know saying our fake news. I mean, before you even go to the comment section, you see people already saying fake news, fake news, fake news. So we may tend to think that is how it is also on ground, like in within people, like that man on the street who doesn't have access to a sophisticated platform like Twitter, right? Or like X currently. So it gave me a new dimension of the thought of how deep this state capture. So we are in a scenario where every platform, every body, like when I say body now, like organization, that can literally be of help to the public has been bought. So we start from what, of course, the legislative is already gone. Those are like, those ones are, swimming, eating inside corruption. So I don't think anybody expects those senators or House of Rep people to be the saviors of Nigeria. But, then you go to the executive and every agency under the executive, the police is gone, DSS, nonsense. I mean, the military, you have, officers within the lower cadre who are angry or, would have wanted to do better. But of course, that's one place where obey the last command is the word, is the catchphrase. So you probably expect nothing from there because everybody within the top hierarchy of the military is gone, literally bought. Then, I mean, INEC is supposed to be an independent body, right? even though it's funded by the state, not really by this, it's funded by public money, by taxpayers' money, but approved by the government. But INEC is supposed to be independent. But I mean, it's no news that we've lost INEC. And when I say we, I mean the public, I mean the people, and I need people to really understand where we are at. So people don't, so we don't make the mistake of thinking there's a group of people somewhere that is coming to rescue. So the next set of people is more like, of course, the judiciary. And if there is anything to go by, meanwhile, shout out and congratulations to Prof. Nasarawa State. I said, that on its own. Whoever saw those women protest and had the mind to give the wrong judgment, that's not a human being. But back to what I was saying, the judiciary, from a broader spectrum, is also bought. Like, so the judiciary is gone. I mean, we can hope, pray, and really hope and pray that the Supreme Court does something. But I want to believe in the heart of every Nigerian, you should. And if you don't, I will advise you to. So you don't, except maybe you are just saying, I mean, you'll not be surprised, and that's fine. I'm not saying don't have hope. I'm not saying don't pray. I'm not saying don't whatever Supreme Court. But I can bet for almost certain that the Supreme Court has the highest level of corruption, probably more than the appeal court. So that is gone. So the what they call media, typically, I think people call it the fourth estate of the realm or something like that. So the media is more like an arm of the government that is supposed to be, 100% independent, that quote unquote now, not funded by the government, or not supposed to be funded by the government. But we have media in Nigeria. Literally, I feel like the media is worse than I thought the judiciary was bad, but I think they are bad. But I think the media is worse, because everything that happens, I mean, corrupt politicians can go ahead and do their corruption. The judiciary can go ahead and do their judicial corruption. Everybody can be corrupt. But if the media successfully is able to transfer the news of those corruption to the people, then you will be rest assured. For example, places like Niger and all these places that we see, people having uprising. Of course, the media may not really be as free should be, but I want to believe that one of the reasons why people can easily even rise up is when they feel like they know what is going on. So typically, like I was saying, those of us on Twitter may feel like, oh, this information we get like on Twitter or on X, and we just work it, like we just see that, okay, it's normal now. We know these things. For people, and I mean, I'm not even talking about, so when I say people on ground, I'm not talking about illiterate. So people don't think I'm talking about people that did not go to school. I mean people that are educated, people that are quote unquote literate, right? And they don't know what is really happening. Because why? The media platforms that they can rely on is giving outrightly false news. So for me, I think that's disturbing. And what I told a couple of people yesterday was that we should know by now that each and every one of us becomes a media outlet by default. As in, you, as you are here now. And thank God for, the question Saddam asked yesterday. I really don't want to imagine it. Like, if you just really can close your eyes and just, take away every effect of X, and maybe even social, just X, because I don't think Facebook and all those other places are maybe not as carried along as X is. So you just get to imagine what would have happened. Imagine all you can rely on is the cable. Just imagine if all you could have relied on yesterday was the cable, and what the cable reported, which is what you could rely on yesterday, was that CSU releases Tinubu's academic record. authenticate certificate. Or what you could rely on was the nation. The nation that went as far as saying CSU confirms Tinubu graduated from school in 1979. I think the most damning one for me, or one of the most damning one, was PM News. I don't know whoever or whatever that is. That literally said, Atiku's fishing fails as Chicago State University finds diplomas matching Tinubu's record. As in, I'm like, I literally cringe because I was like, I mean, I understand you want to, you are doing ISB or whatever you are doing. Maybe you already paid. This is a job for you, but grow some level of conscience. Just grow some level of conscience. So for me, that's something that every one of us should worry about and be intentional. Emphasis on the word intentional. Because for me, like I said, after the court judgment, it won't just be enough for us to vent. It won't just be enough for us to, call out and drag. We need like massive, I think, like what we need to do is a massive overhauling of the system taken over by the people. So which simply means each and every one of us now has to become a media platform. So I really want to beg everybody on this space that don't assume that, someone else will do it. Don't think, I'm not very, I'm not popular. It's just how many followers I have on Instagram. What do I? Please take it and put it there. And like I said yesterday, I feel like WhatsApp status is probably the new TV. I haven't seen people that do WhatsApp TV or WhatsApp status TV. I don't know how they do it, but the WhatsApp status is probably the new TV. And I really just want to urge everybody that those are the kind of things you can do to be active, because it's not okay to just vent. You need to, people are not going to, I for one, I know how many people from putting it on my status, how many people have, at least replied with emojis and just said, oh, more, wow, this. And all I needed to do was simple. All I needed to do was go on the timeline, take a couple of screenshots of people's, tweets, the fake news part of it, flagged it, and brought out the real news, support it with the evidence and document. And people are going to see it. I mean, you may say, how many we might not get to, but let it be that you did it, and hopefully one or two people that got it from you will keep. And that's the little we can start doing from now, because the Nigerian media. I want you to just imagine that all the vex that we are vexing on X, the vexing is not really transferring to, okay, let me put it like this. Like Saddam said, which is really the truth. The way Nigerians protested for Mohbad, you can literally tell that it's not all those people that came out for Mohbad, 90% of them didn't know Mohbad where he was alive. I mean, we can argue that, he had a strong spirit, go through that route, and I totally agree. But you can't take away the fact that these were just an example of angry people who saw a place to now channel their anger, and they channeled it to Mohbad. And the reason why the government they didn't try to stop it is that they knew that was at least a fair place to allow people to dissipate their anger. Like, people are angry, allow them put it there so that, I mean, here's Mohbad, just let them put it there. What is happening in Nigeria is mind-boggling. It's literally, it's almost like people controlling people's mind, literally. So
hypnosis, my brother, is hypnosis.
Virtual hypnosis, really. So our job is cut out for us. For what, personally, I think maybe anytime from now, I don't know how fast it will be, we'll probably get, so some people probably did not know this. This particular CSU case has two faces, or, two major faces, right? After the court gave their judgment. The first thing is to release document, which is the one we have seen. The next one is the deposition, which is one me I think I'm more eager to hear what I mean. I really hope that comes out in public. I was really hoping it comes out tonight. Maybe while we're on the space, we may start getting feelers. I know the deposition was already ongoing. Probably it's finished by now. I think it was supposed to happen for about 7 hours. I'm not so sure, but hopefully, maybe if Jimmy has any updates by the time he speaks, he can give the update. But if he doesn't have yet, maybe while we're on the space, we can get more updates. Because what the deposition would really look like is that a staff of CSU will need to answer questions. So it's not just enough for them to release documents and claim that they can't find Tinubu's certificate, but they can. The funny words they use in 1999 did not bother to do any checking to discover that, oh, this certificate now may not be the one that they were using in 1970. They may have changed fonts, they may have changed this and that. The person just went, get whatever I was seeing recently, signed by recent people. And so it just, and the truth is that it was easy to do then because these are people that have gotten used to doing anything and getting away with it. So some of these mistakes that we are seeing now, some people may think that can you make this kind of mistake? Is too this kind of mind supposed to be smart and sophisticated? No. Let me tell you what is happening or what happened. These people are used to committing crime, small, big, medium, and getting away with it. So this guy never thought at any point that any set of persons will go to this extent of following this up. Because the truth is that if not for the obedient movement, maybe Atiku would have still gone to court. Maybe they would have still released these documents. Maybe all these things that we are seeing now would have happened, but it will not be an issue. How many of us here, apart from maybe the lawyers that followed cases, knows people that, apart from maybe maybe the Bayelsa guy that was now obvious because the judgment was passed a day before his swearing in and all that, like all those dramatic scenarios. But I'm sure a lot of us here probably don't know how many people that have forged certificate before. So we are living in a time where that this guy never predicted. That's why what you may consider as a mistake too dull to make, they made it with full consciousness of their impunity. Everything that have been flagged. That's why I just wanted to point out really the real deep danger of what we have in the media sector, so that we just know. For example, now we already know that our judiciary we are not getting anything from our judiciary. So some of us now are probably just sitting and waiting for the Nigerian uprising and all that. But the truth is that what is between that uprising and where we are now is information. So Nigerians will only work with the information they get. And as it stands now, the information they get is only... I even saw, due respect to OG, but I even saw the way even, Arise tried to look at, and I have a kind of like a fence, because I imagine, idea of what might be happening in Arise. From yesterday to today, Rufai has actually been venting more online. That can tell you that, Omo, my company, where they work, they don't buy those people. Me, I will just go do my own online, because that's a typical consciousness. I think that is happening to that guy now. So for us, I think we all know where the problem is. It's how to solve it and how you can contribute to solving it that you should really be thinking about. But still on still, if you are a great man and you school from home and you pass GCE, I will appreciate if you come and tell us. Except you want to tell us that on this space today, we don't have great men. All right.
What APC have done to Nigerians. And you see, when we say this is like, when we say on this, for 2 years cumulative, our university was on strike for 2 good years. 2 good years in 8 years. They don't care about education. So they tried and did everything to kill education so that our young ones, the future of tomorrow, will not see value for education. You now see young Nigerians supporting and saying all nonsense about supporting this freaking criminal drug baron today. And you begin to ask yourself questions. But yeah, that's where we are today as a people. Well, guys, thank you. Welcome to the Vawulence Space. If you're joining us for the first time, you're welcome. Please, we're trending Tinubu resign now. make tweets for us with that hashtag so that by the end of the space today we will have that the hashtag trending. N6, I don't know if you're ready to speak. If you're not, I think we will now rush to Jimmy, then Ibrahim in that order. Jimmy, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro. Oh boy. I'm getting some feedbacks from the court deposition. It's a mess. It is a mess. So there is one Mr. Folabi that's representing Tinubu as his lawyer. Apparently, the Mr. Folabi had access to the documentation, the certificate in question, and the letters in question. And he tendered that to the public, INEC or wherever, he tendered it to them. But guess what? The representative of CSU, they talk, say, we did not stamp that letter. We did not stamp that letter. And they asked him, but that's a CSU stamp. The guy said, well, it must have been done in Nigeria because it's a Nigerian thing. Listen to that statement. It must have been done in Nigeria because it's a Nigerian thing to forge. Yes, now open mouth. No worry. The video, the recording, the transcript, everything will be out. He said it must have been done because this is a CSU lawyer telling the judge. Because the deposition is more like articles, people asking the question. They'll be the one grilling them. They need to shed more light on a lot of things going on. And they are the ones asking questions. So now people will they answer those
Sorry,
questions that they're
Jimmy.
asking.
I'm one wait.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, sir, because this is the position. They bought me for. Wait, which letter? Do you know? Do you have any idea the specific letter they're talking about currently?
Everything that came out of anything where you now see, where they use for court of appeal, say nothing, they won't use and proof, say nothing, who get this one, the letter, the certificate, everything.
Hey.
Because it was gotten through the lawyer, Mr. Folabi. Now, through that, Mr. Folabi is the legal representative of Tinubu in America. So now that one get them. Now you know I seen take package that letter come on. It is true that someone in the school wrote that letter, but they did not stamp it. So they asked the lawyer representative, say, how come there is a stamp of CSU on this? See, last, they go sue themselves. Because the lawyer, they talk, say, true, write that letter, but we no stamp am. No be we stamp am. But nah, CSU stamp be this one now. The guy say, yeah, it looks like it, but you know it's a Nigerian thing. They must have come up with a way to get it done. That is how messed up. Do you know the narrative? Because look, this deposition is not just going to be within the court. It will go out there. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry will listen to it. This is what, as a matter of fact, I'm sure this international media, they are waiting for the deposition because what they saw yesterday might not really call it out for them. The deposition is waiting and talk on that hold is what they want to throw out there. That is what they will be holding on to on that hold. Oh my God. Wọ́n ṣe ń kọ́ bí fún yín. Ẹni kò sẹ́ni tó máa bí yín. Wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe ewu fún yín. Ẹni kò ní ṣe ewu. Ewu ti wà báyìí o. Ewu ti wà báyìí. There is problem. It will touch everybody. Let me repeat it. Wọ́n ṣe ń kọ́ bí fún yín. Ẹni kò sẹ́ni tó máa bí yín léèrè. Wọ́n ti ń bí yín báyìí. They are asking you guys now. Nkwobi, wọ́n ti ń bí yín léèrè báyìí. Àmọ́ àwọn babaláwo tó ń ṣe sí ewu fún yín, tó ní kò ní séwu. Ewu ti wà báyìí. There is problem. Everything that is happening right now, I'm sure there is a reason why they did not do that in life. Because if they do on life, hey, number one, I go do that court. I go they shout for that court. I go they shout, say, I no go. They go come out to me for that courtroom. This is the level at which we are as a country. And you have mad people. You have mad people coming out to say, we don't even care if his certificate was forged. We don't care. Abraham Lincoln no go school. Lagbaja no go school. Tamedu no go primary school. Shakpateri no go secondary school. Aye gbogbo yin ti bàjẹ́. It is not a matter of you went to school or not. He tendered fake documents. Ayédèrú ló gbélé fún wọn. He tendered a fake freaking document. And you have bastards all over social media. Did you guys see what happened yesterday? They had the anniversary yesterday and they all went out with one single narrative. Gaslight them as much as you can. Change that narrative. Change that story. Twist it. But guess what? We have the numbers. You see, you guys planned. You planned. They plan for the election for a very long time. It's a strategy for the past 30 years. It's in plan. But guess what? Calculate obedient movement. Kò sínú calculation yín. Kò sínú ìṣirò yín. Look, it is a different ball game entirely. It is a different ball game. You stole people's hope. And you think you can just go. What's the law? You know, kole law. Kole law. Itakun. Tony Kaja no kuma lodo mu ateni no John law. It is impossible for you to get away with this shenanigan. It is not business as usual. You stole from the people. You stole a mother's child. After every pregnancy for 9 months. We're nursing that pregnancy up and down since is it May last year. Digba. 9 months. Coincidentally, the 9 months was exactly when we were going out there to vote. Election time. We voted. We were bullied. We were disenfranchised. We were killed. We were hurt. We were stamped. We were disgraced. We were castigated. We were spat on. But guess what? We still won the election. We won the election. They could not believe it. They thought we rigged the election. We didn't even have the number. We won that election on a landslide. It was a mind-boggling thing to them. And the best thing they could do is just, emergency wuru-wuru. Emergency wuru-wuru. You claim you won an election, but you cannot prove it. Has anyone been to the IREV lately? I think it's on 99% or 98%. Lati February. And on the IREV right now, Tinubu won 15, P2B won 15 states, not 12. The IREV, where then they talk about
Tinubu, 16 plus Abuja. 16 plus Abuja.
16. I don't forget.
Yeah, 15 states plus Abuja 16.
No. Now 16 states in total now.
On the
Abuja don't turn states. Abuja now don't turn states, and we get the governor. The governor of Abuja they here now. Governor of Abuja they here now on top of this space with you go speak very soon. He won. Peter Obi won that election clean and clear. We can prove it. He had the proof. He took everything to court. They no agree look am. Even the IREF said, he did IREF, they no agree look am. But guess what? You said you won the election, but you cannot even come out to defend how you won that election. You cannot come out to prove to us that this was how they calculated your win. This was how they calculated how you won that freaking election. And you think you can come and steal that baby. Baby to just pay, ojo, I want to eat suya. I want to drink Coke. I want to eat beans with elephant meat. We were doing every single thing to nurse that baby. We bought that baby on election day. Bouncing baby boy. You stole that child. And you think the mother will be calm. you feel the wrath of a mother. And that is what is going on now. And we have some shameless people on social media saying, Atiku is a disgrace. How will you humiliate your friend like that? Someone that has humiliated the country. He humiliated the country. He brazenly stole the freaking election. Brought the light. Democratic coup. Kò sí nǹkan kan anybody ṣe sí. Ẹ wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ Atiku disgrace. Ó ń pẹ́ kó tó disgrace yẹ. Ta ni wọ́n bá disgrace bí ó bá ń ṣe òun. Afẹ́fẹ́ ti fẹ́ àti rí fùrọ̀ Turkey. Gbogbo ń tẹ́ ṣe tí lè fi jó àti rí báyìí. We've seen every goddamn thing now. Everything flying around for the past couple of years, they say this, we saw this, we saw that on social media. Now, what is the legit? Confirm on the buy. What if on tell you? It is now confirmed, authentic. That is what it is now. Team Monto Bolu in Nigeria. Because right now, after this deposition, Nigeria will have a brand new name. People will have a different perspective about that country, including people in diaspora. It won't reach out that much. It will hit us, but it won't be that much. Because we've made names for ourselves. We just need to work extra to let them know that the same Jimmy you know yesterday, the same Steven you know yesterday, the same Pearls, Saddam, well-meaning you know yesterday, we are still the same thing. And we'll keep standing on the right part of history. And that is what will make us different. That is the thing. We always see, when I come on spaces and I see people that align with my thoughts alone, that makes me happy that I'm not mad. I am not mad. I know I'm not alone and I'm on the right part of history. I don't care who you are. I don't care how old you are. People coming out now throwing titles and their age. Look, even if you are the after party of the Israelites when they left Egypt, I don't give a fuck who you are. How old you are, you be Methuselah. When Egyptians, when they chase Israelites, when they crash for ocean, you did there when the Israelites they do after party, then they jam, they dance, say yes, they don't escape. You did there for the after party. I don't care who you are. As long as you're not on the right side of history, as long as you call black white, as long as you lie through your teeth, I don't care who you are. Go to hell. Go to hell. All the narratives you taught us when we were growing up, Omotoba Paro, Omajali, all those things are now bull crap. If you lie, you steal. But now, Omo mi o mowe, I'm land writing. Olori buruku omo ni o. Olo buku omo ni. My kids is not brilliant, but it's got sexy handwriting. I better go throw that picking. Go throw it. Now what did they happen to Tinubu now with that? You don't have to be educated to be someone in life. But do not come and lie to us. Do not come and tell us what you are not. No. And during that process, you are now lying, taking us for a fool. And you have all these useless APC e-talks and e-bats. They will come along to tell you, they've authenticated the certificates that yes, he schooled in that, he went to that school, he schooled in Chicago State University. You know why? You guys are ready to destroy that country to the ground. And you don't care what it will take. It's more like a tribe thing to every single one of you. This is not a fight between Hausa and Igbo. It is not a fucking fight between Yoruba and Igbo. It is a fight between darkness and light. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ ló lè máa borí òkùnkùn, ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀. Bó pẹ́ bóyá, no matter how long it takes, ìmọ́lẹ̀ máa borí òkùnkùn, ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀. Obedient, well-meaning Nigerians, congratulations. Ati jajaye. You know what? Letting this thing out is one thing. Acting about it is another thing. I tweeted about it a few days ago. Getting to the bottom of this is not a problem because I know we will get to the bottom of it. And it will be out there in the public. What are we going to do about it? For every action, there is an equal or more reaction. What are we going to do about it? Now, they've increased the volume of that conformity experiment. Once it booms, okay, bye. They've increased the volume. So, this is how it works. They're on the phase 4 now. Now, they are messing with your psychic. They are messing with your mindset. They are messing with your thinking faculty. And this is how it works. The moment the results, the announcement happened yesterday and they started distributing this thing, the evidence is all over social media. Did you see what happened with the medias? They were all coming up with, yes, they've authenticated that he went to that school. 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 Now, these are newspapers that you grew up reading. You grew up seeing people read. Your parents send you to go and buy this newspaper. It was a source of news way back then. They've gained so much repetition. I mean, we don't have Sketch anymore. We don't have Tell. I don't know if we still have Tell. There are a lot of them like that. We have Concord. We had Concord back in the days. Concord, Sketch, Punch, Tribune, all over the place. But guess what? These are the news platforms you believe and you depend on. I know people that they don't even listen to radio. They don't watch TV. Is newspaper. Though newspaper is whatever comes from that newspaper. And they know it. The politicians, they know it. So they invested into that. That is where they will be passing those informations. So those social media handles of those newspapers are now spreading that. But thank you, obedient, well-meaning Nigerians. We attacked it head on yesterday. Fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. Emma Lulunte. Fake fucking news. But if you're not well informed, the moment you check cable, you see, yes, Atiku's case in Chicago hits the rocks. PM News, they even put one picture where Atiku they cry. They put that picture there. Are you eating baggy? Picture to ekpe Tinubu le ekegbe sibe ko ma wa iku mu bai pa ye ohun ti baje. It wasn't Atiku that said if they release his documentations, there will be what did he use? Irreplaceable damage or irreparable damage. He knows. He knows the implication of that. I can see a lot of international personalities here. Listen and listen good. For your own safety, do not go to Nigeria. Nigeria is not the right place for you to invest right now. Listen to me good. Nigeria is not the right place for you to invest right now. Listen to my words, right now. It might be in the nearest future. Who knows? But right now, don't be shocked that going to Nigeria, you're not guaranteed of having the original CFO of any land you want to build your factory. You can buy that land and they will collect it from you any day, any time. There is nothing you do about it. You cannot go to the court because the court is owned by the same people that will steal that land from you. Nigeria is not a place for you to invest now. They do not respect rule of fucking law. Stay away from that country. It is my country. I'm a Nigerian, bona fide. I'm all Badanimi. Ìbàdàn Mèsì ọ̀gọ̀ ńlẹ̀ Olúyọ̀lé bí ó lè gbé ń jàre lóhun. Ọmọ àjẹ̀gbín yóò àìfikara ń fọ́nrin mu. I'm a proper Yoruba man in case you're doubting me. Torí gbogbo olórí burúkú gbogbo yín wọ́n ti ń wò báyìí àwọn APC wọ́n ti rò pé ọmọ ńlá ni Jimmy ni tí máa ta mọ́ lọ́n lọ́wọ́. I'm a Nigerian, Ibadan, and I'm saying it coherently clear to everyone. Do not, international observers, international investors, ẹ bára yín sọ̀rọ̀. Nigeria is not a conducive place for you to go and invest right now. The moment you land yourself, kò guarantee pé wà kúrò airport. The runway is not safe. Nigeria is a death trap. It is not a place for you to go right now. We need some space to get our shit together. It is a total state capture right now. A fucking state capture. Are you seeing the way people are dying up and down every day? Where is the justice for those people dying every day? 5 people died today in one KK issue at, I think, Ogba, Ago Palace. Where is the justice for them? Did you see how many people came out in Agigi for the same Mubad? I never even knew people yakpa for Agigi like that. Selective justice. We are getting there. I'll keep saying mine. And I'll speak. I don't care who you are. If you do anyhow, you go collect. It is a different generation this time around. Àgbà tó bá ta fèlèfèlè, orí burúkú ọ̀rọ̀ ló máa gbọ́. Wọ́n ní ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbà gbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò tó pẹ́pẹ́ tàgbà owó kèrègbè. A child's hand cannot reach the top of the shelf, but an adult hand cannot enter the palm wine gourd. So you need each other to help yourselves to move the country ahead. Ẹ má kọyún ọmọ kékeré kankan, ẹ má kọyún ẹ̀kéré. You taught us to do good, to do right. And all those things you taught us while growing up. Sadly, we are the ones reminding you now. We are the ones now telling you that, ẹ̀yin lẹ máa kọrin fún wa nígbà kan pé bàtà rẹ̀ á dún kókó ká tó bá kàwé rẹ̀, bàtà rẹ̀ á dún kókó ká. Bàtà rẹ̀ á wọ́ ṣẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ nílẹ̀, bàtà rẹ̀ á wọ́ ṣẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ tó bá kàwé rẹ̀. A lot of illiterates are taking over. MC Olúọmọ kàwé. Bàtà yẹn ń dún kókó ká wájú Wàsíù báyìí, ẹ máa tanra yín. Bàtà yẹn tí ọmọ Gucci red bottom, ó ń dún kókó ká wájú Wàsíù báyìí. That is the level we are in that country. Illiterates are in charge of power. We have people like Rino Omokri, olórí burúkú, ó kórun gbọ̀nhánu bí ẹran tó fi ń ṣàsun. Ó kórun gbọ̀nhánu bí ẹran tó fi ń ṣàsun. You're not tackling the issue. You're saying Peter Obi should go and bring his own certificate. Ẹni páyé yẹn ti bàjẹ́ mọ́ lọ́run lọ́wọ́. Don't worry, ẹyọ kọ̀ọ̀kan la máa takùn lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. But obedience, here is a tactic. And obedience brought up that idea, and I think we should look into it. It's worth looking into. You see, we are going up against one single person, which is Tinubu. We've cornered him. We can handle him. But guess what? He has minions doing his bidding for him. You see, right now, Tinubu is not thinking straight. He doesn't even know what to do. He's not the one in charge of himself right now. The cabals are the one calling the shots. They are the one suggesting what to do. They are clueless. A lot of them, they are clueless. They're coming up with ideas. They just toss it out there. Yeah, do it. Toss it out there. Yeah, do it. He doesn't know what to do right now. Those cabals, if we can go after them one by one, because they've come together to form a foundation. They've come together as a pillar holding a building. Go after them one by one. That foundation will start crumbling. dig it out. Mo na drag Keyamo segbe kan táwọn kan bá ti ń drag Keyamo ẹ lọ wá dirty secret kí ló ti ń pè Aláké ẹ lọ fà lẹ́kùn wetin dem dey call am Àbíkẹ́ Dábírí ẹ lọ sẹ̀yẹ́ngbò lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan ẹ fa gbogbo wọn one by one táwọn kan bá ti ń díù pẹ̀lú Keyamo káwọn kan máa díù pẹ̀lú Aláké àbí kí ló ti ń pè káwọn kan máa díù pẹ̀lú Ribadu ẹ fà wọ́n yẹ́lẹyẹ̀lẹ because when the heat is on na dem baba go dey call Gbajabiamilada ẹ fà Gbajabiamilada lọ́rùn ẹ fà lọ́rùn ẹ deal with them one by one before you know it everything crumbles ẹ kúkú ń wo àwọn fíìmù drug dealers when they are going for the boss gbogbo àwọn inchmen ẹ báyìí wọ́n máa ká wọn lọ́wọ́ kò ní they will break their wings. They will break their wings. They break the chain of command. Look, abọ́rọ̀ la ń sọ fún ọmọlúwàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ adòdìdí. Àwa máa sọ tiwa. We'll keep saying the truth. And we'll say it to anyone that wants to listen. And as for the men of God, or the God of men, olórí burúkú ni gbogbo wọn bá wọn jí oyin, gbogbo wọn pátá. Most of them, let me not say all of them, most of them olórí burúkú ni gbogbo wọn pátá. They will not speak. They know the problem of that country. They will not speak. Why will they speak? If they speak, nobody will go to church on Tuesday. Single women service. Nobody go. Nobody go for revival again. No, if the country is better, nobody go revival again. People will go to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, every single day. If the country is better, nobody go church, go pray. And if you don't go to church to pray, you will not do offering now. No offering. How are they going to survive? How are they going to survive? We will keep saying it. That is the level at which things are in Nigeria now. So don't expect them to talk. And you see all your traditional rulers, only they will see the truth and they will be dabbling around. Christians were kidnapped. Over 40 Christians were kidnapped recently. Nobody came out to talk about them. Baba Were, come on, Daddy, only pray for Nigeria. Prayer is not in the equation of getting a country fixed.
Jimmy.
Prayer is not in the equation.
Jimmy.
Yes.
Those Christians were kidnapped in Ondo State.
Bro, then go reach Lagos soon. Dear, they want to small dear. Before now, not to they go say nothing concern them. Now, they don't near now. What in small dear. Ondo abi, am I worry? Toba yang ma wo Ibadan. They will start coming to your home because when they were doing it in the north, nobody was bothered. They made a deal with themselves for that side. No reach here. Am I worried? Oh my, you know why? Because Igbakeji Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria, the vice president of that fucking country, Boko Haram is a fucking terrorist. Oh, you guys, congratulations to you. You're clamoring for a Muslim ticket, but your president, LGBTQ. Hey, LGBTQ. Hey, LGBTQ. Hey, Muslim, LGBTQ. Alhamdulillah. Now she's a she in America and a he in Nigeria. Congratulations. Where do we go from here? That's the next question. Are we just gonna listen to this? Are we just gonna be like, what next? What is the purpose of the Furuadiye that we've seen? What are you going to do with that Furuadiye that we've seen? What are you going to do about this expose? Your action is what will ginger people to do more. Your action is what will trigger people to take the risk to do more for their country. Your action is what will justify the risk David Udayi has took. What are you going to do about it? That is the question moving forward. What are we Nigerians going to do about this? Are you going to let this slide? Are you going to let a president, a criminal, a drug-dealing criminal, by the way, CSU lásán lélẹ́yìí o, FBI ò tí kò gbá jáde báyìí o, IRS ò tí jáde, DEA ò tí jáde, CIA ò tí kó rìpọ́ọ̀tì wọn jáde, àṣẹ mẹ́yẹ́ bọ̀ lápò ni. Nigeria àti wọ one chance. What are we going to do on this issue? Because they are talking about forgiveness now. Okay, if you guys want to go ahead and forgive him, Hail Mary, go ahead. But we might as well forgive every single person that commits a crime. Henceforth. And if you're saying, I'm just telling you the dangers. If you're saying, is already there now, let him use the 4 years. That's a bloody lie. The moment you allow him to use that 4 years, you know what's going to happen? By the time that 4-year reaches, he's qualified. Automatically, he's qualified to run another year or another term. Because what made him finish that 4 years, that same certificate, no, those documents, no, no second time. This is the time to nip it in the bud. Okay, he rigged the election, fine. Otiwale, want to swear him, they've inaugurated him, fine. But you've come out to realize that it's a cheat, it's a fraud, not just in Nigeria, internationally. What are we going to do about it? Our action is a message to the international community. Oh yeah, the Nigerians, they like it that way, fine. Then that's how they're going to be looking at Nigerians. They're all criminal. Because they expect a revolt. They expect us to stand. They expect us to be like, no way, this guy lied to us. We didn't know this, but now that we do, you need to get out. We are better than this. You need to get the fuck out. We have better people that can take hold of that office. You need to get your shit together and get the fuck out of that Aso Rock. But if we keep quiet, they'll respect us for that. It's a sovereign country. They can handle themselves. If you keep quiet, that's how they're going to see it. But guess what? Some of us will move on with our lives. There's an on and off button. People in diaspora can easily put it off. But we don't want to do that. Now is the time. We can't get any better than this. Any better chance than this. And you know this movement is divine. When you think things are going down the drain, things are going a little bit lower than you expect, it goes up again. It's like a flame. No, it's like a shining bright light that is dimming. It's dimming. And somehow something just sparks it and it just engulfs again. But when it engulfs, what do you make of it? How useful is it to you? What benefit do you get from that? Do you just watch it engulf? Do you use it to light up your way and do something better? Or you just wait, you look for it to just die down again? Bottom line, now is the time. The president of Nigeria is a scam, is a fraud. What are you going to do about it? Are you?
All right. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Okay, Ibrahim.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Mm.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How I wish we can turn back the hand of time and go back to 1999 and make sure that obedience are well established by 1999. Tinubu will not be governor of Lagos State. I bet you that. He would never be governor of Lagos State. But thank God for him that time. There were no people like us. There were no obedience. He find his way. People didn't challenge him. He gaslight them as usual. He blackmailed those that he can blackmail. And also he bribed those that he can bribe. And he became a governor, become the landlord, become whatever. But maybe because I was closer to some politicians. Now, after all this Chicago Gate case, I now realize one thing. Virtually, the elite in this country, almost all of them knew about Bola Ahmed Tinubu's issue. They know about his record. And Bodejos has been telling Nigerians, has been talking, and he even saw that this is what he knew. And not only him, a lot of people. And when I was talking to people up here in the north, they found it amazed that you are just knowing. So because it's a wee game that they are playing. And also during the 2014 going to when he was nominated, when he wanted himself to be nominated as Buhari's deputy. And I kept on wondering why the energy and the anger that he must be the vice president. Because it is a simplest way and a guide for him to get into the presidency. If he becomes Buhari's president, he knew he don't have those documents. He knew he's going to be in synchron. Nigerians are going to synchronize him if he eventually come on his own to contest for president. So he had to go towards that Muslim ticket 2014. And it was so hot. You can ask anybody that is from the north how they are begging him to bring somebody up to that midnight for that submission. He so much believed that he must be on that ticket. And he told imams, emirs, everybody to tell him, Buhari rejected it. But he said nothing will happen. Nigeria is not going to hear. He must be vice president. And I can see his anger. And during the process of election, I have seen what happened. 2015, 2019, I can see how he's navigating himself. Up to the day that he said, Emilokon. At that moment, he said that he has consulted his gods. This one has passed the level of the God all of us here serve. He said he has contacted his oracle. That this is his time. So what he feels is that he can use this whatever charm to block all of us and block our eyes. Very few of Nigerians say no. And I'm so happy to be part of those great Nigerians that look at everything, despite the fact that it can favor us. But we say no. This is not the time for us to part this way. Because the younger ones that are 16 to 25 are looking up to us, all of us that are here. No matter which part you belong to. These young people, 16 to 25, they need a moral compass. They are going to Google all these things that we are talking about today. They are going to ask questions. The first thing they will be amazed with is, how did somebody forfeit money in someone's country and now become a president? He will look at our profiles. They will see some of us journalists, some of us lawyers, doctors, engineers. And they say, what happened to your brain? You sat on what your constitution have said. If anybody submitted a fake certificate to INEC, it's clearly written in our constitution. That person is disqualified. If you disqualify Buhari, disqualify Tinubu, there is no way the ticket will be useful to Shetima. So when some people are now looking at our able lawyers in the Labour Party lawyers and saying, what are they doing? But look at the clause they said. Even if we are going for a run, APC is not qualified to be part of what? And today people are seeing what is happening. And it's all in front of us. And somebody was asking in one forum that we were discussing about this. He said, all this one is that is Tinubu is a magician. He's putting them to go one way, then he will be doing his thing and go this way. Before they finish all this saga, I say, what will cause you that as a president? Why will you pass through that route? You want to a stable country. You want to do a lot of things to people. Why will you pass to be towards that angle? Why don't you get a clear populist vote? And I always say it on this platform. The first thing that anger me is that using this, what they call it, division for you to even run to be president. That's even the beginning of the problem. And when we started with that, we asked them, why will somebody allow APC to repeat itself in this country with all the suffering that we went through? Until the day that we are doing our election, everybody in the country is confused, hungry. Naira, your own money, naira account, and your own sweat. You put your own money, you can't get your own money. People are crying, people are dying at the eve of election. Even madman knows that nobody voted for Tinubu. Even madman in Nigeria. Forget about the southern part of the country. In the northern part of the country, if you are popular, as you said, and APC has done good for Nigerians, why are you bringing spaghetti and bribing Nigerians with atampa? You're bringing this in rapa, giving people just for them to vote for you, if you know you have done the right thing. With all the people, if you count from Sokoto, Kebi, Zampara, Katsina, you will mostly have a household that somebody has not been kidnapped or has not been killed by the bandits, or their farms has not been destroyed, or their village has not been ransacked. For the 8 years of APC, everybody knew. But look at where we are today. Shamelessly, people are still trying to defend the undefendable. I was talking to one of my friends. He's saying they have tried to trend free Gusau universities, that Guso's students. They are students that they kidnapped from a university in Gusau. Videos of face. These people are beating these girls and also asking government to come and bring money for ransom. Beating them on a video. And one of the women she's even carrying her child of like 7 months or 8 months. He was hitting her with sticks behind her, and when she was crying and begging. And these young people from the northern part of the country, the celebrities from the northern part of the country, they try hard to see if they can train that. And on the 1st of October, the president did not even mention anything about what is happening. I say, you see yourself, bah? I told you, if you follow people like the kind of people I am seeing, and I'm working together with the obedient movement, the violent space that I have, it takes just some seconds a minute. If we want to train this thing today and tomorrow, I bet you Saddam can do it for you, and the president will talk about those young girls that are with them. This is how bad it has reached. As I talk to you today, same bandit entered a university, I think in Sokoto, ransacked university and take away food stuff. That is as I talk to you as of today. So a country that has just reduced themselves to nothing. And thank God, I have a program I'm doing on Vision FM every Sunday, 5 to 6 p.m. If you're in Kaduna, you always listen to me. I always go hard on them. Because I am not the presenter, I'm just a guest. So they can't file any case with the, what do you call it, BON, the Broadcaster Association of Nigeria. I go straight onto them. I ask questions. And it's one of the Why? Because some group of young people say no to what they are trying to bring to this country. Just group of young people. How many are we here? Let's say 2,000 of us here. And what we 2,000 of us are doing is more than what almost a million or so number of people can do. All this group of politicians, why are they? They are just pay as you go now. All these media houses that are waiting, we're waiting for them. Let me tell you, even these Chicago gates that we are talking about, if not because of the obedience on social media, it will have died off. But they give the courage, they give the energy, they give the everything they have to make sure this thing. I always said it, Saddam, I'm so happy that this is where we are at 21st century. And then history will judge all of us here because we've been on this matter day and night. And we always tell to people, it's not a tribal issue.
Mr. Ibrahim, are you
Yeah,
there?
is it just me? I was good about saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we
All
lost
right.
them there. All right.
Probably you got the
Maybe
call.
he got a call. Yeah, he got a call.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, let's just go on with move on with the conversation. Once again, everybody. Okay, I think NCS is here now. I don't know if he wants to.
This is not a word from my own mouth. It's a word that a retired DIG of police knew something from Niger State.
Mr. Ibrahim, I think he's having network issues. So maybe we'll just. I'm sure we'll probably continue submission later. Mr. Ibrahim, are you there now?
You cannot hear me. Are you only one cannot hear me or everybody cannot hear me?
Yeah, we lost you at some point. So I don't know if you're back.
No, I thought it's only you.
Yeah, no, we all couldn't hear you.
Well, Cecil and Sadem, you lost me too.
Yeah. We all did. We all lost it for like a
Okay,
couple of seconds,
okay.
about
I'm
15
sorry.
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
he
let
got
me
a
just
call.
round off. Quickly. What I want us to push up here in the north is for people to understand that there's nothing you can do without knowledge. And you have to stay within the circle of people that enlighten you, empower you, and give you more knowledge. That's what is called freedom. We have to take this discussion to the people because we have a structure in the north. We have the radio system where everybody listens to. We have what they call the majalisa, and where people sit down in the evening. You understand? We have the traditional system. We have our mosques. So I think we have to find a way. I will discuss this later with Sadem, so that we can start to get this information we are getting from more especially this kind of space and also take them down to Nigerians. Not only to Nigerians, even those that serve what they call security agencies, the DSS, the military and others, to understand that it's about Nigeria. It's about Nigeria. It's not about any other person. It's not about any other region or religion. We want this country to work. And we must make it work. We have to have moral values. We have to have ethics. We have to have ideals. We have to have things that we put as a nation that we want to. We can't sit and continue worshiping people that we know they are criminals. This cannot stand. And somebody asked me, okay, all this one are making noise. We can't do jack. I say it's a lie. See, when they finish this deposition and they finish everything, Sadem, can you hear me? Sadem.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on, please.
Can you hear me? Please. It's not a matter of Supreme Court. It's not a matter of judges. Once we get our facts and everything right, we Nigerians, we will demand for the resignation of Mr. Bola Tinubu, whether he's a he or he's a she, we don't care. We will not go through court. We will not wait for anybody. We Nigerians, we do accept. We want somebody, any other person, that look at us and tell us this issue is a court issue. It has nothing to do with court. Once we establish that this man submitted this fake and the school say it's fake, it's nothing that we have to go around. This person has to go tomorrow now. Are we supposed to wait till February when this one court tell us? Where are we going to wait for? Crime is a crime. It's in our constitution. He has to go. A lot of people forge certificate. We know of Buhari, the speaker in 1999. He resigned now. A lot of people that happened to them, they resign. Even today, Chief of Army Staff get the same problem. He will resign. Even the DGSSS get the same problem. He will resign. Even the Senate President, if he's having the same issue, he's going to resign. Even the Chief Judge himself of the Supreme Court, if he tendered a fake certificate, he is going to resign. He is not going to even partake in this case. So it's a matter that we have to take it very serious. I think no matter what will happen, even if all of us are going to die on this, let us have a Nigeria that our children will inherit. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you very much. And I agree with you. That's something that we actually need to do. We need to find a way to pass this knowledge, this information, both to the north and, even in the south. Anyway, let's just quickly move on. I don't know if NC is available now, but if not, I'm sure whenever it's available, you'll probably just come in. All right, so once again, welcome, everybody. Welcome to the space. I can see all our, say the mood of the now, to open the shout out the ad. I can see spotlight. I knew you were up just now. I'm sure you got busy. I'm sure you'll be back. Oga Steven, JP, Sarah. Sarah, we reply DM so once in a month. I am Ojuba. I can see you. The Vilo Mesa, Violence Space. I see you, Violence Space. You are still here. John V. We live our best. Fort Mass. Mommy Madonna, Antonia, Sweet Angel. Hey, how not take snack close to each other like this? Omega X, Anka Dede, Arewachi, Honorable Ada, Liberty. Hey, Franny. We can leave people who get blue tick. I beg. We can people who not get blue tick. All of you that have blue tick, I can see all of you, don't worry. I can see our brother Tomi Pelumi, Oladipo, Office of the Nigerian Citizen, Mr. Tony, Take Care. I can see everybody, Anze, Ernest, Delete, Pastor Jacob, it's been a long time. I can see you, Miss S, and everybody. There's another set of blue tickers. Every blue ticker and non-blue ticker, welcome to Violence Space. So we'll just take our speaker. Before we take our speaker, I have a way of bringing Peter Obi. Peter Obi is here today and he's going to give his own submission on this topic before he's going to give his own submission on this topic before we take our other speakers.
If you look at what is happening in Nigeria today, there's so many issues of certificates, age, all sorts of one falsification or the other, all over within the leaders. There's no way people can doing this and be able to do the right things, because that means they live in a falsified life. And that is not good morally, and a sign it should be given to the society. There's so many great people in the world who did not go to school. And I can tell you, America today, one of the highest, or I would say the greatest president America has ever had, is Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln did not go to a formal school. In fact, his entire education is less than 1 year formal education, because he came from a very extremely poor family. His education was by borrowing books and everything, which he did later. But he was able to show, if you read his history, you show that He came from a very poor home and did not have formal education. He didn't have to say he read the PhD here or he did this one here, and then there's an argument like what we're having all over Nigeria today, which is bringing the credibility of our nation into question.
Yep. So, I mean, to be honest, Tinubu didn't need to forge certificate, but now he has forged certificate, and they are looking for people to beg and saying people should forgive. If you want to forgive, it's your own. But I mean, I would rather forgive Tinubu in prison. So if he's in prison, no problem, we can forgive. All right, let's quickly take Mommy Bolanle for our first speaker, so that we can also start with the lady as well. After which, we'll come to Gaboni and we'll take it from there. Mommy Bolanle, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everyone from my side. Anya Saddam, N6, Wellman, Nigerian, Jimmy, everyone on the speaker section that is listening. Ibrahim, good to see you here again. Hope you're all good. Oh my world. The thing is, if, and like most of us here will be able to attest to the fact that we did not buy certificates. We read the books, right? And we got the qualifications, right? When people, you see, sometimes, right, I just wonder why my mom, I say to my mom that why is it that you people who were born in Nigeria, couldn't you have come from a different country? And she tells me, what an insult. What are you talking about? And I keep on saying to her that, look, what has befallen us, a lot of people don't understand it yet. Right? It is bad enough to live in Nigeria and for Nigeria to happen to you. It is worse being in another man's land, right? And for them to tar you with that, but it was bad enough to for them to come up to you, knowing that you're Nigerian, and them saying to you, "Oh, I hear that you elected some bagman, you elected a drug baron." It's bad enough. Hey, now we have an identity thief. We have a forger, we have and you know what, in some ways, right, it hurts me to the marrow, particularly the second masters I went for. God knows, I suffer. In fact, I remember everyone, all the staff there, all the lectures for, I would never finish it because I think that 2 years had like 6 operations. I kept on going back, and so then there'll be some people, some idiots on the time that be telling me, they are now saying so forgery is no longer a problem. So when Mesowa did her own, it was a problem. But when Tinubu, her father, did his, it is no longer a problem. Anywhere, any sense. Like Mr. Guyemi would say, they have mixed in your drugs. They have mixed in dried poo inside your drugs because, in fact, Oriyope, yeah, all of you have no shame whatsoever. In fact, I want to send a message to my mother because when I was 5 years old, I encouraged my brother, who was 6, I was the bossy one, to climb through the bathroom window when she was out, and go and get the peanuts that she bought for us, that she showed us the day before, gave us some of it. I told him to climb through the window and collect. After all, she has given it to us. When my mom came back, forget that we're in the UK. She introduced us to Mr. Brown, also known as Wooden Spoon, and beat us. In fact, she beat us more than, in fact, if a drummer were to beat the drum the way my mom beat me that day, long, and you can imagine if many decades later I'm still talking about it. I mean, we didn't even steal, kind of in our mind. My mom said, yeah, but you didn't have permission. You climbed through the window like a thief, right? And therefore we will never forget that. And I'm like, based on all the nonsense I'm seeing online, I'm like, hey, mommy, hey, you owe me an apology. Because first they said I did carry drugs, or I don't know anything about drugs, but they said pushing drug is long time ago, no matter. I said, at the next one now, they're saying forgery, no matter. As on top of that, they say lying, because in perjuring himself is because he lied, right, on oath. I said, they said it no matter. So that bit where you beat me that day, mommy, in fact, you will say sorry to me, because it's clear that Nigerian morals are in the toilets. These, I don't know who these people are. One was on a space speaking English like me, claiming to have been born in the UK. Can you do that in the UK? Heck, when I got this last job I'm doing, hey, when they were asking me, no one has asked me this before. They said, usually they say in the last 5 years, have you lived outside the country, blah, blah, blah. And it's usually, no. They asked me since I was 10 years old, have I ever lived everywhere else? I said, yes, Nigeria. Every other person, right? Every other person that were offered jobs, as at that time, they had started work 2.5 months before me. My own, they said no, they have to scrutinize all my certificates. And this was before Tinubu came. So people that are kind of thinking, oh, it's not going to touch them, it touches everybody. It touches everybody. We already know that if you have a green passport, you're treating you if you're in Europe, in America, you're treated differently, right? But try it now. We are seen as a nation of thieves. We are seen as a nation, a narco nation, and a nation of forgers. Identity. In fact, now to change name, no cool. Because me, and I suppose some of the comments I was seeing, I was like, ṣé ẹ lójú tí ni? Ṣé àwọn eléyìí ò ní ìyá ni? Àbí when they were growing up, were they not taught that tó bá purọ́ á jalè? Did they not teach them that if you still at some point you move on to the higher class of stealing? Did they not teach them that? Did they not teach them from right, or is it because it's now a politician, right? So it's now suddenly okay. Where is the outrage? Where? Because it be like say, only obedience are really screaming, because even the Hallelujah boys that are now getting erections over this case and is still insulting us, that were helping their so-called principal, right? They're not making noise. And I'm like, yeah, because basically, if we are to strip all of these politicians, that including Atiku, we'll find one or two things that he's not straight. I see you, but I have not finished. What mean I see you, but I have not finished? Because after all, we know how much corruption that man too was involved in. But today we will not insult him because there is a bigger thief in our midst. Name, age, 3 different ones. Is it the Queen of England that had official age and actual age? Because I don't understand. Even her son, the king, now only has one. Everything you would have thought. Because I remember some people were saying to me, what if in fact it looks worse than it in fact before it wasn't bad. Going through that thing forensically, I like what Miss Pels did, because I did the same thing. Every time I looked at it again, I saw something else, and I got a headache, because in my mind I was like, the extent of this man's criminality, is there anything clean about this man? Anything at all clean about this man? We don't know. We still don't know who he is. You see those stupid media. Let's keep on. Whenever they put the news out, stamp it fake news. put on your WhatsApp status, share it that way, so that we can name and shame them every time they do it. Because fine, we're not practicing real democracy. Real democracy is the Speaker of the House in the American House of House. They are removing Speaker, because he reneged on a deal. Can that happen in Nigeria? That's true democracy. In Nigeria, we know it's not. But however, even if we were to, let us pretend that we are in a functional democracy, you need a strong media. They're the fourth arm of government, because they do the checks and balances. That's the general idea. So if they are now lying to everyone, how the heck are we going to get that new Nigeria? So Ishatia, every time now, call them out. Me that I blocked all of them before, I will unblock them so that I can insult them well, and tag them fake news every opportunity I can. And likewise, everybody on all your media or your social media platforms, please do that, because we have to make noise, not only to deem whatever they're doing as be fake news, also expose them for who they are. Brown envelope journalism will kill Nigeria. We're already on life support, so we need to speak out. Please, I beg you. This is the work we've got, and this is the work we have to do. As for this one, the damage control, I not allow them. Now we get Twitter, and it will go from Twitter to the streets. Like, we know how we do it. Let's keep on doing it. Let's push it out there so people know that we don't know if it's a him or a she. We don't know his name. We don't know the age. We don't know anything. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much, Mami Bonanle. Oh my God. I think I'm still coming to. So, apparently, Nigeria currently, or INEC currently forced a president on Nigerians, and that president forged a certificate from an international institution. That's what's happening, right? Hey, voila. All right, thank you very much, Mami Bonali. That's another level. That's just, I mean, we used to have criminals. I mean, I'm used to criminal. I'm used to Desiani. I'm used to, what they call this other guy. Dasuki. I'm used to those guys. But this is like another level of. Anyway, quickly, let's go straight to Gaboni. And whenever you're ready, feel free to jump in. Let's go straight to Gaboni. After Gaboni, we'll come to after Gaboni, I can see Mr. Steve. We'll just go to Mr. Steve, and we'll take it from there. Polonium, I can see you. Rabbi, I can see you. Please, by the speaker section, you intend to speak, just ensure your hand is up. Gaboni, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you go ahead? 5 minutes.
Yeah. Please, 1 minute. Let somebody go before me. Yeah. When let somebody go, I'll go after the person, please.
All right. You may not go after the person. You will go the next time I call you. All right, Mr.
No, please. I'll go after the person. Please. I'll go after the person.
Mr. Steve, please go ahead.
Let me thank you for hosting this space as usual. Saddam and all the crew. I see everybody. I am very sad. I am pained. I have to apologize to all the PhDs. Nigerians in America hold the highest number of PhDs, and many have multiple PhDs, and they read for it. They didn't forge it. You see, our people come here, go through a lot of scrutiny, and go through the process and become very excellent. It's a sad day for all of us, particularly those of us in America who work hard every day, toil hard. Some people hold multiple jobs and their certificates are not forged. Today, what pained me was to hear what the CSU official said, that it's a Nigerian thing to forge certificates. I think it's a sad day for the largest black nation on earth. It's a sad day for all the professors in all the universities you go to in America. There's a Nigerian professor. It's a sad day. It's a sad day that we now indeed are watching our lenience in public. I wish there was a better way to do this. Normally they say don't wash your dirty linen in public. How public can it get for the president of Nigeria to be confirmed a certificate forger? How
public can it get? And where is this? It's not happening in Sweden. It's not happening in Belgium. It's happening in America. Well, that is the great power nation that rules, that controls the narrative. That means if American media takes it up, everybody that wants to go anywhere in the world with a Nigerian certificate becomes even in more trouble. I know many people will confirm this, but I remember one of the jobs I did in New York, they went as far as verifying my secondary school WAEC. They went to they checked my WAEC. They checked where I worked in Nigeria. They checked University of Nigeria where I went to school. Just for a normal job, they did a background check. So this is also a failure of INEC, who could have done a simple job to verify the claims of those vying for the post of president. So it's an indictment on all of us. It's a sad day. It is not a good day at all. That we now have the number one citizen, in quote, even though we didn't vote for him, but he's sitting there representing us and is being confirmed a certificate forger. I fear for what it means for the thousands of people that want to go abroad for further education or want to pick a job or want to do anything with a Nigerian passport. How do we begin to rebrand our image? The only recourse is for us to indeed insist that this is the mark. You have to resign. I don't know what job you do, but if you're a bank director and you are found to have forged a certificate, you will resign immediately. I don't know whether you can be a security agent, a gate man, and you are found to have forged your identity and you keep that job. I understand that there's always a political side of it, but at the base level, if you forge a certificate in Nigeria, it is a crime. At least whether you call Nigeria what you want, but you cannot forge a certificate and get away with it as long as that is confirmed. And I agree with Ibrahim 1000%. This is not a situation of waiting for a court. This certificate is not from CSU. The stamp is not from them. What more do you want? There has to be consequence, otherwise we cannot have any pride as a nation. This is not about Bola Ahmed Tinubu or APC or tribal. This is about the collective. I implore everyone listening to retrospect and introspect. Reflect on the consequence of this level of brazenness. That someone will forge a stamp of a school and the school said, this is not from us. That is a Nigerian thing. God of mercy. I employ the billionaires that do business like the Dangotes or the UBA group. How can you hold yourself in pride that you want to be an organization that is Nigerian and you will see this and keep quiet? Talk about the media. Oh my goodness. I was talking on the Space Arewa held yesterday and I was like, look at the media. How are they going to now swallow this now? This same media that went about banding lies. Now that they are making the position on that oath, what will they report? I think it's an outrage. I remember Donald Trump once said that he will shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and there will be people who will still support him. I hope there will be no people who will still defend this indefensible. It is a pain to the hardworking Nigerians because most of us are. We fight hard to say there are only few people doing Yahoo. Nigerians are good people. How can you open your mouth now say, if we allow this to go, that we are good people? Because good people do not keep quiet when injustice, when fraud is being bandied about. It is incumbent on every Nigerian to say this is wrong. At the base level, the minimum is Tinubu needs to resign based on this forgery. It has to happen. This is a Nigerian thing and it cuts across board. This is not political. I don't care who says or who will be next. That is a topic for another day. If you forge a certificate and it is confirmed under oath, that is the line. No matter who you are, it is the line. This cannot be bandied about as one of those political talk or it will go away. This is justice for Nigerians. And I implore those who want justice for Mohbad, please, it's time for justice for Nigerians. We are hardworking people. We cannot all be tamed. This is Nigerian thing to forge. Please, I implore you to stay. And this is so painful that the world is watching us to see how 200 million people will react now that we know that this is a forger. Confirmed. Enough said. I am so pained.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Steve. What's happening now is really disturbing for me. Before I call the next speaker, which I think is Gaboni, so for those of us that follow the court proceedings, so apparently, if you remember, Wale Olanipekwa at the time, or Tinubu's team at the time, tendered some documents, and I had to go to UC Maxwell court updates to pull this out. And what UC Maxwell wrote, and this was 4th of July, was Wale Sam. He now moves to number 2, where he has 12 documents in relation to academic records of Tinubu from Chicago State University, all duly certified on 23rd by Jamal C. Orr, an Associate General Counsel of Legal Affairs of Chicago State University. Now, listen to what the Chicago State University representative just said in the deposition. He said, all the certified documents from CSU file, nothing was handed over to us by Mr. Folabi except for the FEPA form. CSU has never certified documents for anyone before. It must have been made because there was more of a Nigerian thing. He said the documents were released in pursuant to a FEPA request. I believe Mr. Folabi requested that document be certified. I am not aware if the stamp affixed by Mr. Orr to that document was an official stamp. It is not part of CSU practice. That's what CSU representative said. Meanwhile, they brought it to court and said it's a certified copy by CSU. Omo. Gaboni. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Definitely, from what the last speaker, I want to start from the last speaker, last statement. I think justice for Nigerians, because I think we are really not. I don't know if it is that I would say that we are not really, we're not talking this thing as if we know the gravity of what is happening now. That statement, when I read that statement from the CSU official, which says it's a Nigerian thing, I think that alone is enough. For you to see as a Nigerian, I say Tinubu must, for you to have that subconscious in your mind that it is the minimum is for Tinubu to resign. That's the minimum. First of all, and it is that kind of thing that will make you aware. If somebody still supporting Tinubu, you could give them that blow from out first, because this is the height of it. It's a night, and do you guys understand the kind of how insulting that this statement was made? Not because of a somebody that, an illegal migrant, not because it was made because of an ordinary person, not because it was made because of a casual person. It was made because of the person that is representing you globally. It was made because of the president of Nigeria. I think this is the height of it. Nigerians, see, I said something in the last space, and I think I was waiting for this whole disposition and this expose, and it is here. The next line of action is we must take action. Nigerians home and abroad. I'm in the UK. I know, say I'm still a fresher here. I'm still new here, and I don't know my way around. But please, I think we should start now. I am available. Anybody else? We should start a plan to stage a protest at the Nigerian embassy in London immediately. Because this evil APC and the evil media, they will try to twist it and make it seem. I think we need to propagate this in the whole world so that the world media will be. At least when they start, videoing, putting it on CNN and different news media that Nigerians are protesting for the removal of their president. When in Italy they do the protest, in America, in US they do the protest, in London, in Germany, in Sweden. When this protest starts gaining momentum in diaspora, I think even without the docile, because I believe most Nigerians at home are really, really docile. I think because this is not going to rub off only on Nigerians at home. So you can't say people they are people within Nigeria and they carry their cross. No, nobody their cross because It will even tell more on us that are in the foreign land because they will now scrutinize us more. Many people will lose contracts. Many people they're going to lose friendship. They're going to lose contract and trust because do you know what it means? I think this is a no situation. First of all, Tinubu, he must. It is a more. There's no two ways about it, and we want to force him to resign because these people are evil. Just look at what the Nigerian media was doing today. It's an embarrassment. See, these people have taken APC, like we say here, we must kill APC. If we don't kill APC, APC will kill this country. We must kill that party because imagine the coordinated misinformation by all Nigerian media. It is sad. It is sad. This is the work of APC. This is the work of APC. These people are evil. And we must take a stand to kill them by taking every measure, every action we need to take. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Gaboni. Quickly,
Thank
let's
you,
just
Gaboni. You see,
yeah.
beautiful submission. You see, that is just one part of the deposition. They will be there for like 7 hours. So what you guys are complaining about now is just like 2 minutes out of the 7 hours. Initially,
Please, like I said,
yeah, go ahead.
Like I said, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm still a new person. I'm still a new person in the UK. But please, if you know you know how we can organize a protest, I am ready. Come to my DM. I am ready. Let us go there, and we must embarrass this man. We must do something as the people in the diaspora. We have to do something. We have to do that protest on all Nigerian embassy. We need to do it, please.
So, okay, that's a very brilliant idea. That's a brilliant idea. I tried arranging for protest recently in Chicago here. People just look at me as if say, are they mad? But guess what? When they wanted to do justice for Mohbad, and when we if you see as they fool the park. But anyway, I just want to remind people, Nigeria is known for 419. 419. Want it more? 419. Now, after 419, Yahoo. I bet you back way. Yahoo. Now, another type to buy. Forgers. Did you listen to that statement? That statement is damning. It is a Nigerian thing. Meaning it is in their blood. They do now normal thing for them. Now normal for them. It's a normal thing. They do it casually in Nigeria. So it's not a big deal. I mean, it's something they can just do and get away with it. It's just something minor. Something small.
Jimmy. Do you know what this is? You live in Chicago. The hardworking Nigerians, more than 2 million in US alone. Like, I can't wrap my head around this, guys. This is going to affect everybody. No matter your political party.
Everybody.
This is a Nigerian issue.
See, the moment they see your passport or they see your nationality say Nigeria, they go readjust, say, one of them is here. I heard about you. I heard now, so they go, especially if they be Black American. I heard about you. You're coming here to forge in our country. Okay. Nigerians, what we are finding out now is not a big news. It's not a big deal. Our reaction to it is the problem. For them to call us 419, we've been trying as much as possible to claim and clean ourselves as a very, very clean people. Thank God for P2B, the holiest politician in Africa. Take that to the bank. But you see now, the number one man, Magaji àwọn àtọ̀lé olórí burúkú tó lóun ló kàn, forced himself into power. And now that he's there, àṣírí ẹ̀ ti wá tú báyìí. Wọ́n láṣírí ẹ̀kọ́ kì í tú lójú ewé, àṣírí ẹ̀kọ́ ilé ti tú lójú ewé báyìí. We are now seeing who he is, red-handed, okay? Our reaction as a country, our reaction as a country is going to determine how the outside world sees us. They'll be like, oh yeah, they said the president forged this document and nothing is happening. They'll be like, oh, maybe it's a Nigerian thing. It is a Nigerian thing. It's casual. It's a normal thing to them. But guess what? Every embassy you go to, henceforth, you start seeing the changes. They will scrutinize your life. They will want to meet the pastor that baptized you, that did your naming ceremony. You guys don't understand what is going on. There is nothing you will tender any part of the world as long as it's Nigeria. The name Nigeria, let me just say it in a way people will understand. That name Nigeria is tarnished. It is tarnished. Red flag, Burukumi, it is tarnished. We now know who tarnished it finally by. Openly. It is not a Nigerian citizen that, ordinary Nigerian citizen that tarnished it. The number one person, the number one person that is meant to lead with, or lead by example, is now the culprit. How we react to this is going to determine how we will be seen as a nation, how we will be seen as a country. Remember, the international community, they might be listening to what we're saying here, they might be listening, but when they start reacting to Nigerians, they won't ask you of your political background, they won't ask you of your political affiliation, they won't ask you if you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. They will classify you as a fucking Nigerian. Let that sink into your skull. Back to you, well-meaning.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to our next speaker. We'll go to Rabbi, after which we'll come to Savik, then Polonium. Rabbi, please go ahead. Let's try to do 4 minutes because we have so many requests and we want to see how we can get so many speakers. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Don't worry, I'll do 4 minutes. Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian. Saddam Wado, Hausa Wado, Igbo Wado, Yoruba Wado nothing. Quickly, this saga. It's been a while I've talked in violent space because I know be lawyer. I they listen to lawyer people, but this one will concern fake and forgery. This man want to finish us. I remember recently I applied for an embassy school. They asked me for NECO, WAEC. They asked me make I bring scratch card. I bought a scratch card, I sent to them for them to confirm if what I'm submitting is even correct. Imagine after the WAEC has been authenticated though, because normally before you submit anything for WAEC, they have to you go to WAEC, they authenticate it. They authenticate at the back, but the school asked me to bring scratch card to imagine what we are going through, talk less of what people will go through. This old generation want to finish this country. They want to finish it for the people coming up. That is to say, like say people they talk say if they carry dead body will not be your own, you go see and say na firewood. Or until they carry dead body will concern you, you go know say this dead body true na dead body. What this man is doing to this generation and to Nigeria alone, it called for tear. Like it called for people who they cry instead of prayer and fasting. We're supposed to be weeping like they did it. People in Nineveh did carry charcoal pour for body. They cry, they weep, they beg God, say, "Waiting be this," because this is not only going to affect. I give him 30 years. Highest, he's gone out of the air. 30 years, highest. But people that are going to come up, this kind of scrutiny they will give them in this life. I wonder. I weep for my own generation. What is going to come up? Because whether he resign, which he's not going to resign, whether he's disgraced, this thing has already stick forever and ever. What are we going to do now? The thing is, I hope that Atiku or any other presenter can they call the world press conference immediately, especially in Hausa. That is where I am more concerned about, because I know how these people, I know what they are going to do. These people, first of all, I said it every now and then. APC is an evil cult, blood-sucking demons. They suck blood for a living. You can see PhD holders, people that claim they obtain PhD holders, people that claim defending forgery. Say a person go copy certificate, go collect certificate for internet, post and say he wants to be president of a country. Imagine what we are going through in this country. It is not going to only we are suffering for airport. I remember also Turkish Air, when I took off Turkish Airlines after I just landed in Turkish, they say they met me and search me. I come on my boss ass. I was wearing a small pints, swimming pint. I come on my polo. They put me inside machine. They search me. I know okay because I know this is what my country has stick me to. I wear only pints. They search me inside machine in Turkish Airline in Turkey. That's what they search me for. So now imagine what the scrutiny and people will go through because of one man and the evil occultic people. I just hope that they will call any presidential candidate will call a world press conference and translate it in every languages to tell the people what this evil man and this evil court has been doing to Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you
Wado.
very much, Rabbi. Thank you very much. That was so timely. Saddam, look out for N6. I think, okay, I was just about saying. Okay, quickly, let's go straight to Savik, after which we'll come to Polonium.
Webining, can you text someone else? I'll be in 5 minutes. Yeah?
Okay, all right. Polonium, kindly go ahead.
Yeah, Saddam, Guaminin, N6, everybody, all my obedient brothers and sisters, my family, I greet everyone. 5 days ago, I made a tweet calling out the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, reminding him that he was so eloquent on the television, telling Nigerians that great men great men schooled at home. And I called him out that since the CSU issue, he has been silent. His reaction to that tweet was to block me. I'm not surprised. Please, anybody that knows them, tell them they should start running. They should come on Twitter and block as many obedience as they like. The more they block us, the more they will hear this narrative. Tell them we will never stop. Even if Tinubu wants to do 8 years in Nigeria, he will always carry this stain to his grave. On his graveyard, the gravestone, wherever he will be buried, we will go and write there, certificate forger. His grandchildren, his great-grandchildren were going to sit down one day and they're going to read the news and they're going to hear what their grandfather did. He might get away with it because of the corrupt government, but he will never get away with it eternity. I just Googled something while we're having a conversation, and I looked at the impact of having a president who forges certificates. And one of the international impacts is, I read, it can lead to a loss of credibility for the country and its leaders. It can also lead to a loss of trust in international agreements and treaties that the country has signed. Bible says the evil that you do lives with you. Tinubu is the present evil that lived with Nigeria, is living with Nigeria, and will continue to live. Because should countries with credibility look at his outcome, they can go back on treaties that they've signed with Nigeria. So for a country that is in dire need of every support globally, Nigeria has a president today that if he tells you good morning, you need to check your time. It is a very sad day for our country. It's a very, very sad time to be a Nigerian. We cannot, as a people, quantify the cost. I don't think we've grasped the impact of this situation yet. It just might unfold upon us in a couple of months, in a couple of years' time. I don't think we've grasped the impact yet. I truly, truly pity for my country. I truly pity for my country. It is a very, very sad day. And it is, I'm just lost for words. But this is the impact. It says this can have serious consequences for foreign relations, trade, and investment. Additionally, it can lead to sanctions or other punitive measures from other countries and international organizations. Please help me tell him when next he goes abroad to sit down and tell those his lies. You can imagine that those people will be looking at him, what they'll be muttering behind him. What a shame. That's not even the painful part. There are unfortunate elements. People who enjoyed the benefit of Nigeria when Nigeria was good. The days when oil was found in Nigeria and Nigeria had value. People who enjoyed everything from this country are now sitting down to defend this rubbish in a time when our youth are being killed on the street for nothing. Dear Nigerians, can we just shut the place up and go home? In addition to the hashtag that we're hashtagging today, Tinubu must resign, let us also add justice for Mesoma. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Polonium. Thank you. It's a sad day for Nigeria indeed. I know some of us enjoy, the part of dragging, which I too enjoy, to be honest. But when you look deeper, you know that this is indeed a sad. It's sad. Like we should never be here. We should never be here. We've dealt with a lot to now have to be dealing with this. We should never be here. Anyway, I think Savik is available now. If Savik, if you're available now, maybe you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Moemin Saddam. Just to pick up from where the last speaker stopped, I think he mentioned something that we have not fully grasped the enormity of what had just happened to Nigeria. We have not. When all this dust settles, we will understand the level of damage Tinubu has done to this country. It's not him alone. When all this dust settles, we would understand the level of damage Tinubu has done to this country. And if you look at what is happening right now, you will see the moral decadence. You will understand that those people that we looked up to while growing up, you will see the professors, the academians, the church leaders, every single one that we looked up to growing up, the criminality that Tinubu has infested this country with has corrupted all of them. The morality of Nigeria is gone. That's what people do. We are not fully grasping what is going on. Yes, internationally, we are doomed. But internally, the level of moral degradation, when this dust settles, that's what, when I see people still defending this criminal and this drug baron, it saddens my heart. The reason being that we are not bequeathing any nation to the younger generations. We're not bequeathing anything. The nation is gone. The nation is gone. Even if Tinubu resigns today, it will take us the next minimum 100 years to recover from the damage Tinubu has actually done to this country. If you see intellectuals, professors coming out openly to defend certificate forgery, to defend someone that has criminal background, I'm talking about intellectuals, we're talking about professors, we're talking about religious leaders. Do you guys understand the level that this criminality and fraud has permeated into the nooks and crannies of Nigerian society? Do you guys understand? We don't really grasp what is going on because Tinubu as a person has infested the country with the highest level of criminality that Even people that should know what is right are no longer thinking normal. Even people that should know what is right are no longer thinking normal. You see professors lining up behind him to defend criminality. The country is gone. The country is gone. We have to tell ourselves the truth. For a country to allow someone with this shoddy character to rise up to occupy the highest seat in the land, we don't understand what has gone wrong with Nigeria. We don't understand it. For Nigeria to allow someone of this, shoddy character to rise up to occupy the first seat in the nation, and we think all things are normal. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone. I don't understand how we are going to get out of this mess. Honestly, I'm being frank here. I don't understand how even if Tinubu resigns today, I don't understand how we're going to get out of this mess. Because the entire system is corrupt. You go to academic. Do you guys understand that it was the professors that actually they were used to rig the election? The professors from our top universities. Do you gonna understand the extent of the rot in the system? All because of the ambition of one man. The ambition of one man. You see intellectuals. I call them false intellectuals because that's what they are. Lining up. I know this reminds me of the days of Adolf Hitler. This is exactly the same thing. He had people, intellectuals, academics lining up beside him, cheering him up. And that's exactly what is happening in Nigeria right now. I just think that what happened in Europe can happen. We need to rediscover ourselves. The problem is, when you look at what is going on in Nigeria, and you still see that there is no hope at the Supreme Court, that's actually where the whole thing is getting scary. That is actually where the whole thing is getting scary, because you will say, okay, we don't see something happening, Tinubu can never resign. Yes, we will call for him to resign, but he can never. We were thinking that there will be men of just cause that will rise up in Supreme Court and say, no, enough is enough. Nigerians, we've had enough. Let's call a spade and do the right thing for once. But it's still scary because we don't have men of goodwill in Supreme Court to stop this charade. You would think with what happened yesterday, someone will rise up in the Senate, on the House of Rep, to institute an impeachment proceedings immediately. You would think so, but no, Kalas, it's not going to happen. Nigeria is gone. Insanity reigns supreme. Insanity reigns supreme in Nigeria at the moment. When professors are rising up and defending criminality, defending forgery, religious leaders are defending criminality, defending forgery, Nigeria is gone. I hope somehow something gives. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Savik. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well,
Something has to give. Yeah, go ahead,
just
Saddam.
thank you very much. Something really has to give us. You sit down and you look at, if you begin to look at the rot in the system, how damaged Nigeria is. You don't understand. That's why when I made my suggestion earlier and I said we need to first of all understand what we are up against. We're up against a very, very, very corrupt system. A system that thrives on corruption, a system that thrives on Nigerians not being aware, Nigerians being subjugated in poverty. Just look at how wealthy Nigeria is. Yet we live in abject poverty. So to take down this system, it's a tax that, honestly speaking, we just have to understand. And I'm saying this because we just woke up. We just woke up as a people. We just woke up barely 2020. We just woke up and we are now pushing and striving. But we have to now understand that every individual in this country have to understand that we have to play our roles as active citizens. You're not going to wait for the next man. What are you doing to educate the next person? How many people know right now around? How many people in your circle? How many people in your circle? Ask yourself this question now. We're over 2,400 of us on the platform now. How many people in your circle know, as we speak today, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu certificate in CSU is fake? That is where we start from. Because honestly speaking, we need to start understanding that we have to play active role, because these people that we're up against, they know how to do it. They know how, they understand the game. It has worked for them for decades. If not, we'll be subservient to their own children, because they will train their kids in the same line. So Nigerians, please, let's just wake up and understand that this tax to pursue this criminal from that Aso Rock is a tax that must be done by every Nigerian playing your active role as a citizen. Thank you. Well, Nigeria, let me just circle back to you. Continue, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Salam, you actually said that. Actually, I think that's my fear. So maybe if I felt like, oh, these current politicians, they will die soon, and we can reset. I think my biggest fear is that this current politician, I don't think people have noticed it. Not the politician, generally the arms of government are breeding their children. Just look at El-Rufai's children. Look at it. Then when you go to the judiciary, then you also notice that the current set of judges are breeding their children. Justice,
I
what's it
don't
called?
put in picking for bench now.
All of them. What they call the other one?
And these ones are worse than their parents. So
See, can't you see Bashir El-Rufai on the time? So, I mean, for Nigerians that probably are thinking all that needs to happen is that these people, we don't worry, they will soon old and fade out. You are joking. Because the truth is that the structure for at least the next generation, as in the ones that we deal with, this current Gen Zs, is already set, and these Gen Z's children, that floor is set. Maybe you should be thinking about the next generation after that. So it's why when we say we have to deal with this now or never, that's just exactly what it is. So it's crazy. Anyway, Jimmy.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. They finished the deposition, so anytime from now the transcript will be coming out. Anytime from now, the transcript, they finished the deposition in Chicago, so anytime from now we'll be getting the transcript, and it will be on Twitter, TLs. And I came across a very interesting video. Guys, listen to this.
We pray particularly for peace and justice to reign in Nigeria. Most importantly, the presidential election is still undergoing judicial consideration in Nigeria and America regarding the university's certificate of the incumbent president. We pray that God should take absolute control of this situation. Lord of all justice,
Now, that is a church in Germany, a Catholic church in Germany. And they're telling a white man, that's the pastor, is actually telling the congregation that they should pray about what is going on in Nigeria right now. The presidential election in Nigeria is still ongoing in Nigeria and in America. The incumbent president has a forged certificate issue going on now, presently. So people for Germany say, don't they put us for prayer? Because they know in a same climb that country should be burning right now. So they don't put the country for prayer already, because they know say yes, something will solve soon. They are putting people in prayer in Nigeria. And since my brother, a lot of people have been DMing me, say, MCs never talk. Oh, where MC submission? They won't go replay and they won't go reply. I say, no worry. People don't miss. No, you can't miss it. He hasn't spoken yet. Don't worry. The Orisha has not spoken yet. The Babalawo is defying law. So now you don't give them Shinap and Obi and everything. So he's ready to pass the message of the gods to us now. He don't raise hand. They don't pour the Shinap on top the Babalawo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah la.
Jimmy said that
Oh yeah la. Baba Femo loju arina. Oh yeah la.
Good, good evening, Obedience. Good evening, my brother Jimmy. I love you, man. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Ibrahim, Mommy Bolanle, everybody, Liberty, Sewen. I can't really call all the names right now, just the ones I could see. I've been listening all through the space, and it's a delight to, listen to young, intelligent Nigerians speaking passionately about their country. But even better, the Bible says righteousness exalts a nation. What you notice is that we Nigerians are coming here to speak about Nigeria, but righteously. We are not coming here to defend certificate forgers. If you remember on this platform, Saddam, do you remember when I kept saying that where we will hold Tinubu is in this education part? Do you remember, my brother? And you are telling me you are standing on that 25% in Abuja. They never use technicality to knock that 25%. I kept saying it here. Where we will hold Tinubu is inside these academic qualifications. I put up a tweet earlier on today, and I asked a simple question. I said, like play, we are no more asking about his attendance of St. John's Primary School, Aroloya, and Children's Home School, Ibadan. We don't live, we don't do Chicago, we don't go, we don't go far. We are not even talking about government college. Government college has gone from Ibadan to government college Lagos. Because we are here, we are standing on the university because Nigeria has been so bastardized, we won't find the truth in Nigeria. But it is so sad. I've listened to everybody today, and I want to say something. Maybe, do you know, maybe we are a corrupt nation. Maybe we are a bottom tier, useless scumbag. Maybe we deserve to be a narco state. Maybe we're as bad as the world thinks. We deceive ourselves. We brandish our high horse. Maybe all of this is the final humiliation of the Nigerian state and the Nigerian ego. Maybe the world is right, and all our overbearing nature as Nigerians needs to be humbled at the international sphere once and for all. Because I must tell you, with the obedience, sometimes we seem in the majority, sometimes we seem in the minority. Maybe because we have reached a point as a country, we have lost. I see some arguments online and I clap my hands and said, congratulations, Nigeria, you have officially lost your moral compass. You see them defending Farouk Perogi, all these names of non-entities. You see them coming to defend certificate forgery, identity theft. We are now in CSU, forgetting that this person forfeited $460,000 for drug trafficking. If you pursue him here, he go boss for here. If you patch him for here, he go boss for here. Where do you want to start with such a character? And this is who Mahmoud Yakubu looked at his dollars and said, oh yeah, I'll take it. I'll suspend the IREV. I'll suspend it. Look at the nonsense. But I will always remind Nigerians, Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not spring up yesterday. Ibrahim reiterated a fact I have been drumming on this platform, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu knew in 2014 that he did not qualify to be president. This Muslim ticket he ran now was something Buhari did not even agree for. He was meant to have been vice president in 2014, 2015. Why am I saying this? He always knew he didn't qualify. But who laid the ground for the impunity over an 8-year cycle? Ahab, aka Muhammadu Buhari. About a few days, I don't know whether it was around the the independence period, I saw one blog, somebody went and interviewed Buhari. You people cannot understand. I had PTSD, I had trauma, I had a spike in my blood pressure just seeing that old wicked face again. And I swore for the person that went to do that interview. Some people in the history of this country should just go and die quietly. Who put us here? Did Tinubu get up and anoint himself? Did he get up? Is Buhari telling you people he does? Has Buhari ever go ask Buhari that, okay, you've known Tinubu at least since 2012. Have you ever gone to Tinubu's hometown? Has Tinubu ever showed you his father's house? They all knew. I went to Google. I was reading the names of all the people that APC had in their primaries. And do you people understand that APC had a professor of law who had been vice president for 8 years, and Kashim Shettima said he should go and sell popcorn and ice cream. And Bola Tinubu and his people called that man a traitor. I'm not holding brief for Shibanjo, but I'm telling you, do you people realize that APC had options? But they went, they dug in, and they were stepping down in their primaries for the biggest masquerade, who ended up being Bobo the Clown. Dear Nigerians, I must support Savik. Nigeria is finished. Nigeria is gone. If we can be humble enough this evening and accept one thing, whether you're APC, whether you're AMPP, whatever you are, if we can all accept today that Nigeria is finished, then we can start moving forward. Because we must reimagine Nigeria, we must deconstruct Nigeria, and we must reconstruct Nigeria. What is the Nigerian dream? Is there anything like a Nigerian dream? During the time of our parents, there was a Nigerian dream. Come out, get a good job, marry, have children, get a crib, born. What is the Nigerian dream for the average Nigerian youth right now? I know somebody that has been serving for almost 1.5 years. I know someone that has been in final year for almost 2 years. We all saw the strikes under Buhari. Because if we don't get so caught up in Tinubu, Tinubu must resign with his entire bags and baggages. All must get the fuck out of this country. The other day, there was a video of the first son of the country stopping a fight. A first son of a country. Stop it. There's no kind of nonsense we have not seen in the media space. The other day, we saw a video of the first daughter of the market giving independence speech. I had to Google whether, because APC loves to, when a Lagos flood, they'll bring you New York flood. I had to Google, did Buhari's sister ever do Independence Day speech? I had to Google, was there ever a video of Buhari's son fighting where his friends were fighting? He was trying to stop them, so that if one bullet mistakenly goes off in that kind of place, that's when you just die, Sarah. We have gone to the bottom part of Nigeria. The first lady is coming out to tell you, my husband is not a magician. I'm sorry, my darling. Your husband told us he was a magician. Don't blame me. It's your husband your husband told me he will give me student loan. That's magic. That one is magic. Nigeria has barely given business loan. Your husband told us he was a magician. Your husband told us Buhari will do magic. When we asked your husband to tell us practically what he will do, your husband said he won't tell us. He has the greatest plans. He doesn't want to disclose it. Is it not magic? So your husband said he's a magician. He must perform magic. Fuel from 195 to 600 with one goofy inaugural speech. Dear Nigerians in the diaspora, there is something I'm going to, there is something I'm going to end today. And I will tell you this, and you guys might not like to hear it. I sat down and I had an epiphany over this issue. And what occurred to me was that we've been getting this thing all wrong. The diaspora for the longest time has been expecting Nigerians at home to bear the mantle and the brunt of what happens next. End of quote. But the honest truth is, the ruling from the court in Chicago showed me one thing. Justice will not be found in the land of Lord Lugard. Because this same document, if it was placed before Nigerian judges, would not have seen the light of day. This is true. So Nigerians overseas, an estimated between 20 to 40 million of you, you must start the protests. You are where you will not be tear gassed. You are where you at least get up in the morning with lights. You can charge your phone overnight before you go. You are where you enter train to where you are protesting. You will not pay 600 naira a liter. You can go and start this protest. You are where if you take your placards and start, Tinubu must resign now in front of every high commission. The world will come and interview you faster than Channels TV will interview me if I started a protest in Lagos. Nigerian youth for Mobad gathered at Tollgate. They were tear gassed. But French youth, have seen them protest. So you people, the sanctimonious has ended. We did not do it in Nigeria. You must do it overseas. You must tell Christiana Mampo to force an interview. If I call for it from Nigeria, I will be picked up tomorrow by DSS. Chike Bezim is still in prison. Hashtags don't work here. When I speak like this, I tell some of you, put me in prayers. I have so many, because those of us here can have our rights violated and nothing will happen. So I must tell you that the mantle of this, of what happens next, rests with Nigerians in the diaspora. David Hundeyin is in the diaspora and has done more for us in the diaspora. A lot of you are well versed on the issues going on now. Go and pay for 30 minutes on the closest CBS or whatever television station and go and tell the world about what is happening in Nigeria. I cannot do it. Arise TV has, in every three on Arise, they have one Rufai, one Ayo, who on a good day can sway both one way or the other, and one Abati, totally sold out. And then every other station is in cahoots with the government. So if you are expecting a people who are in a failed state, who have been fully caged, to start what happens next, you are a hypocrite. I hope somebody is hearing me with humility overseas and understanding what happens next. Let us just agree on this so that we don't disturb ourselves. Now, I must say this. Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, I don't count Okowa. He might be in Turkey getting veneers. I don't know where he has been since the election. Yusuf Dati, at this point, your own level of cowardice has to stop. I am telling the other candidates, your own branded political brand of cowardice has to stop. Give the Nigerian people a date, Atiku Abubakar. You took this man to court and you have deposited him and everything on him has been found fake. Give the Nigerian people a date that we are coming out to march. Peter Obi, give us a date. You told us to stay indoors, and a lot of us have collected that insult. Peter Obi said we shouldn't go out. So we told a lot of people, we generals in the line, told a lot of people to follow you. Oh yeah, come and give Nigerians a date. All of you now, sit amongst yourself and give Nigerians a date for when we are coming out to drag this man out of Asu Rock. It will be hypocritical for us to think he will resign. If he was overseas, he would have resigned. And I want to also say this. Please, Remove any part of your brain that thinks you share in any stigma as a Nigerian, because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going through what he's going through. Remove it. I know why I'm telling you to remove it. The world will victimize you, and I need you. If not for anything, tell the world I am obedient and I did not vote that fucking drug baron. Don't mess with my Nigerian passport, so that you don't have a defeatist approach when the world starts kicking your ass, because they will. Why am I saying this? The same way in this movement, a lot of Igbo politicians spoke up against Peter Obi, and we dealt with them. It's a long list of names from Ekweremadu to Uzokalu. Nobody got up and said, oh, the Igbo nation, because one politician was insulted. But a lot of people have tried to paint it as if insulting Tinubu is insulting the Yoruba race. Insulting Wole Soyinka is insulting the Yoruba race. Insulting Buhari is insulting the Fulani race. I come from a tribe where the mistakes of one man has painted all of us, from Ozogu to Ojukwu to Azikiwe to Nnamdi Kanu. One person's foolishness has painted my tribe for decades. A lot of you are getting used to this. It is painful, but you can see it. The foolishness of one man can terraform the entire respect an entire tribe gets. The Igbos have suffered this a lot. I'm sorry, but for some of you, it's a brand new phenomenon. And this is something I want us to diffuse today as Nigerians. Tinubu's folly, Tinubu's failures are not your failures as a Nigerian. Why am I saying this? The former president of America, Donald Trump, is currently going through a trial. It does not signify the failure of every American. What it signifies is the failure of Trump, Trumpism, and the hordes of mad people who support him. Tinubu's failures are Tinubu's failures, the failures of the APC, and the failures of the young dimwits who have thrown their moral compass in the dustbin to support him. It is not your failure as a Nigerian. Please, I beg you. Please, I beg you, don't wear another man's filthy garments. I tell you, go out and tell the world, I did not vote him. I voted for Peter Obi. Google Peter Obi. That's who we all voted for. Him and his friends stole the election. Please give me back my Nigerian passport. Because the insults will come, and we must face them with a united front. But let me remind you that Muhammadu Buhari held back Abba Kyari from being deported to the United States under the Hush Puppy case. The police cohort of Hush Puppy was held back by the APC government and Buhari till today. True or false? So if you think if you think this Chicago, we must call for Tinubu's honorable resignation. But you and I know that based on his insolence in Nigeria, nothing might happen. That is where you guys who are overseas must make this an international issue. We don't have a Justice Maldonado in the Nigerian judiciary system. I am sorry. We don't have a Justice Gilbert in the Nigerian Appeal or Nigerian Supreme Court. I am sorry. So let us accept these facts. We must push for international news organizations, even down to DJ Vlad. Everybody must call for interview. For Tinubu must go for interview. The other day, Peter Obi, yesterday or 2 days ago, Peter Obi had an interview on Arise. You saw all these children of the roasted corn masturbating all over the timeline, insulting Peter Obi. The guts, considering their candidate has not done a live interview for any free press in the last at least 18 months to 2 years. All he does is lie, lie, lie. A lot of you, I judge you people mentally, because if you sit down and tell me that this charade is interesting to you, you are banking on impunity to escape, for Tinubu to escape. He cannot escape on anything else but technicalities and impunity. You should be ashamed of yourself if you're in the APC in this platform. You should be embarrassed. This is what you're putting Nigeria through. Their article, Chicago State University is, as far as I'm concerned, come back and come and check. Children's Home School Ibadan and St. John's are lawyer. Let's check the entire pipeline of this man's educational platforms. I told you people, leave everything else. Now this book, now we go hold on. A man has not gone to school from nursery to primary. As I speak to you, I have a WhatsApp group of my primary school, Corona Papa. Guess what happened? Corona Papa currently does not exist anymore. I have a WhatsApp group of that school. We are still together today. And a man is telling me this nonsense in 2023. And some of you are hearing this, and your brain is telling you that out of such a liar, excellence will flow forth. They gave him Lagos. It took him 17 years to build a railway from CMS to Orile. 17 years and $3 billion. Someone who cannot patch potholes. You look at the people that they nominate. Do you people understand that 48 ministers were nominated? Do you people understand that there are 36 states in Nigeria and the only governor you are hearing about is Alex Otti? If every governor was working with the intensity of Alex Otti, would we be here? The painful thing about the APC is that they are useless in governance and they are now causing us emotional damage. If the APC was working and Nigeria was good, but they were just always bringing out criminals, we will say, okay, this is maybe Chicago, the John Gotti style. They're just criminals, but at least they have a plan. They have Las Vegas in mind. They have Miami. They have the boardwalk. They have a plan. Brainlessness, division, rubbish all over the place. Point to one APC governor that is performing. Just point to one. Anywhere APC wins tribunal, doom in the land. Anywhere APC loses tribunal, celebration in the land. Please, you people should help me check. Is there any bigger democratic sign of victory and loss than that? They go, they rig appeal court tribunal. Everywhere was Nigeria looked like where they dropped a bomb. We have reached a point in this country where you cannot quote any newspaper article that has anything to do with politics from the year 2022 to 2023. It's all lies. It is all lies. Everybody is lying because of one man. Was he the only cocaine dealer in the 80s? And maybe that was the guy all of you snorted from. So maybe that's the fear. I don't know. Because I don't get this. The other day, Clark, somebody that has one foot in the grave, barely coherent, came out with dementia, supporting nonsense. Look here, young Nigerians. From all the indication, this man is more of 90 years old than 70. You will tell me, I said it on this platform, 1980s children are 40. 1990s children are 30 plus. Begin with them born 1999 when democracy started is currently 24 years old. A child born when Buhari entered power in 2015 is currently 8 to 9 years old. If you give that child Tinubu and Shetima, by the time that child is 18 years old and has a PVC, would that child know what Nigeria is with the amount of gaslighting that happens in this country? Will those children be interested in elections after they've been ruled by a president that they cannot do? I've always asked Tinubu, what will happen for primary 2, primary 1, primary 3 students when they must write that comprehension of October 1st? My president. What is your name? Where were you born? Who is your mom? Who is your dad? What schools did you go to? What will they write? Who are your children? Who are your wives? Let's start there. You think it's me you are doing? Go and sit in Aso Rock. Kill the entire country. I said it that this man is willing to burn down this kingdom just to be king over the ashes. And it's happened. Kill everybody. Kill everybody just to be in Aso Rock. No wahala. You have seen all the videos. There's a video on TikTok. They insulted one small child. You look like Tinubu. The child burst into tears. Is it me you're embarrassing, Bola Ahmed? Is it me you're doing? You think it's N6 or you think it's obedience or it's Peter Obi you're doing? Peter Obi that donated 50 million to one church in Soka, then donated 50 million to the Anglican church so that it will be balanced. You think it's Peter Obi you're doing? Look here, Nigerians, it is up to us. You have seen all the fake news media. It is up to you now to start your own Instagram page. If your name is Sylvester, call it sylvesternews.com. Start your own. You could be the next Concord. You could be the next This Day Tomorrow. If your name is Mary Chisom, start Mary Chisom. Is it not somebody that started lindaikeji.com? Is she not driving Bentley today? Did she say, oh, my name Linda Ikeji is too Igbo. Maybe the tribalists won't listen to my content. Let me change it to Linda Thompson. She wrote Linda Ikeji, worked at that blog for more than 10 years, and she's a rich woman today. Start your own. All the newspapers have been compromised. Start your own. We have started Parallel Facts. Start your own. Start your own. It has all gone to shit. Nigeria is finished. Make we know they deceive ourselves. If relationship no they work, it's better to tell yourself this relationship is over. It is finished. Then you start the hard part of reconstruction. It's a wrap. Nigeria attained 1,000 naira to $1. If what are you okay? What other economic indices are you waiting to show it's a wrap than that? Are you waiting till it reaches 2.5 or 10K? Oh, okay, what? 1.5? Look, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. If Nigerians don't destroy APC, APC will destroy Nigerians. I repeat, if Nigerians don't destroy APC, APC will destroy Nigerians. APC is on a pathway to destroy Nigerians. They don't know what they are doing. You have a minister of communication and he's talking about AI and this one and that one. When simple, the first job the Minister of Communication just go and ask MTN, Airtel, Globacom, why is it that you will load 1 month data to finish in 1 week? Why is it that you load 1 week data to finish in 3 days? Let's start from data consumption. If the minister can solve that one for Nigerians, he has solved half of our problems. But they will chase shadows. Nonsense. Where are the ministers? Where are they? He has an eye for recruiting talent. We still have a minister that is a youth copper, which is against the rules. Call one talent. I miss the old Nigerian villains. I miss the old Nigerian political villains. I miss the Diazanis. People that will go, they thief, they disappear. They don't come and thief and split the country. Diazani did not thief and clash the Yorubas and the Hausas head in NNPC. I miss the old villains. I miss the old Donald Dukes. They come, White Elephant Project, thief, build you nonsense that won't last. The old villains. I don't understand these new villains. These new villains that want to clash two tribes, that want to rule us by with always instigating a near civil war. I don't get these new villains. This new DSS to arrest Taylor. I don't. Who are these guys? People that will hear a dam in Cameroon wants to overflow and they do nothing about it. And then it overflows and just floods 32 states. And the same dam has sent letter and we are going to overflow again. And they are not doing anything. We have forgotten what happened with Lagdo Dam last year. Has anything been done by this government since then? You sit and you support the APC. You are a human being with a functional brain, with an eye, ear, hand, leg, and you support APC and Tinubu. You are a bastard. You are a bastard. It can never be well with you. It can never. You're not a patriot. You are not. You look at what these people are going to putting Nigerians through and you say that they are progressives. You can never be well with you. No problem. No problem. I'm telling you, dear Nigerians, prepare to drag Bola Ahmed Tinubu out of Aso Rock. Because if you people think that he will live kindly, it's a lie. And I'm telling you that The final standoff will be everybody in this corrupt, what Peter Obi calls what this thing of corruption. Everybody in the hierarchy of corruption. You will just notice they will form the final Avengers. Just watch. Make they predict this thing. I don't see them for dream. At the end of the day, all 48 ministers, APC governors, all of them are Benedictmo, they will now stand in front of Aso Rock in a final standoff with Nigerians that the world will cover. Now, me, they tell you now, as this thing go end, we will have to go and drag them out of Aso Rock. Anything short of that is that we are deceiving ourselves. Look at the facts, look at the data. Bag of rice, this one, fuel, this one, dollar, this one, pounds, this one. You can't even access the pounds. You can't even jackpot. You can't even leave the country. It's sad. But let me remind you, Nigerians, Tinubu's L is not your L. He will carry his cross alone. It has nothing to do with you. And if you go out and anybody insults you, gives you a tough time, rain fire and brimstone on their head. Be prepared to pull out your phone and show them photos of Peter Obi. Be prepared to wash Nigeria's dirty linen in public. Let it be clear that Nigeria's leaders are criminals. Be prepared, please, I beg you. But don't go and take anybody's L that is not your own. Tinubu and his people have messed up. They are going to carry their cross. Don't let any airport official, any nonsense, because I know it's going to come. I've been seeing the rumblings. Some other countries don't they get mouths. Yesterday they were dragging Nigerian women online. Some countries don't they get mouths. And we must be united in fighting for our respect. This stain, whether this man is removed from power or not, is a stain we're all going to bear. But I promise you that if anybody strikes you with it as an insult, strike them back. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We ran an election in 9 months and we won an election. And as proof of that election we won, the only governor that they even allowed us to have is the best performing governor in the country. Facts. The other that they are fighting us now to go and do re-election with is the only House of Rep member that submitted five transformers to his constituency under 100 days. For the next elections that are coming, please, I beg you, my people, vote LP, top to bottom. Imo State, Bayelsa, anywhere, the Delta, anywhere there's an election. We need a lot more Alex Otis. We need a lot more Alex Otis. Obedience, I love you. You are on the right path. Please, fight for Nigeria. Fight for Nigeria, I beg you. Stay angry. What these people have done to us is economic sabotage, is a travesty. In any other countries, they'll be brought out as traitors and imprisoned for life. Please, I beg you. Don't judge, don't fall for their lies, their gaslighting, and their sentiments. Stay strong. Love each other as Nigerians. Love each other. Love each other. They will fight us with tribalism. They will fight. Look at the other day, an imam came out. Yeah, if leave Mohbad for the Christians. Look at it. Look at it. The moral compass of the country is gone. But we are the last hope of Nigeria. We are the last buffer. And please let us stand strong. Don't get tired. If you reach you know if you use your main account, open a burner. But anybody that is leading Nigeria along lies or a path of unrighteousness, they must collect. Peter Obi won this election. Peter Obi won this election. Peter Obi won this election and it was stolen and rigged from him. That is a fact I want you to wake up every day and tell yourself. Atiku is the one that took Tinubu to court in Chicago. They are insulting Peter Obi and Obedience. Is it us that took him to court? Atiku, yeah. Is it us that took him to court? It's so sad where Nigeria is. It's heartbreaking. But please, don't remove your leg from the pedal. On October 1st, due to bad roads, a tanker fell, exploded, and almost 15 people died. October 1st. Don't pity these people, I beg you. They're not pitying us. Don't pity them. They're not pitying us. One chance got a young lady stabbed her throughout of this thing. They brought her to a hospital. She died on record. And there is a video of that girl speaking intelligently. That everything that girl came to this world and everything, that girl might have found the cure for cancer. Otilo. Because of Nigeria. Don't pity APC. APC is not pitying you. Don't pity Tinubu. Tinubu is not pitying himself. In this same 4-year period, Oyetola and Adeleke ran to America and read book, got 1 degree and came back. Since that time, Tinubu has not gone to LASU or LASPOTEC to struggle and collect one. Obasanjo still went and got degree in theology. Big boy. Big boy. You go hear him. Obedience, I love you all. At this point, I've listened to so many submissions. God bless you all. Keep the fire burning. Tinubu must resign now. It's our mantra moving forward. Enough of these insults. Enough of these insults. What's his name? Nixon no do reach this one for Watergate. He come out for America. Tinubu must resign now in his best interest. I yield.
All right.
Hey! Where do we start from there now? You see why I say I know. Imagine say this one talk before I can't talk. I don't go recon space again. I go just end down. People don't do my DM already. Say, Jimmy, are they vex? NCs don't talk now. Oh yeah. Maybe they go Washington. Oh double, so if NCs not talking, I don't know. Saying I go stand up, Abi. Bro, that was beautiful. As always, I had people asking me when NC submission. Eriwo! Yeah, he has spoken.
Because at this
God
point,
has
my
spoken.
brother, Atiku and in the
Clearly,
elections, who was
bro,
cheated in the elections? Was it my money? Was it
Sizu,
not them?
Sizu, and everywhere many Nigerians listening to me right now. CSU, they don't confirm, they don't disown the document. Say this certificate where this guy carry go meet Ineko, no be we give him under oath. It's now official. The transcript will be coming out, and guess what? I go rob him in. Oh, I go rob him in. That useless policeman, what did they call him? They tweet say, they don't arrest Naira Marley. Kilo come up with Naira Marley. There is no important news than this fake document. This Tinubu news right now is the world news. There is no news bigger than this in Lagos. No news bigger than this in Nigeria. No news bigger than this in Africa. No news bigger than this. Well, I said they don't impeach the Republican speaker. But that one has small news. Right now, Tinubu, in Saddam's voice, is a criminal. Officially a criminal. You can call him a presidential criminal. No be we talk am. We are not making it up. It is now out there. And no be Nigerian, they can't find them out. Now America here, Obodo Oyinbo here for Chicago, my Zanga. Olórí burúkú mọ́gàjí àwọn àtọ̀ọ́lé yín Tinubu kò ní record, kò ní certificate. Olórí burúkú ni. Adójútì ni. That's the president you have. Fake certificate. Fake certificate. Now you go to school where you say this school now 1974 they found the school, but you now 1970 you go. Now you go cut the grass, the founding fathers. Now you pave the ground where they take build the school. Baba Weri. See this madness
Tinubu has an
stuff.
NYSC exemption
Bro,
before NYSC exemptions existed.
see,
How are we doing this? How are we even discussing this as Nigerians? Maybe, Jimmy, we are that corrupt. Maybe.
bro, it's a Nigerian thing.
Because I don't understand.
It is a Nigerian thing. It is.
Look at the entire system of support the man has. Is there any sphere of Nigeria that this man has not gotten support from? High echelon members of society. Look at the entire charade. I would feel insulted if I went to school and graduated from I went to a Nigerian university graduate. I know the hellfire I went through. I would feel insulted if I had to defend a man. I feel defend them. But once I reach where I find out, say the guy no go primary, he no go secondary. He done the cap for me. Maybe like the way me and Saddam now, we don't date Saddam. Every time Saddam will say, I went to UNN. In N6, my big bro went to UNN. Me, self, half of the things why they make me they love Saddam. I say, go UNN. Now maybe one day Saddam go run for president. Everybody don't know say N6, Saddam, Vawulence space, 20 years friendship. Hey. Now I go find out say Saddam no go UNN. Then me I go come and come they defend Saddam. Can you imagine? As in, we they really play for this country. Oh. Will they really play for Nigeria?
Obedience. May una bombard it most social media platform. Screenshot as many as possible. WhatsApp, bombard everywhere. We have the numbers. I want it budget. Bombard everywhere. Instagram, screenshot and bombard. But get what? Only real news. No, Emma, don't hard to it, don't take out of it. Look out for the credible sources, the people that will be posting. Myself, Mr. Jackson, David Udenyi, you will know the parallel facts. Screenshots, you are allowed. WhatsApp, text message, send to people. Send it out there. Let people know. It's no more news. It is out there now. Worldwide news now. The criminal drug baron has added to his title. Is now an international forger. An international certificate forger. APC. Look
So
at what you put Nigeria to.
it is official.
Official. What
It's
is stamp
official.
whereby? What is stamp whereby? Legit in the confirm.
Plus identity theft. Plus identity theft.
Exactly.
And you
That's the best
We
way to
must
put it.
remember that identity theft.
see,
Because that forger, they still fit argue among technicalities.
you see, for me, the answers when he came out and he was saying, are we the cause? Are we the problem? Or I'm just so happy with all this expose going on right now because for me it is an unveiling of Nigerians. Let us see truly who truly love this country, people that really like this country. You will see all these people that were making noise for the past couple of days. All these your religious leaders, your traditional leaders, your opinion shapers in society, all of them, you will just see it right now, Nigerians, that we are on our own. Oyo is our case, Nigerians. They are all in the bag of that criminal. It is the unfortunate truth. But you're going to see it play out. Don't worry. On Sunday, some of your pastors are telling you, forgive, if it's the past.
Move on.
Forgive and move on. After all, Saul moved on. Samson, Barnabas moved on. Theophilus and the rest moved on.
Judas too, move on.
Judas also moved
Ananias and
on.
Sapphira forgave Lamba.
They will give you all of them, and you people will not see it for yourselves. No wahala, we did here. Thank you very
Obedience
much,
with
Brother.
skills. Saddam, obedience with skills. Translate the news in Hausa. Translate in Igbo. Let it get to the grassroots. Let people know what is going on. Translate it. If you can make a video out of it, speak Hausa, speak all the languages. Everybody monton jele.
And honestly
Hausa language. Bombard the one on the WhatsApp.
NC's called us out. Diasporans, please, in your cities, please let us start mobilizing. We just have to make this protest across. Let us make protests across the Western world. At this point in time, we have to denounce this man. We have to denounce this man openly.
Now go suffer. We were in Nigeria. They don't use poverty whole also. My passport, nobody they use passport for a year. You no get money, you no fit travel.
Nigerians in diaspora, please start organizing yourselves in your numbers, fix a date, and please sacrifice just one day. Enough, 1 day, 2-3 hours, come out in your numbers, 10, 20, 30 of you guys, showing your displeasure.
Tinubu must resign now. It must be an international hashtag.
Please. It is very, very, very important. And the way we push this hashtag, we don't know how far it's going to go. Somebody somewhere might jump on it and make it get more viral. But as it stands out like this, now we get ourselves. So, all right, let's pass the mic to people who have been speaking for so long. Thank you to you, my brother. This is wonderful submission. Jimmy, thank you for the addendum. Thank you so much. Welcome in Nigeria. I don't know if you're there. I don't know who's going to go next, but
But
please just take it
the
away.
problem now is that people are talking about this faith certificate too much.
Please, wait a minute, I beg no verse. I beg, run one for me. I beg, run one for me.
You are my classmate, Saddam. I
I
don't
know
think
now, please. Yeah, but I was missing
because
on our graduation day, so
you
you
will be
got
the
your own.
one that we go to TVC for me, please. You have
Please, I
gotten
beg,
your
run one for me.
certificate.
I beg, run my own. I forget them. The day when they do graduation, something
Saddam,
happened.
why stress yourself? Less than $1,000, you get interview with Reno Mokiri and online support. He has 2 million followers. Not for you. Hey, God, I
Hey,
beg you.
but anyway, congratulations to me. I just got my own certificate. CSU just issued my own certificate. I'm very happy. Please, after Tinubu resigned,
About how much you think pay runs down?
that's small thing.
Did
That's
you
small
pay in
thing.
coke or cash?
That's small thing. That's small thing. So after Tinubu resigns, I'll be running for office. Don't worry, me, I will not lie. I did not get first class. I don't have honor in my certificate, but I shall have a CSU certificate. So thank you very much. All right, let's just go back to our speakers. Okay, let's take ladies. Dr. Royal, you have been here for so long, so let's start with you. Go ahead.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Roman Nigerian. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Emma. Saddam, thank you, Sizzle. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Madam Madam. Thank you, everybody. I can't. Thank you, sir. Don't tire me to talk because it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I was going through what they call this news platform now, and I saw a post by one where they call him. They call the guy Temi Tokbe Ajayi, one senior special advisor to the president. If you can just go, just check it on Twitter, you see the guy is I think he should be on the jumbotron. Very, very sad. He was attacking Atiku that after all Tinubu had done for him, imagine exposing Tinubu to this level of ridicule and sometimes trauma, whatever, whatever. So these guys, they know the effect it has, or this whole issue now has on the presidency. How it has become an illegitimate seat at this point in time. And Susie, you said so much that people like us don't know what to go talk again, but when we give it the mic, we have to speak, say something. My kids were asking me this morning, Mommy, why, what happened? What's going on with the president? And I was speechless. I said it on Mindset Space today. I was speechless. I had to swallow saliva first and breathe in before I could answer, give a response to those children. Why is the president forging certificate? Why? So what kind of? I mean, how do you explain to the younger generation what is going on? We are taking all the glass blows. We are taking all the insults, all the everything, obedience, and all the works. How do you explain to these young children coming up, the ones in their teens, the ones in their tens? How in the 1, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15, 20? How do you explain to these children? How Okay, we can even see how Susie was talking. Mind boggling. Everybody that has been speaking since Emma, everybody that's speaking, how mind boggling and heart wrenching, and your mental health is like, it's gonna just tear apart. Then how do you explain to the young children what is going on? Now, of a truth, we have really seen the irreparable damage that they were talking about. It was real after all. It was real. It was real. I was wondering, this irreparable damage. I didn't quite understand. I knew what was going to happen, but I didn't quite. Now I fully grasp that it's an irreparable damage. I think what someone was saying is we need 100 years to undo what has been done. But thank God for what Sizzle said. Don't don't chest it, reject it, don't receive the name that you're being called. The people when get the L, make them chop them. Like what someone was talking about the Ariwola and all that, trying to put their children everywhere. We must reject these people. We must stand against them. This is not who we are. Yes, some of us are corrupt. Some of us are terrible. Some of us are devilish. The clamours of this world, the reno mockeries of this world. the FFKs and all the demonic people, they are there, but this is not who we really are. Nigeria has obedience. Nigeria has well-meaning Nigerians. Nigeria has people who are doing well all over the world. This is not who we are. We need to reject this. So yes, Jimmy, I agree with you. We need to reject it. So Saddam, I agree with you. We need to reject it. This is not who we are. And I know this was saying it's difficult to protest here. We know in our own way we're going to do them. We go do them. Those who are on ground will do it. Diaspora will do it. The whole world must hear the voice of Nigerians. This is not who we are. That should be maybe one of our placards. We are not, this is not who we are. We are better people. We have demons amongst us. We have forgeries amongst us. We have supporters of criminality among us. We have the bat idiots amongst us. I will say it with my full chest. We have the ones who support criminality. I was saying today in my space, I said, Mohamed Tinubu has no power. The power he has are his supporters. These guys, APC, they've got no power. The power they have are supporters. Look at Gabon president. He was crying out for help. Make una shout, make noise, make noise. That was an all-powerful president who thought he had the whole country under his feet. He closed down social media during the elections, rigged the fucking election and won. But what happened? He thought he had all the power. What happened to him? He was locked up in his room and was shouting to the world, hey, help. People, speak up, speak up. These men are not powerful. The power that they have are the people around them, the supporters, the ones who receive bribe, who deaden their consciences and refuse to stand for nationhood, but stand for their belly. The ones who are threatened are selfish. Because if you're not selfish, you will not succumb to threats. David, you then came out to speak out. He said, you know, go here. You came out in the UN to speak out. UN Human Rights program they had to speak up. He did a video on Twitter and posted it everywhere because he refused to succumb under threats. When you are threatened and you succumb, you are selfish. Because truth to all die and die. You have only once to die, only once to live. Nothing they happen. If you don't die for anything, that you never all the mathematicians of this world, how long did they live? Today, we are named as this song on this earth. Jesus Christ lived for only 33 years. Today we are still worshiping him. It's not how long you live. So if you keep having if you're being threatened and you succumb, you're selfish. That's the truth. Then if you're being bred and you succumb, you are just the scum of the earth. So these people have no power. The power they have are supporters around them. And if you are a supporter of bats and of criminality, woe unto you. The Bible says, offense shall come, or woe unto them. Woe unto you. Woe, that means curses unto you, to your fourth generation. Because this is shameful. This is cringing. This is heartbreaking. And the National Assembly must stand up and start. Yes, I'm going to stop right now. They're going to just start, what they call it now, impeachment proceedings on this man. Him and his vice should get out of that place. Then, of course, Supreme Court should do the needful. Then the people should stand up and protest against this criminality. We must speak up. This is not who we are. Cecil, I don't agree. This is not who we are. This is not who we are. We are better than this. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lore. Let's quickly go to Simon. Simon, you have been here for so long, then we'll come to Lady Liberty Champion. I can see you, Mr. Kolade. Call me Lexi. Sarah, you don't come. I can see you. Simon, are you there? Sarah, I want to believe you're not close to you. Okay, let's just go straight to
Well, minute before we proceed, I just saw. Okay, David, welcome. Nice to have you on the space. That's the Baba David di àsìkò tiwa lélẹ́yìí. Òun ló pa Goliath ńgbà ayé Bible. Ó tún wá pa Tinubu báyìí. Ó wá pa Jagaban. Ó pa Goliath. Ó tún wá padà wá pa Jagaban báyìí. Kárí ọmọdé yìí. Oríire ó kàn kìtì ó da láì. Yọ. O ṣeun. Amọ̀rí ọba. All right. That being
Jimmy, you don't use incantation, chop your network. Incantation, don't eat your network, Jimmy. Orishi.
Jimmy don't incantate himself.
American network, yeah, language. Say, no. You can't continue with this guy. Jimmy. Oh my goodness. David Unde, God bless you, my brother. Thank you for joining us on the platform. I beg you. You should come out and come up and make we hail you small. I beg, my brother. You don't try. As in, you are. I said it earlier on in my submission. I say every generation has a Goliath, and every generation needs a David to take down that Goliath. And in our generation, God brought you up and has used you, and they've hit these Goliaths. The problem now is Goliath used to be a man. This one now is a hermaphrodite. A man in the morning, a woman in the afternoon. A man in the night, a woman, a bat in the midnight. So you see, it's a mixture of different, it's a concocted Goliath. But my brother, God bless you for what you have done. Please and please do not relent. Stay strong, keep pushing. You have a whole movement behind you. Do not forget that. God bless you. All right, welcome to Nigeria. Back to you.
All right. Okay, I think Jimmy said his other phone. His other phone that. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to okay, Lady Liberty, please go ahead. After which we'll come to call me Lexi.
Hey, my
Sorry, ma. Sorry,
goodness.
ma. Sorry.
Okay.
Jimmy, you don't go bring
My phone, the
this
other
one.
phone don't off the remain and no verse. So
Jimmy, you don't incantate, sete.
no be incantation. I just dey hail David now. I just dey hail him. I dey hail the guy. You see? All right. So let me just hit the point straight. Miss Bell made a very valid point on a tweet she tweeted about 2-3 minutes ago. She said requesting for his resignation automatically, the VP is going to take over. But instead, uh, requesting for his resignation. Yeah, the VP is going to take over. But instead, we should demand for his disqualification, which is, you know, everything that goes with it goes out. So I think that's what should happen. So let's put that in mind. We don't want him to resign, because if he resigns, another devil is taking over. We want the resignation of them law. So let's note that, please. Okay, thank you guys. I just thought I should chip that in before, but incantation just run my battery down. But yeah, thank you, David, once again. God bless you, my brother. The seed you've sown, even though we've been hearing about this thing, but you took it a step further. You dug into it. You brought out the proof and evidences to show people, and you were persistent. You were always hammering on it, hammering on it, hammering on it. If you had not done that, Atiku won't pick it up as a tool to use. So now Atiku is now the bad person for humiliating Tinubu. Good for them. Ti bere. Wọ́n ṣe bèrè orí burúkú wọn ni.
Tinubu is not a
No,
bad
it's not a
person
bad.
for rigging
No, no,
election for his
no, it's
friend
not.
Atiku from his
No, it's,
friend.
it's Atiku
I
now,
mean,
because Atiku disgraced him internationally. So now it's Atiku's fault. It is Atiku. These are the kind of animals we are sharing the same country with. Àwọn tá à ń pè ní Nàìjíríà tájọ ń gbèlú nìyẹn o. Don't worry, we'll get to that very soon. But thank you, David. You can request for the mic. You know you always have a house seat here anytime you come. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Back to you, 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, Lady Liberty, go ahead.
is there a way, technology wise, we can run Tinubu's face through the databases of other African countries? I have a theory about his childhood, but I can't really place it. I still think, I don't know if it's scientifically possible that with maybe the face a man has now can be run through a database to find out what, his origin. I still think this man is still somewhere under Bonaventure something from maybe Angola or Burundi. I'm telling you, the day will carry this guy's face to one quiet province in Conakry. Now we go here and say, this is Umfufu Pamalele now. This is our guy. I'm still telling you that I don't know why I believe this, because what age did he get to Nigeria? If technically his age starts in Nigeria at about 17, 18, he grew up somewhere. His mother didn't cover him in a calabash for the first 2 decades
I
of his
recall.
life.
Wait.
No be so I talk this thing till
Wait
David
now,
go find this guy Guinea
calm
passports.
down, calm down.
Okay.
Did you say Mfufu Ingilani? What did you just call that man?
Mpumalanga Bomaventure. I know they call okay. Okay.
Ah, God have mercy. A mysterious human being is in that
That
syrup.
that sounds like a name of that man where they inside the gods are not the gods are not crazy. I mean the gods are crazy. It's not like that man where they wear this thing. We be like Brahimo grandfather. That man.
Okay, when you have time, call a Kenyan and say the name Yekini Amoda Shangodele. How does that one sound? Has that name not has it not come up? Una go still this Bonaventure, una go okay, we'll land at this bus stop. Make I just they ask my question, they go. I have my own theories.
Probably they look for fake certificate for Nigeria too many. Many people they say run my own run my own. That's why people don't they wait for Tinubu things. Lady Liberty, please go ahead.
In fact, I don't know. My people, I greet all of you where they hear me, and all of you where they speaker, and all of you where they listen. From Violence Radio to the YouTube channel to everywhere, I greet all of you seriously and seriously. You know, Sizo, when you started your submission, I noticed that you actually did your best to stay upbeat. I could notice, in fact, I sense I don't know what to call it. That normal Sizzle way of giving no submission. There was something there, It's a really, really sad day for Nigeria as a nation. So I actually sense this in your submission, in the tone of your voice, that you really, wanted to just keep it level and keep everybody, upbeat. And I thank you for that effort that you put there, because like Dr. Royal said in one other space, it's a real sad day for Nigeria. And you are spot on with your submission. From our various spaces, we've come to realize that we cannot continue to castigate our fellow Nigerians back home, because the circumstance they are under, even as you, Cizo, it's not easy, because you cannot blame the victims who are being victimized right now. So yes, you're right. And I'm sure the dog whistle is out, and I can assure you, I trust my diaspora and obedient and well-meaning Nigerians. I go begin to see things that happen. It's definitely going to kick off, because already me and some people done the dialogue quietly. It's going to kick off. It's really, in fact, by the way, people, some of you might be here and not know, the Speaker of the House for US has been voted out of office. Share you people, they see something. So, hey, life, I'm going to Capitol tomorrow. I'm going to be there. Any activities going on, I'm going to soak it up. It's really exciting. Anyway, my people, thank you so much, Cecil, for your submission. And thank you so much, because at one point I actually know where to pick up from, because it was difficult, but you kind of gave me a way in. So my people, well-meaning Nigerians have, well-meaning Nigeria, thank you, my brother. Well-meaning Nigeria has put a tweet on the Jumbotron. Well-meaning obedience and Nigerians, we can eat and chew gum at the same time. In the midst of the obstacles we face, we managed to put in one LP candidate governor in Abia State. It's not impossible. We can do it, Please come out, and this Sunday we're having a town hall for our 3 off-cycle candidates. Election coming up in November 11th for Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo State. Nothing is impossible for us. We have demonstrated we are capable. As bad as the system it will be, we have learned, and this time around we will be doubly prepared. So please come and support our candidates for their elections in November. So it will be a question and answer session. We'll try and make it very interactive. And they also need support. Because, as you guys are aware, they are fighting against people that have their hands in the national treasury. So they have a bottomless pit. So the way we've done it, we'll continue to do it. State by state, we will deliver our country. We will deliver our country. In fact, Saddam, I beg, I want to put a call out. The people that design the all eyes on judicial, I beg, make una design something about disqualified Tinubu now. We have to trend
that thing. We have to, so not be. So Saddam, update your tweet, I beg. Maybe you go do JT competition again. The best design for disqualified Tinubu now. All forms of logo and so that we go begin to trend and use that. That will be the next merchandise. The next memorabilia that we go collect, because I've collected quite a few now in my own archive. When I'm telling my children and grandchildren the story of a time in Nigeria, those are the evidence I will demonstrate. I'm going to show to them. My brother David Udeni and Chude, well done to you guys and to everybody, to Arewa Chick, everybody. Lady Pearls, you are fantastic. UC Maxwell, I see you. JP and all of you. John Ville, magnific dude, Lady Madonna, our women leader of Lagos, I see you. Aboki Nagiri, it's about saving our country. We have to do what we can. So, my people in diaspora, I will trust you to use your initiative. We will do and continue to fight. So, please support us on Twitter Space this Sunday at 3 p.m. as normal, as usual. What we do best, let's continue doing. If I make a do one amebo, I kind of listening to the Agbado space this morning. My goodness, the lamentation is beyond belief. Is beyond belief, man. Those people, to the point where they are castigating Atiku. In fact, some people are advocating that Tinubu must go and dig up fake or real, any dirt they can find on Atiku. It was so hilarious to be listening to, I'm telling you, this is wonderful. But let's just keep going. I want to thank everybody for making me a very, very proud Nigerian. I'm not ashamed to be a Nigerian. No, I beg, I'm not ashamed to be a Nigerian. See, Nigeria is my country. Tinubu will not spoil it for me. He not go spoil them for me. I'm not ashamed to be. I'm a proud Nigerian. Anytime, any day. So people, hold your head very, very high. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Not them. We know who the enemies of Nigeria.
God bless you.
We know who the enemies of Nigeria are. They are making themselves very known. We know them. So they are the leprechauns and chameleons are really turning into their true color. So we're seeing them. So we know who they are. So when that time comes, we know those that we are going to take down one by one. In fact, they are. Look, people, well done. This is my proudest moment in Nigeria as a Nigerian, that we can, hold true to power the way we are doing as a family and as a movement. And David, thank you for everything you've done. You have been like the lone voice, the John the Baptist in the wilderness. Thank you for dropping all those nuggets that you're giving to us, that we are galvanizing and multiplying the effect. Everybody, known and unknown, we give you thanks for everything. You see, a new Nigeria is possible. It's possible. Nigeria does not belong to Tinubu. This hot seat, he can't sit down for him. In fact, well-meaning Nigerian, I am using the mic. Please send me my own certificate, please. Thank you.
Wait, did you school from home? That's the problem.
Yes, so I have you say, every great leader, every great woman leader schools from.
Hey, great men and women.
No, great women too. Great women too. They study at home, not just men.
I have seen it. All right, thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go straight to Call Me Lexi. Call Me Lexi.
Women Nigeria, I beg, no vex. Please. This thing is funny, but make we see play them again, please.
Those days, great men today, they wrote GC from home. Not everybody in those days went to the four walls of the schools, of secondary schools. I'll mention names. One of the greatest lawyers this country has ever produced, that has the best university today, Afe Babalola. He did not get formal education in the four walls of the school. Afe Babalola. Great men all over the world. So it is a virtue, not a vice. I want to tell you that. So that's done and dusted. Next one.
The controversies are on ending because
I'm resolving them one by one. I'm resolving them one by one. You are the one playing it off. I'm giving you answers.
We're having a conversation.
No, but I'm telling you that you are the one playing it off.
Really.
Because people, let me tell you that people just take stories out of social media and regurgitate them on networks like this. We got detectives on social media.
We're talking about social media reports.
No, no, it's social media.
In 1999, when he was running, the certificates that he dropped out right now, and the forms that he did submit right now to run for president, the certificate, there's discrepancy there. That has been
Chicago State University.
That wasn't submitted in 1999.
Okay. Which one did he submit?
Where's the primary?
I just explained that to you now.
You're confirming to us that he didn't go to a primary school. Is that what you're saying?
He did not reveal it. But I'm just telling you that he did not reveal it. But I'm telling you that in those days, you don't have to go. You don't have to. They read and pass GC from home. Great men do.
And secondary school?
Great men. Yeah, the secondary school. That's GC now.
Yeah.
Yes, they pass it from home.
Okay. Or they pass it from home?
Yes, okay. Great men do. And it's a part of it is fact, it is one of the virtues that you used to know great men. So that they read and go to school. That they read from home. They read and dug in and burned the meat.
See, these are Bessie Papa. These are Bessie Papa. We get children. This was the ticket that gave him.
Even worse, this is a lawyer.
This is what when they called him, he said, "I must be a minister."
He's a minister.
This was a tape they played that gave him ministerial appointment. Great men do. See, have you forgotten me? The proponent of great men do. You gave every other minister, you didn't give me. Great man. Ha!
And he was given Minister of Aviation.
Aviation.
I will not be rushing to enter any flights for now.
Great men fly. Great men fly. Great men fly.
Of all positions.
One day, imagine make you meet pilot for plane. Pilot tell you, I did not study piloting. Great pilot studied from home. You go enter that flight. Maybe they play for this country. Maybe they play.
See, guys, let me just use this opportunity. Look, we're just saying all these things. Let's just not forget the fact that David actually brought these things to limelight. Honestly speaking, we can't overemphasize how much this man has done. And we have about 2,800 people here. The least you can do is just subscribe to his African Daily News. You can do that just to show him love. Okay, you've already registered, you've already subscribed. You can subscribe for 2 or 3 more people. That is the least you can do. I've done that, and I did that since last year, close to a year now. And I subscribed. I did that with I'm doing it for 2 people, including myself, making 3. And all of that, you see, Yoruba people. Let me just say a quick prayer. Yoruba people says in Yoruba money, aloye. Igi yeregun lóko David òkun kì í gbẹ ọ̀sà kì í gbẹ àṣírí ẹ̀kọ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ tú lójú ewé ojú òní ẹ̀ tì ojú kì í ta mọ́ koko lójú àmọ́ ayé ó máa fẹ́ ẹ ó sì máa fẹ́ tayé. God bless you, my brother David. You've done a great job and we will forever cherish you. You see, it's good that we Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, the world, they are looking, they are listening to some people are whispering, they are calling their so-called president out. I think we did not put him there. We did not support him. We knew this from the onset. We knew this. We've been shouting since yesterday, but I won't come back. They won't as Saddam always say. Now, Babich, they go ask for them. We grew up with them. We went to the same class with them. They are now displaying their potentials now. Anyway, let me not hog the mic. We have people waiting. A lot of people are requesting for the mic. Thank you so much once again, David. Back to you, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, call me Lexi. Please go ahead. 4 minutes.
I cannot sit here and reveal all my strategy. Good evening, my fellow violencer.
What an intro.
Good evening, my fellow violencer. I don't want to reveal my strategy here so that because I'm the first speaker to speak on this space, I will wait when others speak. You can now call me back. That's how I'm coming in. You see, I don't have much to say, honestly. One thing I want every one of us to understand is this thing that CSU revealed is not new to anybody. Even our old parents, they know that this man is fake. But it is just so sad that those who are to stand up against him have been bought. They have been bought one way or the other. Our parents knows. They knows. But those who are to stand up, they have been bought. The likes of Showere that call himself Soyinka, those who are to stand up and fight for us, they have been bought. It is now left to us to find our voice and speak for ourselves. It cannot continue like this. This man will not resign. Let's just be honest with ourselves. This man will not resign. And to Atiku, I will thank him on one side, and on the other hand, I will not thank him. The mistake Tinubu made was, if Tinubu knew that Atiku will gone this far, I swear he will have negotiated this. And Atiku will accept. Tinubu negotiated this at a dime minute with him. By that time, it has already gone international. Every eyes are already on CSU. We, the obedience, have trained it. That is when Tinubu tried to block him and tell him if he can withdraw it. Atiku then cannot withdraw it again. You think that man is doing anything for us? He doesn't have choice now. He doesn't have choice. If it is in the beginning, they are going to sit down and talk how they will divide the country. They have already destroyed this country. There's nothing left again. It is for me and you to take back our country. It is disqualification straight. That is what we want. It is disqualification, no resign. We don't want Tinubu to resign. So that immediately they disqualify him and all his cabal, they will just sink. Piam! Then we start again. Everybody has been fucking bored. Just talk about every aspect of this country. That man have bought everybody. Uncle Otimi, they said something. Thank God for Tinubu. A lot of people will have gone to grave with honors. Do we expect Soyinka to be acting like this? See the likes of Judas that we call them judges. They are all Judas. They betray Nigerians. They will have gone to grave with honors if not for Tinubu. In fact, I enjoyed this. I enjoyed it because if they have given Peter Obi this mandate, we will not know this. They will have been riding on their honor, keep going like that, and we won't know that they are all evil. There is still more to understand about this man. Another part has been unlocked. I don't even know who this man is. I don't fucking know. Don't be surprised if tomorrow comes again, we see another one. Who the fuck is this man? And you know one thing, since we have been guessing who is Bola, we are just saying Adebola, Kinika Bola. Nobody could think of Abimbola. That's how deep Yoruba name is. That's how weird Yoruba name is. Nobody could think of Abimbola that we can bring Bola from Abimbola. Can you imagine? You bought a whole human being just for your own selfish interest. This man did not go school. Like the last videos Adam played, that man is somebody's father. He's crying. A old sandust, a old liar, not lawyer. Great men, great men, great men. I've never heard it in history that anybody write exam from home. When it comes to Tinubu, he wrote his own at home at the age of 5 years old. And Olori Buruku. They don't even let us even understand ourselves again. They want to make us look like fools. Like we don't even know what we are doing. You will listen to this APC, then you will start asking yourself, am I okay? Is this person that is not okay, or me? Nigerians, let's start our ground. We can do it. We have come this far. Peter Obi said there is going to be light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to be a long night, and he's going to walk it with us. This is another part night. Please don't give up, and we are going to get there. It's always good to speak on the violence space. Thank you, everybody.
All
I use
right.
the mic.
Thank you very much. Call me Lexi. Thank you very much. Quickly, if you're on the speaker section and you intend to speak, ensure your hand is up. Onyen, you have been here for so long. Sorry. Um, Please go ahead. After Onyen, we'll come to Pastor Jacob. The incoming governor of no, not incoming, the governor of Abuja. I see you, sir. We'll come to you soon, sir. Onyen, are you there? Okay, but that's when you don't forget our phone. Okay, let me just go to Pastor Jacob. Pastor Jacob, condolences. I think I just got to know this evening that you lost your mom. Our sincere condolences from the whole of the obedient movement. I know everybody cannot come and grab the mic, but we pray that God will give you the strength to bear the loss. So please go ahead, sir, if you are there.
Good evening, or still evening here, soon to be a new day. I want to greet Emma Saddam. Thank you so much for asking after me. I was glad and privileged, to receive your DM asking about me and my family. It makes me glad. It makes me, feel proud of this movement and family. I really appreciate. And many Nigerians, CSU, your dexterity and articulate way of presenting issues. In fact, God bless you. Everyone here, Jimmy is my general. I love Jimmy. Thank you, General Ibrahim and Ibrahim from the North, Arewa Chick, everyone here. We are so many and our professor. I want to really be glad. I thank God. Thank God, our aged parents, they will go and of course, as a believer in Christ, we don't die, right? We go to rest and surely our work will follow us and then we are to rise again. So thank you for all that. Within the time limit I have, I want to really be glad for all the submissions here. And then one thing I want to pick, which I intended, which was what made me to request for the mic. I was knocked off by network when Sisu mentioned it. I know that there will be challenges, especially for those of us who will be having dealings in international dealings, travel to other nations and all that. Yeah, there will definitely be challenges. But listen, I also look at this in another way. Tinubu's, fakery and forgery and identity theft. I look it in this other way, that it will purge our nation. And our politicians too will sit up and other Nigerians too, because a lot of us, so many, are with correct certificates. Those people who, the politicians we are seeing with all of these, fake certificates, corruption and all that, that's the reason they are there. They don't want to follow the normal process and they want to, hide under politics and get the money to really suppress Nigerians who went, to study very hard and have their certificates. I have my own. From beginning, anyone who is obedient will know. Those who follow this movement, apart from, APC and APC supporters, how can somebody that has a certificate be tried or appeal releasing that certificate? From there, you will know that there are fake things there. You will be able to deduce, you will conclude it's fake. And so we must not despair. Nigeria is not gone. That's what I believe. Rather, the challenges you are going to face, of course, will make you to always be along with your documents. None of us will dare to do that. As obedience and well-meaning Nigerians, you want to travel or have any dealings, with fake certificates, with fake identity, morality will increase. That is what I see happening. Yes, Nigeria's name is being dragged, but it is known that Tinubu, the INEC Select, is the one that has, the forged certificate, and the man just have to be disqualified. Those of us who have some few decades to live, we are still ready
to support in this, request for this man to go. Me, I choose to be different, and that is what I'm going to do. I cannot be quiet. And in our circle, in the Christian circle, pastoral circle, those who are quiet and are compromising, I mean, they are being exposed now. They can now see why this man should not have been supported even at the initial stage. And those who are saying that we should move forward, we never moved forward. We have to stay on the matter, and truth is coming out. It's out, official, confirmed that his certificate is fake. He has to be disqualified. So Nigerians, youth and adults together, we just have to speak. We just have to act. We must do something. It mustn't go scot-free. Obedience, thank God for all of you here. Steve, I see you too. We are praying, and we are also trusting that you win. The best candidate will win the primary of a Labour Party in the obedience movement. God bless us all. Thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jacob. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let me take Sarah. Sorry, just contact that for you. Let me call you before you sound show me. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I
Hi,
see say
everyone.
you don't reply your October reply. See you in November.
I can sue you for that statement, so I'll sue you guys. Yeah, so quick one. I actually
If not
wanted to.
Samani caught you carry that thing, go ahead or throw it out on technicalities. Oh.
Yeah, which
Suing
nothing.
anybody is not a threat in Nigeria now.
Our courts in Nigeria are useless. No one respects
Samilari will settle it.
no one respects our courts, no one respects our judges, and that's just sad and despicable. We have people in jail. Look at Chibaism that they've told to release, but is still being locked up. Look at what's happening with Mazin Amdekano, and I mean, these are just a very few of the people who has shown us that our courts are very useless and despicable in this country. So, quick one. I don't know. Anytime I come up here, you just always know that it's because of Sizu. Sizu, you always push me, even when I don't want to come up here. So, this is just one of the very, very few times I would come and say this. Number one, yeah. Today, I'm not really excited about our hashtag. I am not in support of it, and I do not even think that we should even be pushing for it because it doesn't, to me, I don't know, I don't want to use a derogatory term, but I don't think it's something we should be pushing for because I mean look at the person you want to resign, the same man who came out and lied about his WAEC, the same man who came out and lied about his primary school, the same person who came out and lied about his workplace, the same person who said he worked with Deloitte and Deloitte said, well, we don't know this person. The same person who came out to say that the money he made it from Deloitte. The same person who came out to lie about his school and where he's schooling. For crying out loud, this same man is lying about his own name, his own children, his own wife. Don't even know the name that they are using. This is the same person who came out to lie about his age and lie about his certificate just because he wants to get to power. Just because he wants to grab that power. This is the same person you think would resign. Of course, you think he did not know that he was forging his certificates. Or you think he did not know that he was lying about his age, about his antecedents, or about the things that he was supposed to submit to INEC. The person who forged the result himself, to the point whereby, can you imagine that the documents that was even presented in court for this Peter Obi and Atiku's case here in the Justice Tsunami's court and the four thieves in Nigeria here, the documents that was presented that they said, oh, this is from CSU stamped. CSU has said today that we never gave this document to you people. This is not from us. The same document that was submitted here in our court, the same documents that Tsunami and the four thieves used to say, okay, I'm dismissing this particular case because I got the certificate or we got the certificate from CSU. That's the same person you want to resign. The same person that his first 100 days on the seats that he stole were filled with 100 lies, from subsidy to NASDAQ to the visa ban, to being the only African leader to see Joe Biden. Even as before he even left Joe Biden's office, they were already even putting bans in different states in Nigeria. The same person who came out to say the Air Force jet that was actually brought down by terrorists, all the terrorists were neutralized. But we saw a video of the terrorists on bathroom slippers. Some of them were not even wearing anything. Terrorists on bathroom slippers brought down our national military. That is the person you think would resign. The person who did all of this just to retain power. A person who came out to say he's going to run with Muslim ticket. And he didn't even back down from that. A person who said, oh, this person that is going to run beside me, from out of everybody even saw in the entire APC criminality organization, he went to go and pick the terrorist himself. A person who said out of everybody he was going to run beside should be the useless Shetima. A man who made the same principal who was seated right there when girls were in school and taken out, he made that same principal his commissioner for education. Like he was telling her, oh, thank you for allowing Chibok to come and take those girls. We're not ready in this country. And some people were saying, oh, I think it was Jimmy, when we're telling people to come, let's do a peaceful protest in the UK. Nobody came out. Of course, nobody's going to come out because Nigerians, we like to talk. Cho, 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 from morning till night. How can one person, even if you want to say everybody has been paid to what extent? Are they more than the people? You want to sit down and say he must resign, you tweeting he must resign, he must resign. How can that work? It won't work. Somebody who will come and fight everybody and go crook and nail to make sure that he pays people just to stay in power. The only thing we can do and the only way we can get it done is if we start coming together to ensure that our constitution is being obeyed. As stupid as our constitution is right now, as crazy as it is, as useless as our judges and our courts have actually allowed it to be, we need to actually start coming out to ensure that the little we could save, the little we can save from that constitution is being adhered to. Did he win the election? You are telling him to resign. Somebody did he even win the election? Did he even, the document is submitted to INEC to even start with? And when we start talking about these kind of issues, or when we start raising these issues, we always leave INEC out of it. That is what even pains me. We always leave INEC out of it. Is INEC not well equipped to actually carry due diligence on every document it is being given? Is INEC not well equipped to carry out due diligence on certificates before anybody or any aspirant is allowed to run? Is INEC not well equipped to carry out due diligence on the schools that people claim that they attended? You're telling me you attended a school before the school was founded? Now you go lay the brick for there, now you put the foundation for ground. I don't understand. The way you built Lagos was the way you built the school. And everybody's just sitting down. Everybody's calm. People are folding their arms. People with PhD. Oh, we don't want to say a word. He's the one in government. People with their doctorate degrees, they don't want to say a word. You want to sit down and start typing, Tinubu must resign. And you look at your tweets, oh my God, they say I should resign. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to resign. He will go and resign for you. Congratulations. We're not ready. We're not ready at all. When we are ready, we'll tell ourselves the truth and tell ourselves enough is enough. Are they more than us to start with? Are they more than us? An election you stole, the people sat down, you people did nothing about it. Okay, let's make it peaceful. Let's go to court. The day everybody was supposed to come to court, some people sat down in their houses. Oh, Justice Tsunami. Tsunami is saying rubbish inside your house on top of your chair. You think that is where they will come and respect your voice? You think that is where they will come and meet you? We're not ready in this country. When things like this happen, when a whole lot of things start happening like this, we need to start realizing that we need to put people into, like, let's start putting things in place. Let's start putting people in mind. People are putting their lives at risk. People are putting a whole lot of things in place just to make sure that we get the truth and we get facts right. But when we get the truth and when we get facts right, what do we do about that fact? What are we doing about that truth? Now we have everything, all the documents. CSU said we didn't give it to him. What are we doing about it? We need to start waking up, because sometimes, like, I don't understand. I feel like we just like to talk all the time. let Tinubu resign. Go and sit down and let him resign now. We need to start working. We need to start coming out as a people. Let's understand that these people are not more than us. Let's understand that this country belongs to us all. Everyone is suffering. Look at the price of fuel today. Everybody is suffering in the country. Nothing is available to anyone. Every day our greed keeps falling. Every day our greed is falling, falling, falling all the time. I don't understand what we're doing as a people. What are we doing as a people? We have the facts now. We have seen the certificate. We know their lies. What are we doing about it? I yield.
Or okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah. I know it can be. I mean, what's happening in Nigeria can be very annoying. Caesar, I can see your hand up, so I'm sure you quickly want to say something. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Your point is actually very valid. Like I said, what are we doing as a people? I never condemn without offering advice. Step one, Nigerians in the diaspora, obedience and PDP alike. Unless you people are saying una, same number with Bola Tinubu, have no numbers. This is currently all Nigerians. Even if you are a young Nigerian in the APC and the scales have fallen off your eyes, let us start with plans of action. Action one, Nigerians in the diaspora, please start off planning how you're going to start little pockets of demonstrations in front of the closest Nigerian High Commission to you. We have charged the diaspora with this. If we don't see it from you people, do not expect it from us. I currently have no light. My phone is charged to my power bank. My Wi-Fi is charged to my second power bank. My mini fan is charged to my third power bank. If you are telling me, say na me go stand for road to do Tinubu must resign against Asari Dokubo, you know say they want yourself. So you in the diaspora, start with make every Nigerian High Commission uncomfortable. You have a 7 to 14-day period. You are exercising your civil rights in countries where you will not be trampeded, gaslit, or tear gassed. When you start that, you then show the people who are at home paying 600 naira a litre with no electricity after the national grid has collapsed multiple times. You're then showing those people that maybe, just maybe, if the people in saner climes are carrying this matter on their head, what about you who is actually going through hell and high water? So thank you, Sarah. But I, at this point, will throw this challenge back to the Nigerians in the diaspora. And I know you people and your power of galvanization. I'm sure that with this new challenge, something definitely will go on. There is more of a ragtag. Am I going to tell 40 million out of school children, 62% unemployment, 4 million out of school in Kano, 8 to 10 million out of school in northern? Now those people now go come. Which language will I speak? Am I going to tell them in Lagos to come out and protest? Then they'll make it a tribal issue, and then some of the Igbos will say they won't come out, and I'm an idiot to come. Where do I start? So you guys who are overseas, please, I beg of you, set this example so that we can then use this as galvanization to push the Nigerians at home. I like to call them diasporarians. Our Nigerians in the diaspora were very, very pivotal to this entire obedient movement and even the whole electoral process. Please, I beg of you, in the first side of this discussion, of this hustle, it was obedience from overseas sending money while we in Nigeria did the heavy lifting. I'm sorry, the anointing has shifted. We need obedience overseas to do the heavy lifting. And then we in Nigeria, we don't get money to help out financially. We promise to pick up the mantle. I promise you, I believe in my people. And I tell you that the little Mobad protest, the little civil servants against Umahi, you can see the little pockets of agitation. Even NLC and however they got bribed to end it, we can still see that Nigerians are still willing. They just need a push. And I must say this once more. The final challenge to Atiku, because I will ask you, dear Atiku Abubakar, It is better you use this money and bought Gucci outfits and new Louis Vuitton loafers than you use this thing, paid for lawyer, drag Tinubu in Chicago. Then at the end of the day, you did nothing about it. You are as naive as anyone else if you're thinking that Nigerians that are suffering will do anything for you. Come out, give us a date. You have proven that there was some identity theft and forgery and perjury in all of these issues. Give Nigerians a date. Stand on the road and we will come out and stand with you. Complete what you have started. Complete what you have started, Atiku Abubakar. And maybe, just maybe, the way history has been tweaked and some of Obasanjo's villainy has been removed in the public perception for supporting Peter Obi, maybe, just maybe, Atiku, there might be some salvaging for your reputation amongst Nigerians. I yield. God bless you all.
All
Uh,
right. Okay,
well,
Jimmy.
let me just say this quick before you move on with other speakers. N6, I disagree with you on this one. I absolutely disagree, but I don't want it to be a back and forth thing. But my question is going to be this: what is going to happen if Nigerians in diaspora don't do anything? We are not the one buying petrol at that cost. We are not the one going through that hardship. So I want us to be very, very realistic with this, but I don't want it to be a back and forth thing.
Oh
Nigeria,
no! I can answer that question in 1 minute, and
go ahead.
I hope my answer convinces you.
All right.
If Nigerians, I'm showing you a Nigeria in a full state capture, and one of the biggest examples of it is in the capture of the media. I promise you, if 100 Nigerians, let's agree on a simple math. If 100 Nigerians in New York or 100 Nigerians in London went to the Nigerian embassy or the Nigerian High Commission, held up placards, Tinubu must resign now, disqualify Tinubu now, and made it a social issue, chanted, marched, and even went as far as maybe fundraising and calling coverage from the BBC and the rest of them. Or 100 Nigerians in Nigeria gathered together, walked to the front of Channels Television, paid, and protested with that amount, with the same placards. Please, my brother, which one do you think would have more impact? The Nigerians in the diaspora. So, like I said, I understand where at this point it totally does not mean anything to you. But remember, SARS was not beating Nigerians in the diaspora. But when NSAS got to where it got to, they could also help out with some heavy lifting. I am sorry, but I promise you, we are beaten to death in this country right now. 90% of the bank accounts in this country don't have up to 500,000 naira. It is a fact. Please, I beg of you. Those of us in the nightclub business, we will tell you that sometimes you go get club go choke 2,000 people. Make I show you how much then spend at the end of the night, you'll be shocked. Probably 10 people really buying drinks and everybody else taking shots. So please, I beg you, dear Nigerians in the diaspora, you really have no dog in this fight. But at this point, speaking on behalf of Nigerians at home, I'm telling you, we are battered beyond repair. I believe that at this point, help us out and get these stories to their Mampos, to the Al Jazeeras. These are platforms that will speak for us more credibly than TVC or TVC will just say it's a bunch of Igbo people that are outside. That's the end now. Channels, Shewa Kimbaloye will come, flash our faces, and leave the protest we're talking about and tell you, oh, this person that is protesting is one person that. Don't you see what they do with Rufai? Go to Rufai's page. I pity the young man's mental health. Help us out. I don't know, Jimmy, but I hope I've managed to convince you with my little pointer. God bless you. We could have a private discussion later on, and I'll give you some more ideas, I think, on moving forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caesar. All right. Okay. Big Mac, you are here. I wanted to go. Abuja governor, I've drove to. I was going to go to. Okay. Okay,
Hey,
Big
our
Mac.
incoming governor of Abuja has dropped.
Yeah, I'll bring you back up now. Big
Okay.
Mac, let's quickly come to you. Why I try to bring him up.
Um, Good evening, everybody. Good evening. From my end, that's why I'm saying good evening and good day of everybody, and good night wherever you are at this point in time.
Yeah, I request the mic because I want to disagree with you on that statement about diaspora. Cecil, I know the angle you're coming from, but I totally would not accept it because diasporans, some of us are disappointed. I will tell you straight up. Some of us are so disappointed um, after investing everything we can to make Nigerians see from where we are what we are talking about when it comes to good governance. If after now they cannot see it, they believe they can't stand up to this government, no matter what we do, they will not do anything. That's the honest truth. They will not do anything. I mean, if you ask me, I can tell you for free. Number of number of protests that we've organized, they never came out. Just a handful of people came out. So why do we have to study for them to come out? So I think it's not about us in the diaspora. Yes, we feel the pain that you guys are feeling. We invested everything possible. We did all we can do. I mean, at this point, if you guys see it the way we see it, show us and we will back you up. That's the honest truth. Yes, I prefer you call Atiku, call out, what's his name? Dati, call out Pitobi. It is
I
time
on
for them
record I
to
did
say
do that.
something.
I
Yes,
said they
yes,
also.
you did,
Yeah.
you did. I think that approach is what we should. If we see those people out there, Sizzle, I can promise you, I can guarantee you, we in the diaspora will get up and do it because we know Nigerians will also get up and follow their leader. We can't sit down and feel comfortable and say, oh, let the people fight. This is beyond the people. If you want to lead at this point, Peter Obi, Dati, Atiku, every one of you, Okowa, you guys should be out there demanding for this man to be jailed, not just resign. He should be jailed. We have senators, we have House of Rep members of PDP and Labour Party. If APC does not want it, we, the opposition party, should request for this, demand for it. If all those people come out, Nigerians will come out. The people in diaspora will follow suit. I bet you, I personally, I would put money down to anybody that is injured or that will be killed one way or the other. I would support that family. But for me to come out and say I will carry it on top of my head again, like we did the first time, I love Nigeria, but they need to show me why I need to do it. So I refuse to agree to that. I'm
I,
sorry.
I like what you're saying and I buy it. You have managed to convince me. Jimmy also is on this discussion as well. So let us agree without disagreeing because we really have nowhere we disagree. Let's agree on something. We are better off pushing the actual people who had dogs in the fights to start this movement, and we will follow them. The Atikus, the Peter Obis, the Datis, and the Okoas. They actually do have a dog in the fight. Everybody else, I cannot bank on Showore. Maybe they might have to promise him a year's residency in Addison.
Let me also come in here. Let me also
Yeah,
come
so
in.
I think Mag and Jimmy, you have managed to convince me in a way because obviously everybody is battle weary, and
Me,
yes, everybody is battle weary. These candidates, Atiku, if Atiku has gone this far, the real end of it should be I have proven to you people that this man should be disqualified and has never and should never have run for this election, and he should pick a date, pick a time, tell us where to meet him, and he should go and stand at that place and Nigerians will come out. I will personally come out at that point. So obviously, we can then throw this back to the candidates because this is something they
God
should have
bless
even
you.
certified from the beginning. So I buy your point at this point. I mean, this is why iron sharpeneth iron. I bring an idea, you bring an idea, we scrape it, we find the diamond in the middle. So I do believe the candidates calling for the next wave of what should happen next is the most logical conclusion. Thank you very much, my brother. We can agree on this. Thank you.
But me, I still want to add my own 2 cents to it and say me, I do not agree because honestly,
Archbishop, please feel free, Archbishop.
what I want to say is honestly, I think most times when we come out the aspirants and say, we support. Please do not forget Nigerians invested their money too. Let's not forget this. Nigerians in Nigeria spent their hard-earned money too, spent their time, came out and voted in their numbers. Don't ever downplay and act like
Gambled our
the
safety.
diasporas did some kind of magic or we did our bit as Nigerians. Do not downplay Nigerians anytime. They are the heroes, the MVPs. Let's don't do this, my brothers and sisters in diaspora. I will say this, I'm saying this. Any protest I want to see now should start from diaspora. I am standing on that with my chest. Diasporans, they will not shoot you.
Archbishop.
Come out across your countries, your states. Freaking come out. If 100 Nigerians in New York come out by weekend and put in their brain together, raise money, go on CNN or one of these things, it will make more impact than Nigerians back home. Let us stop acting. Our people at home are captured. Let's tell ourselves these truths, please. I know
God
they
bless
Sadam,
you,
want,
sir.
they pay me my house when they look like say people for home. We just go give them money. Brothers, we gave these people money. They utilized the money. They went to the grassroots. They did all the campaigning.
Sadam,
Make we dey try for this people.
Archbishop,
I beg una,
Sadam,
please.
wise man.
Please.
Sadam, you have a good point. You have a compelling point. But let me tell you something. Let me remind you of something. Nigerians in diaspora, we are in a working system. We have a 9 to 5 job. We have to clock in, we have to clock out. We doing that will require us closing shift for a certain amount of hours, closing shifts.
Jimmy,
Nigeria
a
get
weekend. Let's
bro,
pick a weekend. Let's
bro.
find one weekend. Let's
I'm just trying to let you understand that this is a sacrifice that needs to be appreciated in a way. And what I mean by that is, what is the guarantee that that's going to happen if we do that? Why? Did you see what happened during Mobad? Nobody arranged any space. We didn't come for spaces, bro. We still have
Jimmy, if you heard my submission, in the beginning, I said something earlier on. I said why I do not complain again. After when we finished violence space, the last violence space, and I said after that the September 6th violence space, and I said that should be our last violence space. Honestly, in my heart of heart, God knows I felt like that was going to be the last violence we were going to host because I felt like we were betrayed by Nigerians and everything. But I went back and I sat down and I asked myself questions and I looked at the system we are up against. Jimmy, today now we're talking. Look at us on this place. We're like 2,400 of us on the platform right now. Today, as we speak now like this now, there is no information in Nigeria that is saying that this fucking criminal, his certificates are fake. There is no information. Tomorrow breaking news will be Naira Marley has been arrested by police. That will be on the headline of all of the dailies. How do we now pass this information to the millions of Nigerians that are disinformed? These are the questions. So I asked myself these questions. Saddam, are you really coming to get angry with people that don't even know what is happening? Why you're angry? People that are not informed?
Saddam, sorry to interject you. Let me come in here real quick. Sorry, please.
That's why
Now,
I gave you
I'm
the
gonna
unemployment
take you
and,
back.
and education figures.
Okay, now let me take you back, Saddam. When we started this campaign, the people in Nigeria never took us serious. We went down to the grassroots. We spent money, stayed in the trenches all over Nigeria, educating people, enlightening people, making posters, making flyers, making souvenirs, different memorabilia. We went as far as Yola, Sokoto, down to every nook and cranny in Nigeria. We made sure we created that awareness for them to understand what we're up to.
Yes, Nigerians came out, but because we went as far wide to every breadth, length, and breadth of that country, that was why they knew what was going
No,
on.
Big Mac. No,
If you
that's
say,
Big Mac. Big Mac.
Mag,
That's your
Mag,
fault.
let me
No,
also remind you
Big
that
Mac.
that
No,
was
Big Mac.
done in
I'm coming.
Buhari's
Please,
Nigeria, Mag.
wait first. Please, just give me a minute.
Okay.
Please, wait. Big Mac. Let me tell you why I said that is false. Is that please, my brother. Election season. Nigerians. It's just like telling Nigerians to remind Nigeria of Christmas or Salah. Election season. Election season automatically in the air. Nigerians know that there was election coming up. So whatever you are doing within that season will be the message will easily go far. But right now in Nigeria now, they don't know that Big Mac, I posted on my WhatsApp story yesterday, Tinubu story. People that are educated Nigerians are asking me, what thing happen? They are not
Madam,
informed.
did they
So
tell
whatever you say,
I
Nigerians
they
that
tell
Big
Mohbad
you,
Mac, I
died?
want you to
Did they
understand
that
tell
was
this.
why the
Let me
first
Nigerians
onslaught I'm
Mohbad
talking of
died?
is
Big
media.
Mac, please, I beg. I want us to
Madam,
have
did
this
they tell
understanding.
Nigerians Mohbad died? Did they tell
Yes, they
Nigerians to
put it
go
on their
out
Yes,
and
it's
faces.
everywhere, my
It's
Sadam, we
everywhere.
have
brother.
Big
to know
Mac,
did
it's
that
they
we have
tell
to
everywhere.
know that
Nigerians to
Real
go
Ever Best
out?
suspended its educational program for this election.
Big
Real
Mac,
Ever
it's
Best suspended
everywhere.
its course.
Mohbad's
So
death. I
very
say Nigerian
few.
government.
Bro, I
But did
walked
they
away
tell
from
them to go
media.
out?
See, Big
Sarah is
Mac,
making a point, guys. Sarah is
bro,
making a point. Let's
bro,
not deviate
please,
from what Sarah is saying, please.
please, Big Mac,
Understand what
please,
Sarah is
see.
saying, Saddam.
Hold on, Mag, do you understand that the entire appeal series was not shown on public television? Now, the only place you can get authentic information is Twitter. Do you then understand that there are people in Nigeria who can, using my house for example, only me, I'm the only person in my house that has Twitter or that can afford Twitter or that is on Twitter, from the driver to the chef to the maid to my parents. So where are they getting information from? My father sits, watches channels, Arise, TVC. Where will he see these things from? So now that you're saying, let us call a protest after the petition tribunal. I promise you, my brother, that there are people in this country that did not even know that Peter Obi went to court. I'm telling you. You no go believe this thing. When they tell you, say, please try and cut Nigerians a break. This thing is total and complete. Okay, now do you understand that these people have brandished Rufai like a troublemaker? So now put yourself in the shoes of a 80-year-old, 70-year-old Nigerian that Wole Soyinka is still their oga. Now you where they TikTok, where they Twitter, where no say Soyinka na idiot, Soyinka do cool, nearly do cool one time. Now you get all those information as they are watching Arise. I don't deal with my papa. My papa go to tell me, say, it's good Abati is calming down this young man. He really doesn't get what's going on in Nigeria. I said, hey, that is so in your face. Now Abati. Now they make sense for this thing. But I'm telling you, like play, there's some people that Rufai just looks like a rabble rouser. Please, you will not understand this level of state capture. You need to be here to witness it. You
Sisu,
need to be here.
I love this conversation because I know any decision we make here is what is going to happen, and that's the reason why I love the fact that this is going on. But let me say this, Oga Mag, I think we should go back to the last conclusion, which is the likes of Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku, they should take the lead. When those ones go out, I will go out. What about that? I'll be
Hallelujah.
certain.
They
No,
told us not to
let's
go
go
out. We
back to
didn't
that.
go out. Now
Because
they
see,
should tell us to go out.
as much as we're giving excuses for people in Nigeria, people in diaspora, we have shitloads of excuses. But let's not dwell on that. We've come to an agreement. Let those people go out. Our leaders, the reasonable ones that are quoting, giving us dodgy quotes, they should step outside. The pastors that are they are preaching about things, they should go outside. And I'm certain people will go outside. When they do that, as agreed, when they do that, bro, I will feel energized to call off work and be like, you know what? I gotta do something today. I know I'm doing it for God and for country because the leaders of that country are already on the ground. They are doing it. They are leading by example. Then I will do that. I will go out. I bet you. I don't even need anybody to join me. If now only me go downtown carry placard, I will do that confidently and I will record it for people to know. I'll probably just go to the mayor's office. I will stand right there and do it.
But we need people. We need an opera. And you said a very good point, Sizzle. He should conclude it by saying he has been able to prove this. Someone like Atiku will not go outside on the street and news will not carry it. Why is he outside? Then he's getting out. People are beginning to understand what is going on. I love this conversation so people can hear how we argue amongst ourselves. We are well-meaning Nigerian and we reason before we take action. This is where we make that decision. So if Atiku is listening right now, people listening, PDP people, pass that message across. He has done a brilliant job. But let him conclude it. Let him go out there. He should hold a press conference. I did this in America and this is the result.
You should give us
You
dates
know,
first. Let him just announce dates.
dates. Let him do that. And the moment he does that, we will do it. We will synergize all over. Myself and Mag will do something. We'll call people in diaspora together. If we're going to do the whole 50 states in America, we'll do that. CNN will know something is going on and they will broadcast it. That is how it's meant to be. But we need our leaders to take that forefront first in Nigeria. Let's start with that. Let's move on with the conversation. We've delayed a lot of people. Thank you, guys.
God bless you, Jimmy. Thank you very much. Well done. Well done, Mag.
All right. Uh, Thank you very much, Mag, Jimmy, NCs. I like those moments of violence space sometimes where there's that level of brainstorm. All right, back to the conversation, and due to popular demand and advice, it's no longer Tinubu must resign. Of course, Robert Tinubu must be disqualified. All right, quickly, let me just take those down in the speaker section. And please, let's see if we can do 3 minutes. I'm going to start with Prof. Prof, I've been here. Anze, apologies. I know Anze, I've been here as well. But let me just go to Prof, and then we'll come to all our speakers. Prof, are you there? Okay, I'm not sure if maybe Prof is close to his phone. Okay, if Prof's not there, Anze kindly.
They're probably bulldozing an illegal structure. Maybe it's loud, that place. Prof will be back.
Yeah. His Excellency, the Governor of Abuja. Anze, please go ahead.
Hi, well-meaning. Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone and greetings to Uncle Sizzle. Hey, Sizzle showing me love today. Oh, it's a very, very nice. And then Jimmy, oh God, I beg we don't finish the court case. Cause right now I don't know where we do. Whether we there for courts, I mean we there shrine. I mean where are the places where we do. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to everyone. I think the first thing to first of all think of, I always want to think of the kids. I always want to think of the kids. And, when I think of the children, the first thing they want to be proud of is who their leader is. So please, when we go to the schools now, Biko, which picture they want to take puts as the president of the country? Because right now we don't get president. Oh. I don't know what people are thinking of. But we do not have a president. We just have a figurehead that has been rightfully disgraced by the whole world. And the whole world has gotten to see the kind of person this person is. We have gotten to see who this kind of person is. And this kind of person is not bringing any form of pride to the country. Let me make it very clear to you. The likes of Dangote, Tony Elumelu, the owner or the person of CBN, all the banks in Nigeria, the so-called stupid judges, guess who they bow to as president? The man is a she that has been openly disgraced for the world to see. That's number one. Number two, every Nigerian that will be coming out of that country in the name of a conference, in the name of any course they need to do in any country, in the name of any exchange program, will be looked at with a question in their integrity because of one puppet called Tinubu. As we cross any boundary, as we sit down to eat, Except you don't come out the blood where they your body will come from your village. You are a Nigerian to the core. And that shit, when that man don't shit, so now all of us will take rub for body. So all this disqualification and the commoting, I beg, on I not see waiting Jerry Rawlings take do. Why are we still discussing this matter now? It is even easier now because we have drones. And I don't see what America do when my brother sit down for his house or someone sit down. He dey look wetin dey happen and
So,
they take out one person.
hello, my sister. Hello.
Oga Sisu. Hey, Sisu, see, make I tell
Um,
you wetin happen.
hold,
When I
hold
hear
on,
the
hold,
news
hold on,
yesterday,
beloved. Hold on, beloved. Hold on, beloved. On this platform, there is something we have been teaching obedience for the last 1 year, and which is facts, figures, strategy over emotions. So please, this is not a platform. I don't want you on public record being recorded to be suggesting drone strikes on, it never reached like that. The Constitution says perjury is 14 years in prison. Every man should get his due. The man who
okay,
killed Tupac Keef D has been arrested 27 years later. They
okay.
didn't put grenade inside his pocket. He will go to prison. So please, I beg you, just keep your utterances responsible, especially since you know this space is recorded and we're also broadcasting on several other platforms where violence, actual calls for actual violence is not allowed. Calling for protest is within your rights as a Nigerian, and that is what we stick to on this platform. So please, my sister, let's keep the discussion civil, even within our spheres of anger. God bless you. Continue, please.
My brother, thank you so much. I like it when you are this calm and but you see, well, no need for me to drag it. Yes, you are right. We want to do things gently, but we also need to understand that what is encroaching or what is happening is something that is affecting everybody. It's something that is affecting those that are going to be traveling this night from Nigeria to any part of the world. It's something that the Nigerians that are here that would go to look for jobs to do, whether you have another passport, your colleagues are going to hear your accent, except you were raised from wherever you are, and ask where you're coming from. And stories are going to be flying around. And with that, I'm going to end it this way. Nigerian media, look, Judge Nancy did what our judges could not do at the tribunal. Please do not allow CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, whatever news station to do what you cannot do or what you should do. Because by now, every frontline story in any media or on any paper should be broadcasting what is already happening. What normally happens is when a story is coming out, the news channels and stations, they beat themselves about backward to be the first person to show it to the whole world. Please, let's not give that last glory to the foreign press. We can do and translate our own news in the way that we understand it. I beg of you people, start with the story. Forget whatever you have been given and tell the story the way it is. That the president that we have forged his papers. He is not credible to be the president. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Anze. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go straight to. Um, okay, I'm going to take another lady. Arewa Chick, kindly go ahead. After which we'll come to UC Maxwell. The obedient, I see you. I know it can you come. Arewa Chick, can you take go ahead?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Well, it's already morning here. All right. First, I think. Okay. Pardon my manners. Sizu, Emia, Saddam, Big Mac, Steven, and everyone in Nigeria on this space. I greet you all. Okay, so first thing that prompted my coming up was the hashtag, which says initially Tinubu must resign.
I'm sorry, my dear. You have to speak up a bit, please. Your voice is
Oh,
actually very
okay.
low.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm very glad that somebody else, Sarah spoke about it, and other people have also spoken about it, and it has been changed. When we talk resignation, or we're asking for resignation, what it means is we're we're moving the baton from one criminal to the another criminal, and I think that's not what we want. So it should be disqualification, because obviously with all the baggages that has been unveiled about this shame of a person, I think it's okay for us to clearly ask for disqualification. Also, I would like to talk about what CSU brought up, and that's another thing that resonated with me. Yes, Nigerians, as not Nigerians completely, I would say some Nigeria, or most Nigeria, or majority of Nigerians, have failed most people who, have galvanized or even called out for people to be out there to protest. Nobody is disputing that, because I was a first-hand witness to this. But what Sizu came up with resonated with me, and it makes a whole lot of sense. I think we should look at it critically. We all have a country to save. It shouldn't be one-sided. Yes, and I'm not saying it's one sided because I'm trying to be selfish here, or I'm not trying to remember what has happened in the past. If we're to go back to what has happened or what everybody has put in, I think everybody has done their bit. Yes, the same way Jimmy mentioned that
Sorry,
some people had to give up their nine
Arewa,
to five to do
Arewa,
something. We also Nigerians, some of
Arewa,
us stopped our businesses, some
Arewachi.
of us stopped
Uh,
our schooling, some of
hold on,
us stopped
hold.
everything and stuck to this. So
Can
it's just going to be fair to us.
Arewa, can you
Yeah.
hear me? I don't think she can hear me. I was just going to tell her. I think I understand what she's trying to say, but let's just
I just
leave it.
hope she's still not talking. Arawachi, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Hello.
Ah,
Arewa,
okay.
can you hear me?
Jimmy
Can
was
you hear
talking
me?
to you. I don't think you could hear Jimmy.
Okay, I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
Okay.
can
I mean,
hear I can
Maybe she
hear
We'll
should
you
just
discuss
now.
that.
finish.
We'll discuss that
yeah, I was
in
just
our
going.
strategy meetings.
Yeah,
Let's just go back to the space.
about that in the back door. So I mean, let's leave it at the fact that we want Atiku to finish what he has started. We expect
Yes,
him
I'm going
to
to get to
finish.
that.
Yeah,
But I just needed to, because I think I that didn't really sit well with me when you mentioned that, because most of us also put in our time. We abandoned our jobs, we
It's
abandoned
fine.
our schooling, we abandoned
Arewa,
our means of livelihood.
I
So
know.
that
I
should count for
if if,
something. So
if
the
you
fact that
if you
majority didn't
keep
come
saying
out
this,
and
when
stand for this.
Arewa.
Okay,
without
fine.
We
I
all
left
in
that
that.
be. Fine.
We all agreed.
I'm
We
moving
all
forward.
agreed.
I'm moving forward.
Everybody had an equal dog in the fight. So let's not bring up
Exactly. All right,
issues.
so
Okay.
I'm moving forward. Moving
God bless you.
forward, another
All right.
thing that you mentioned that makes a whole lot of sense, and I think a lot of people are trying to just throw a blind eye to it, but it has gotten to a point that we need to tell ourselves the truth. The candidates who have led us till this point in time should be out there. It's time for them to be out there. It's time for them to lead by example. It's time for them, because I'm sure deep down within them, they know that they know what they want we Nigerians to do, to be out there to demand for our mandate, or to demand for justice, or to demand that this man is disqualified. They are also Nigerians. The fact that they are the candidates doesn't make them any different from being a citizen of Nigeria that could also demand same. So same them who says that we shouldn't go out. I'm sure it's glaringly clear now that we have to, we have to all be out there, irrespective of who you are. Even if you're the candidate, you need to lead by example. Tell your people the same way you tell us that it's within our constitutional right to be out there to protest. Then you are not out of that constitutional right. Also, you're a candidate, you should be out there and lead by example, because right now all we need is those who are the candidates should come out and open the same mouth that they use in telling us not to come out. Let them tell us to come out, and not just tell us to come out. They should also lead, and let's see what is going to happen. Let's see if these thieves would gun every one of us down. Somebody came on my space yesterday. It was quite an interesting and very, very, I don't, a robust discussion we had yesterday. And trust me, a PDP person came, and it was, for him, it was more like a soul winning, adventure for him on the space. But unfortunately, he has forgotten that we have an enemy in common, which we need to collectively come together and do what we have to do within our means and get this thing right. And once we have gotten it right, we would the whatever is going to happen next will take shape. But this is not the time for us to start thinking that Nigerians need to be out there. Just like Siso has said, there's state capture and a whole lot of people. There are a lot of restrictions that people don't have there. Now, another thing that the point that Siso made, that the diaspora should be out there. The benefits of that, from my own angle, how I see it, is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, and I'm going to hear it. You don't need to agree with it. Is the fact that when these diasporans are out there, especially those in the same country where this document was dogged out, was dogged out by Atiku, and finally it was handed over to him. If we have diasporans in that country, this is the time for them to be out there on the street, letting the US government know that they are not in support of this thing happening, and they need this man to be disqualified. Now, when they see these diasporans that are Nigerians that are there and they are doing this, what this means is it's going to even further put pressure on these people. Should they have other interests and they want to try to bring in technicalities that our judiciary have been throwing to us left, right, center, they would be forced not to be able to continue with that, because in the end, they know that yes, this is already clear. It has become international. The whole world is watching, and as the whole world is watching, it will be difficult for them to have, to try to do anything funny or try to, do this thing to be in favor of this thief. So resignation is not what we're asking for. Disqualification is what we're asking for. And let's stick to that, please. Let's not even spearhead the resignation thing. It's not even something we should even speak about, because we're going to move the baton from one thief to another criminal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ariwachik. Uh, all right, quickly, let's just go straight to UC Maxwell. After UC Maxwell, we'll come to after UC Maxwell, we'll come to Joby. Then Miriwa, I don't know where I can see you. UC Maxwell, are you there?
Yes, I am. I thought you said Mary White were good for me.
No, don't worry. Did I say Mary White will go for you?
I don't know what I
No,
had, Sha.
no,
But I
no,
just
no. You
had
said
him.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, UC Maxwell, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Well meaning. Good evening, Saddam. It's a new day. Good morning, Saddam. Good morning, Sisu. Good morning, well meaning. And my brother Jobedient, I celebrate you specially. And every other person. Sarah, I guess I would. Sarah, good evening to you. So, I've listened a lot to what everybody has said here, and it's been a beautiful conversation. And maybe I have a thing or two to say about the toll that the conversation has gone, in regards to people coming out. I have a thing or two to say, but I'll say it now so that at least I can return to the topic. So, what I can say, and from all I can see, is that we just need to come to a table where we will plan a collective movement. That is what it is now. I don't believe that the diasporans should be waiting for those at home to work, and I don't believe that those at home should be waiting for the diasporans to work. I feel like there is a place of compromise that each and every one of us can come to. There are some kind of meetings that we can hold to rebuild that confidence. Trust me, the confidence is lacking for the people at home. And for those in diasporans, they feel that the people at home are not doing enough. And trust me, this is not the time to quantify what anybody has done. People at home have done wonderfully well. People in diaspora have done also wonderfully well. I don't want to call names, I don't want to sing praises, but we know what we have done for all of this. And trust me, if the money was not there from the diasporans, the people in Nigeria wouldn't have moved. And if there were no people who were willing to move in Nigeria, the money from the diasporans wouldn't have done anything. So kudos to everybody. So we can come together and see how we can make this happen. Why not agree that okay, on so so day, I've been talking about junction protest. I've been talking about street protest. It starts like that and graduates. Have five people within your area that you know who are strong obedience and are willing to do this. Probably they don't have any employment or they have. You can decide to do it on a weekend, right at your junction between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. when people are going to the office. You just hold very little placards for those hours, stand there and you do so daily, and by the time we have people in diasporans also standing at that same time, then we look for ways to reach out to the media and see how we can. I've been talking about an international press conference is something we can do. From there, once the message becomes at the international media, we can start standing, start coming out, and we start seeing the confidence. I want to believe that these revelations, and from that, I'm done with that topic. I'm going directly into this. I want to believe that these revelations will actually boost the movement if we can decide to look for a level playing ground for everybody. So, from what we've seen with the release, I want to say categorically that it's not like we expected anything different. Emi Asadam, I don't think that you expected anything different. I don't think Sisu expected anything different. I don't think anybody here expected anything different. We knew before now that this man was a fraud. He was a certificate forger. He was everything illicit and illegal. I was on a space where a particular PDP man who was also coming to court was saying that that now that Atiku Abubakar have done all of this, that we're now ready to support Atiku Abubakar. And I was very, very pissed. I'm bringing this up because I want to say this. I want obedience to realize that even before Atiku decided to take this fight international and take it to Chicago, we had already spoken about it right from early 2022. So we started all of this. We pushed it. David Dede did his work. Sizu did his work. Emir Saddam did his work. Wemini did. Sarah did. Everybody, each and every one of you here, Zari Yusuf, the governor, everybody basically did one thing or the other before we got to this stage. When did Chicago start? Not be just after election. Now today we begin to talk about these things. So we already knew that this guy did not have anything good. It was all baggages. But come on. You see, the thing is, the court have tried to whitewash the entire forfeiture issue. When you read, a lot of people do not know, but our brief of argument for the Supreme Court has been filed. When you read that document, you see that they reawaken that particular argument. Very important, because that forfeiture, you cannot allow such a criminal, apart from the issue of forgery, you can't allow such a criminal get away with it. It cannot happen. And what I've been saying is that I feel like everything that is going on now, we need to channel it to the Supreme Court. I will explain to those who are, especially for Sarah Ibrahim and every other person who are saying that, okay, we don't need to be saying resign now. He did not get a legitimate mandate. The truth that we must tell ourselves is, whether we like it or not, he was announced winner. It does not mean he won. He was sworn in and he's sitting on that seat. Now we have more than about approximately 30 days for the Supreme Court deadline to be over for them to deliver judgment. Do we want to wait for this time? Yes, we definitely have to wait because the court will give judgment. But if there is anything that can make that man to leave that seat today, I am satisfied. Believe you me, if they want to initiate an impeachment process to get him out of there, no problem. Even if it is Shetima that wants to collect the seat after him, no problem. Because we still come, and we need to channel each and every one of our arguments and grievances this time around to the Supreme Court. The CJN will be inaugurating the 7-man panel, and I think he will be part of the panel because every other Supreme Court, every other CJN in the past have led the panels. We'll be inaugurating them and they'll be sitting over this case. Do we want to sit down? I asked a question with a tweet earlier yesterday, and I said, what will be our response as a people? Ask yourself this question. Will the Supreme Court look us in the face and affirm? And that was the beautiful thing about what Atiku is doing in Chicago. Because all we were saying before They were saying that we did not have an authoritative argument. We did not have an authority to prove what we have said. So the school have affirmed it. So there is no need of asking for any other authority. Will the Supreme Court now, upon these damning revelations, look at us in the face and tell us that a bagman, a drug trafficker, a corrupt person, and everything I see you, sir, a man who has forged certificates, that he's going to be announced? There is a targeted attempt by these people to make mockery of these revelations. That's why you see what is happening in the media. But then I just want to encourage each and every one of you, please keep on doing whatever you need to do. Keep on doing it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Max. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Max. Thank you. All right. Quickly, let's go to Joe Obedient. Before we come to Mary White, Zari, Winston. Joe Obedient.
Okay, good evening, guys. Good evening, Vawulence. Thank you for all you have contributed and said. It's a new thing. It's going to be called, it's a Nigerian thing. And it's unfortunate that it's a Nigerian thing is not a good thing. I saw a tweet talking about Fashola saying we should not do Nigeria will happen to you. That it needs to, we need to make it positive. It's so coincidental that it's a Nigerian thing. It's coming from his boss and his political godfather. Of course, we didn't expect less. It's been there for over the battle has been there for over 20 years, going to 30 years, about his who Bola Tinubu is. And like Wiki said, everything is fake. Everything about him is fake. It's unfortunate that he has had to find his way up to the top of leadership. And when we say he should be disqualified, I think he should be disqualified and arrested, because he cost Nigeria so much more than we could spend for elections. Bola Tinubu increased the cost of running the presidential election. He's supposed to pay damages for what Nigeria spent for him to steal that office. He dropped the bar when it comes to election fairness. He has destroyed the judiciary, all in this electoral process. So he actually needs to be sued and arrested, and he's supposed to pay damages. We're hoping by tomorrow the full deposition will come out. There's obviously a lot of content coming from it. There's a lot of evidence. There's no denying it again. The primary thing, certificate is faked. He perjured. He forged certificates. He came into government with falsified documents, and the nonsense the appeal courts did with what's the name of this state, Enugu State, saying that it is not a requirement. Somebody submitted a forged document, and he attested to it. Attesting means you are swearing an oath, and the oath is in court. Then the same court is telling you that the forgery he did doesn't matter because the document was not necessary. So I took somebody to court for robbery and rape or whatever crime. So because he raped another person or he robbed another person, he's not a robber. It's madness, and that madness would not happen, should not happen, and cannot happen in Supreme Court, and Nigerians will let it go. It will be the worst thing in life, because every student that has gone through ASU strike because of this useless party could have forged his certificates and just bone ASU, and could have gone to work for Deloitte, work for Shell, and work for whoever with fake certificates. So there can be no coming back from this. Nothing should save Bola Tinubu and leave him in Aso Rock. Now, on the second matter I was going to talk about, I know it has been doused down, but I have to bring it. I beg, well-meaning and Jimmy, I beg, no hold me for this thing. I beg, at Saddam Sizzle, I beg. there is something that has been saying, people have been saying, and it offends me a lot. I always say it on spaces. See, if you notice, Nigerians in Nigeria, they have never condemned the actions of the Nigerians in diaspora. We never tell you didn't do well. We have always praised Nigerians in diaspora. Always. But it always comes down to Nigerians in diaspora feeling that the only way you can encourage Nigerians to react or to act is by belittling their efforts. I mentioned what's his name? Real Everbest. Real Everbest, as election started, stopped a master's program he's running. There's somebody popular here, SIM card suspended the level of his job he's doing. He's in Nigeria. Me, I have sacrificed my Wednesdays, my Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Saturdays are my best days for work. I sacrifice it to do things that I have to do to do it. Peter is better as an example, somebody I know what he has sacrificed. As Nigerians have done so much. The reason why we're having this kind of conversations is not because Nigerians failed, not because obedient fails, not because Nigerians in diaspora or Nigerians in Nigeria failed. It is because we were robbed. So instead of going at your people for not coming out, for reasons best known to them, please go at those that robbed us. I said it on the space some days back that one of the biggest problems we have in this election is not just the APC. It's not Nigerians in Nigeria. It's not Nigerians that chose not to protest. It's not Nigerians that were not able to protest. It is Labour Party. And I will say this. I will mention it again. From PVC collection, we begged Labour Party to do it. To Peter Obi's publicity. Remember when we were begging Labour Party to get a good handler for his handle? Remember election, what's it called? The part of this election, the only part of this election Labour Party did not allow obedience manage, which was polling unit agents. That is where Labour Party failed. That's where the woeful failure started from. Rallies that parties organize. Labour Party did it. Well, Real Everbest was on his space, or I don't know if it was Vawulence space, and he said that we have youth leaders that are looking for the best way. Okay, I see you well-meaning. You have youth leaders that are looking for the easiest way to stand beside Peter Obi on the podium instead of mobilizing the youths. Right now, what Tinubu is going through, the Labour Party youth leader, with the PDP youth leader and whichever youth leader, he's supposed to be mobilizing students to react. Because students are in school, going through strikes, spending money on rent and school fees. School fees have been hiked. And the forger is in presidency. So let's not go at ourselves. Please, I beg, Nigerians in diaspora are doing very well. There was a space I was actually very rude to you people. I apologize. But if it continues, I will tell you, I will come out and start being rude to you. Because you've done a lot. Yes, we appreciate it and we've never taken it down. Same way we have done a lot. People have sacrificed their lives in Nigeria. Don't kill them because they are afraid. Instead, give them confidence. Allow them build the confidence. Stop going at them. You are killing our morals. It's almost as if this election had gone through and we had won, you will come out and announce that you did everything. All we did was collect your money. If you send 1 billion naira to Nigeria and Nigerians don't go out to do what they did, it would not work. And I can guarantee you that if you had not sent money, because you in abroad and those of us in Nigeria, we're all Nigerians, that's one thing. If you had not sent money, you had not mobilized us, we would have found a way, not because of the money, but because we have a man that we trust. The reason Nigerians woke up is Peter Obi, is not money. I did not receive 1 naira from anybody directly. I spent my money. I know people that spend their money in this Nigeria. We are all not poor.
Yeah, I think that's where we should stop this conversation. Honestly, I think that's where we should stop it because
Jimmy. Nobody.
Joe, we'll have it on the back end, Joe.
I want my
Nigerians
closing.
in diaspora when they do this thing. So please, you people should allow me. I beg, because if I don't say it now, if I don't say my mind, I will start dragging Nigerians in diaspora. I don't care which party they are supporting. But I respect you people. That is why I would not insult anybody directly. So please, you people practically all but insult us. That is it. A lot of us. Maybe some people don't see it as insult, but I see it as insult because I know what I've put in. I cannot start mentioning, but Saddam knows what I've put in. He knows what I put in. People around me know what I put in.
I drive my vehicle into a PDP government house with Peter Obi sticker. I do it, and I've lost jobs for it. It's madness when somebody. I feel annoyed, but I'll say, okay, we're doing a movement. I will round up.
Joe, you know,
Joe,
Please,
let's
narrate.
Joe,
I think
Joe, let
at this point in time the point
your
has been
point has
made.
been proven. No wahala, brother.
No, let's not. At this point in time, we all have to understand that pointing blame and blaming fingers at anybody will not solve anything. We have to understand that, as we have all said, everybody's involved. Everybody's involved. Both Nigerians in diaspora, both Nigerians back home. If Nigeria works, it works for everybody. If Nigeria fails, it fails for everybody. It's not. It doesn't discriminate, as we always say. So please, let's just try to understand. I understand where you're coming from. Understand where Jimmy is coming from. But I just want all of us to understand that, as you see Maxwell said, everybody played their part, rightfully so. Rightfully so. Nobody outplayed anybody. Now Messi and Ronaldo. Messi and Ronaldo. Nigeria and diaspora na Ronaldo. Nigeria are Messi. So now we're going to tell you who be good, who be good. Please, let's understand this, but understand that what's ahead of us need all of us coming together as a people, understanding, not throwing blames, not accusing anybody, saying, you people did not do, you people you do. We have to play our parts and play our roles very well going forward. I beg, make we just let's go back to topic, because the more we keep hitting this thing, probably we'll have it. And we cannot have another space on this, because this discussion also have back channel. All of us will come together and talk about this in the back channel, but someone will come out on space and discuss, because as you are saying it, the children of the sacrifice, the children of the evil forest, the children of the native fowl and the rest.
The children of Babbage pregnancies.
But yes, children of the water spirits, they are all here listening, and we should not be having discussion with them here. Well, thank you very much. I beg, make we just. I don't know what you want to wrap up, but please, if you
No,
want
You
to.
don't
Madam,
wrap
I'm
up
done. Thank
already.
you very much. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Women Ninja, back to you.
Yeah. All right, Mary White, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. Who do I start with? One
Share your
mother.
voice,
Hi.
sharp. You talk.
Long time.
Now,
Well,
doctor, now,
minute.
doctor, now, doctor. Since you become doctor, show the cause this again.
I beg. Hi everyone. Emir Sadao. Hi, my sister Rita. J obedient. I salute. I feel your pain. I was gonna talk. That's actually why I requested the mic when the mother was talking. I'm not gonna dwell into it, but I'll just say hi to everyone. I see JP. I see you, AJ, my sister. I see you guys. Hi everyone. Auntie P. I see you too. So I'm not gonna. I mean, hey, we've talked about this going to protest. I think I'm not gonna dwell into it again, because we're gonna actually talk about it in the back channel. My only thing is that whenever we do agree on it, we shouldn't just make it be an obedient thing. We could also open it up to any well-meaning Nigerian, irrespective of their party. So that's just where I'm gonna leave it at. And I also think that if we were to do it here, we don't need to take time off from work. We could do it on a weekend or a holiday, so that people could come out en masse and not worry about their job. That's where I'm gonna leave it at that point. And so the next thing I'm gonna move to is combating fake news. I've been listening to everyone talk, and I agree we should deal with this fake news collectively. And what do I mean by collectively? It means we could do whatever we can in our little way, whether it be tweeting, elevating platforms like Parallel Facts, Reportera, to be able to deal with the fake news. I also, I've been here from the time the space began, and one thing I noticed on the platform is like on the timelines, like I noticed that some people that we look up, not me, I know some people look up to them as influencers. One thing I noticed that is common is like they keep quiet when, especially since the CSU gate thing has been going on. They don't talk about it. They just keep quiet. But once you go after their anointed or their arbors or some people that they see hold in high esteem, all of a sudden they come out of the woodworks. So what do I mean? What I'm saying is that we should not be listening to those people. People that see themselves as influencers should not tell people how to react. So my fellow obedience, if whatever, however you see fit to react to what's going on in the country, do it. Do not listen to anyone. They should not control the way you and I do whatever we have to do on the timeline. That's where I'm going to end it. I know you guys may know some people that I'm talking about, but that's where I'm going to end it. And another thing, too, with this CSU gate thing about Tinubu forging his certificate, we also need to take it serious. Because as you could see, if you look at my timeline, there's been a video that I posted is already affecting some Nigerians in UK, especially amongst the nurses. They found that there's a huge chunk of them forged their certificates and they have to retake exams. So we have to nip this in the bud. I know majority of us do have real certificates that we work for, and we do not want a drug baron who happens to see himself in government spoil it for the rest of us. So, which brings me back to what I started with, that we need to nip this fake news thing that the mainstream media is trying to do. We need to make the international world at large to know that there are good Nigerians in all that is going on so that it doesn't get to affect you and I that work really hard. And I'm going to end with this by saying, again, this is to not just in Nigerian Democrats but Republicans in the country that I am in, which is the United States of America. Next year is an election, so we need to use our power, especially the Democrats, to effect change. Get the United States government, which is the government of the Biden, to um, come out and denounce what is going on in Nigeria. Just promoting or appointing two people from Nigeria is not going to shut us up. So we need to use our power. If it means going to Washington, D.C. to protest, I mean, I'll be in for that. Whoever decides to, I guess, arrange that, we'll all have to go there. I mean, if we need to form association, because there's a large number of Nigerians in this country that also do tend to vote Democratic or Republican, whichever one so you decide to go. So that means we do have a voice. So we can't just not only be protesting or be doing on Twitter. We need to go to where it's important, which means we should go through our House of Rep, or even if we have to go protest at the White House, we need to do it so that our voices will be heard. And that's where I'm going to end it. And I hope I did make sense. And I believe that if we keep on fighting, I mean, look at what we've just done in like a year. I mean, they started by making fun of us, saying we were four people twinning in a room. And look at what we've done. We've actually made CSU give us what we want. And if we could do it, I think the sky is our limit. And let's just keep fighting. And I do pray that a new Nigeria will be possible in our lifetime, that we will not leave it to the next generation. And that's where I'm gonna end. And I'll end by saying God bless each and every one of us. And I love you all from the bottom of my heart. Thanks and good night.
Thank you very much, Mary White. When you were saying, look at what we've done, we've actually made CSU. I thought you wanted to say, give well meaning a certificate. We made CSU give me a certificate. Please, that's worth celebrating. And I think a couple of obedience all over the timeline now have a certificate from CSU. What else can we ask for? Certificate to start going to class from CSU. That's something worth celebrating.
Do you want just your certificate? All right. Let me just say this because I need to leave the space. I need to go drop my take my kids to the dentist before I'm not sure when the space is gonna end. So um you can consider this as my last submission for today. So you see, when we have this, heart to heart conversation, it's always needed. It's very beautiful. um but there's something I would need to call people's attention to. You see, we came to a conclusion on this matter, and I'm gonna pin this on Arewa. And the moment I said that, you were so desperate to spill up your mind, and Joe Obedient came up. And during that process, you guys said some things you're not actually meant to say. And if you had left it that way, you could have sorted this at the background. And one thing I want people to understand, Caesar, I see your hand, don't worry. One thing I want people to understand is there is no difference between Nigerians in diaspora and Nigeria in Nigeria. But guess what? Distance makes the difference. Where we are in a system that works. Most of us, we want to go back to a working country, we can postpone it. People that are in Nigeria, ẹ̀yin lọ̀rọ̀ yìí kàn gbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀n. And that's the reason why people think people in Nigeria meant to take more action. This is just my own view, and I'm not speaking for everybody. Joe Biden said something that really hurt my soul. You said without the diasporans, you guys could have raised the money. Really? In 2022, $19.8 billion was sent to Nigeria. I know how much of that was for election purpose. And that's the reason why I said, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. And that just slipped out. That was wrong. So that means if you guys really want to do something, you do it. That's exactly what it meant. This is just me speaking my mind. And yeah.
Jimmy, beloved, we go talk am for back end. We
I
have
was
2,000 people here.
the
Let
time
me
because I mean I don't think we
let's
should be
just diffuse. Let's diffuse this. I want to give a submission, people, just to remind us who our actual enemies are. Children of God, obedient in this auditorium of violence. Please follow me to the People's Bible, the book of Google, the cable, January 16, 2022. There is a beautiful article called Why Bola Tinubu Must Never Be Nigeria's President. It's written by Festus Adedayo. And Festus Adedayo is quoting facts and figures. It is not N6 that wrote it. It's not Jimmy. It's not Joe Obedient. It's not Arewachik. It's not Saddam. It's not well-meaning. It is right there in Google. The way you have your Bible and every Sunday people go to a church for one man to bring out verses in that Bible that you have in your hand, and you still be doing, it's the same way in Google. There are articles like why Bola Tinubu must never, not must not, must never be Nigeria's president. It's there, but many people never knew. So let's go to 2022. This is a fantastic article. The article laid some points. The principal of that ancient school, Government College Ibadan, at the time when Tinubu's education was being investigated, had suddenly gone AWOL and incommunicado. Grapevine alleges that Lam Adesina, who is late now, the then governor of Oyo State, had ordered that all data of the school's attendees between the period of Bola Tinubu's claim of attendance of GCI, Government College Ibadan, were to be brought to him in the government house, where they were put under government lock and key. So if you're telling us I want you to understand that in Chicago, a judge could go and get Tinubu's records and give to the general public. In Nigeria, the governor of Chicago went to Chicago State University and seized all of the yearbooks and locked it in his office. Meuna, they put things in perspective. So Lam Adesina went to Government College Ibadan and ordered the data of the school's attendees between the period of Tinubu's claim of attendance to be brought to the government house. The media that was seeking corroboration or the antonym of those claims went after the government college principal. He then disappeared into thin air. Perhaps a one-on-one interview with the governor would do. The governor never granted that interview, and that man is late today. In 1999, one man called Waliu Balogun wrote a petition against Tinubu, leveling a number of damning allegations. You see the name Waliu Balogun, beautiful Igbo name from Anambra State, probably an IPOB member as at 1999.
He leveled a number of damning allegations that bordered on fraudulent claims of educational attainments. Among other things, he accused Tinubu of lying in an affidavit attached to his INEC form that he lost his degree certificate while he was in exile between 1994 and 1998. One after the other, all of Tinubu's claims sworn under oath in that form CF001 he filled with INEC were shredded to smithereens. St. Paul's School, Aroloya, Lagos, which he claimed to have attended, the magazine said its investigative reporting found that that school never existed, just as his name, Tinubu, was conspicuously missing from the records of Government College Ibadan, which he then claimed to have attended after St. Paul's School, Aroloya, Lagos. So now he claimed to have attended Government College Ibadan between 1965 and 1968. Indeed, Government Colleges Alumni Association, old boys of the school, debunked Tinubu's claim because they also, you see, we are focused on Chicago State. I know why I'm still reading some things to you people. Also, in 1999, this man disputed that Tinubu's claim that he attended Richard Daley College, Chicago between 1969 and 1971 false. Punctured also were the governor's claims Tinubu of having attended University of Chicago in the US between 1972 and 19. Tinubu has lied on 3 schools. He lied on the University of Chicago in the US between 1972 and 1976. He lied that he obtained a BSc degree in economics from the University of Chicago. A request to these institutions for affirmation of Tinubu's studentship by the magazine got a resounding no. Till date, in spite of his having vanquished the legal principality spearheaded by Gani Fawemi with the Supreme Court, voiding Fawemi on technical ground. No be today, Tinubu don't they dot this matter on technical ground. None of Tinubu's classmates, schoolmates, or even teachers has come out in public to counter the facts erected against him, especially with his academic qualifications. 4 years later, in 2003, it was time for Tinubu to fill the form CF001 again in pursuit of his second term bid as governor of Lagos. His enemies who were waiting for him got him that time. The governor simply filed not applicable for primary school, not applicable for secondary school, and not applicable for university. Could that mean that the man never attended any school? Wow. So, children of God, when you people are done, you will help me go and look for St. Paul's Children's Home School, Aroloya, St. Paul's School, Aroloya, Lagos, and Children's Home School, Ibadan. Where is Richard Daley College? Where is University of Chicago? Where are all these schools? It is well. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, NCs. I'm going to beg Winston, Zari, IB, Zari, please just excuse me, and Winston, IBN needs to see um, to work like almost immediately. IBN, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Going back to the question Ukoma asked, UC Maxwell, what are we going to do with this information? What are we going to do with what we have in our hands now? We have a man at the seat of power in Nigeria who, with certified true copies of court papers, was indicted for drug trafficking. That's one. And today we are learning that the certificate he submitted to INEC is a forged certificate, and that automatically disqualifies him from that election. Even if the drug case did not do it, this has done it. And now, what do we do with this? I totally agree with Magnific Dude when he was saying that a lot of diasporans are hurt. A lot of people are demoralized because of the actions or the inactions of
My brother, hello, my brother. This topic is a touching subject. Let us free it. We
so
have our, we have our, we have our
Topic
subjects
for
on board. Let's just face that one. This topic, for certain people, I've come to understand, is a touchy discussion. We would have
no,
it at the
no,
back end and probably
you
even
don't even
invite you since you
no.
seem interested. But please,
You
for
don't. I
now,
don't think.
I don't
I
want
don't
us
think you know
discussing
the
this
point
here.
I want to make. I don't think you know the point I want to make. Do you mind
Okay.
listening for?
All right. All
Okay.
right. All right.
So
Please make it. Please make it palatable enough to all parties involved. I will beg you on that. God
no,
bless you. Continue.
I'm not going to get into that diaspora and Nigerians dichotomy. That's not what I'm going into. My point is, I think it's time, with the information we have today, we've been armed with. It is time that both Atiku and Obi, in the interest of Nigeria, address a press conference, call Nigerians out for a protest. The reason why the Ojota protest was as big as it was, I think that was in 2012 or so, was because these dignitaries, spearheaded by Tinubu and the leaders of the opposition party, we are part of that. There is no amount of force that the DSS or the military or the police would want to show, and you will come in front of these people and start shooting people. That was why Goodluck could not do anything, and the protest was as successful as it was. Atiku cannot lead a protest, or P2B cannot come out and lead a protest, and you say the DSS started shooting at people. Who do you want to start shooting? Who do you want to start you know, your show of force with? Where these people who are leading the opposition parties in the country are spearheading the protest, and that is done concurrently with. Hey, Franny brought up an idea on the timeline, and that was a wonderful idea. Going to international media, starting from Chicago, where this case has been exposed, talking about Tinubu and the forgery of his certificate and other baggages that the guy is having or is carrying right now. We can't be doing these things concurrently, and the seat of power in Nigeria will not be shaken. We can't have such a protest being led and media talking about it, going to channels, going to even the TVC, going to Arise TV, going to CNN, going to Al Jazeera, having concurrent interviews about what this man has done to bastardize the name of Nigeria, and you think that they're going to sit down and take it or try to spin their way out of this. It cannot happen. It's not feasible because the pressure is going to be a lot. So I don't know if they're waiting for the Supreme Court to deliver judgment before they do anything. But I think at this point, the time is now when these guys have to lead a protest and not just leave it to the common Nigerians who the DSS can and the police can easily spin off stories after they've shot them and made away with their bodies. If these dignitaries come out to lead this protest, things will be different. We'll be talking, our talking point right now would have been way different than from what it is right now. That is my point, and I yield.
All right. Thank you very much, IBN. That was, I think that's more
You made a fantastic point, my brother.
conclusion.
God
Yeah,
bless you. You spoke
very
well.
well
You spoke
thought
well.
out. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, now Zari, then Winston. These two people have been here for like forever. Let's say governor. Governor is still demolishing. Madam Clarita, I can see you. I'll come to you as soon as possible. Zari, please go ahead. Omar, Zari, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I have to go back to something very important. I won't take long. It's just going to take 1 minute,
All right. Okay.
if that's okay. Zari,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I just want to say that actually, please, Zari, you go ahead. Let me attend to my baby. Zari, please go ahead.
All right. Zari, are you still here? I hope there's no network issues. All right, Winston, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, or wherever you're spacing with. It's nice to speak to us again. I don't know who the last guy's name was. I don't know what his name was, but he's just said my mind, and I would just like to portray the same thing which he has said. I wish His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abuja, Prof, would speak. I love to hear him speak. But I hope he's listening because he will be very pivotal in this conversation. You see, whenever we say Nigerians should come together and do something, it is because we need it to be able to mount pressure if we want to change the system. If we sit in our houses and be tweeting, if we are having talking points, speaking English on social media, that is not what is going to change the system. You cannot be using your mouth to speak to the APC guys and expect them to do what is right because they won't do it. We saw what they did at the appeal courts. After all our shouting and screaming, they did what they wanted to do. Now, if Nigerians were on the streets on the day of the judgment, I can bet you categorically that that judgment is not what we would have had. In my theory, it is the reason why we had a presidential election petition tribunal judgment with the header for Tinubu's presidential team. That wasn't the judgment that was supposed to have been read. But because we didn't come out on that day, these guys saw the window to do, to read a wrong judgment. Now, this is my point.
Winston, I
Yep.
really am avoiding going deeper in this topic. I think
Yes,
we
I'm not going deep. I'm not going that
Please
way
make it
anymore.
palatable.
Yes. So my point is if we keep shouting that the courts should disqualify these people, it's not going to happen because they have state captured everybody and every institution. There is no institution that is independent at this time. The only way to ensure that happens is by mounting pressure. And this is why I support the idea that the same thing that happened during the Ojota protest that brought down Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's government should be enacted. There is no way we're going to see a collaborative action between the leaders in Nigeria and at the same time, the same thing is done simultaneously in diaspora. There is no way such concerted efforts will not force the Supreme Court to do what needs to be done. But if we sit on our hands and say, okay, we've gone to Chicago, we've brought evidences, the Supreme Court should disqualify this person, we're going to have another heartbreak. We need to be on the streets. But to be on that street, we need the leaders to come out and risk it all at this point in time. Because the government knows that any violence meted out on the people in the presence of these leaders would, it would be the revolution we're all waiting for. I think we have to give Nigerians credit. Everybody seems to be browbeaten at this point. I think even the leaders themselves may also feel, beaten to some extent. It is the reason why we all need to come out and give them that support and ask them to come out that we are solidly behind you. Um, I don't know, maybe we should just declare a day and everybody should agree this on this day, this is what we are going to do. And then everybody comes out behind these people, all the leaders who manned the and galvanized the sort of population we saw during the campaigns. We need to do something similar again. That level of pressure is the only way the Supreme Court is going to do right by Nigerians. But to sit down and expect it to happen, it's not going to happen. Thank you very much. That's my
all
submission, and
right.
I
All right, thank you very much, Winston. I totally agree with you. I think that's the first thing I said after the Supreme Court judgment
Sorry,
yesterday.
there is also one thing I don't want us doing. I think as Nigerians, we suffer a certain level of abuse where we ascribe Thanos level superpowers to our political villains. Um, let's not necessarily go down the and we know him, he will not. Look, right now, I can imagine what his blood pressure is like. It is in his best interest, whether he resign or whether he just entered his jet and disappeared, and after like maybe 20 something days, we didn't hear from him. Everybody will now get the message that he's no more doing. However, he does it, because I don't know if it's Akpabio that will impeach him or if it, however he does it, he should just pack his bags and baggages.
with his APC 40 thieves and leave Asu Rock. So I don't know. I think we're now ascribing Marvel superhero level powers. However he does it, he should just give Shetima a text message. They should just pack their load. Maybe if we don't see them after a while, he can write a letter. Maybe he can just start showing himself somewhere. We'll get the message. At this point, let us just, however he wants to do it, disqualify himself, resign himself, whatever. He should just pack his load and leave Asu Rock. This disgrace, we as Nigerians, we will not have it. We're not sharing this filthy garment he has on with him. No be we beg him. Make him not taking studies serious. I yield.
All right, Miss Clavisa, you can go ahead now.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Um, yeah, so I think now it's official. The registrar at CSU has, denied issuing a replacement certificate to Tinubu, and at this point, I think it makes sense why he has been fighting really hard to ensure that the courts in the United States, do not grant Atiku's request. And I think I put out a tweet earlier today saying that I don't think it has anything to do with the documents themselves. It had more to do with the deposition, right? Because now we have an official saying on oath that they did not issue that certificate to Tinubu. That's all we need. I've listened to everyone, and I don't think it matters how Tinubu leaves that office. What matters is that he leaves. That's the most important thing. Whether he's disqualified, whether he resigns, it does not matter. So I think at this point, the hashtag should be Tinubu must go. Not disqualified, not resign. If he feels the need to resign tomorrow morning, that's on him. If he doesn't resign, he must get disqualified. So the hashtag going forward should be Tinubu must go. And every tweet you put out, every post you make concerning this issue, you must tag CNN, you must tag Al Jazeera, you must tag Fox News. Think of any international.
Amanpo.
Amanpour, tag all of them. Tinubu is not scared of what Nigerians will do. What Tinubu is scared of is illegitimacy. He cares so much about the international community. That's why he was fighting. So what we need to do, he has captured the Nigerian media. It doesn't matter. He captured the court. He captured the judiciary. Atiku went to the United States. So now that he has captured the media in Nigeria, what we need to do is go to the international media. And we don't need to wait for anybody to organize any press conference or any interview with Amanpour. If Amanpour receives 1 million notifications on her handle with Tinubu must go, there is absolutely no way they will not make a story, about what's going on. So for every tweet you put out, you must tag any of these media handles. So that's one way we can get our message out there. And I know there are people who don't want to think about protesting, but you don't really have a choice. You don't really have a choice. And I don't think at this point it has anything to even do with the certificate at hand. Just thinking of the situation, the economic situation that APC has plunged the country into, is enough to go out there. But I do support the suggestion that, these leaders should lead the protest. They should lead. They should lead by example. That's just what it is right now. There's no, at this point, we're at a very critical point. Now we have had hardcore evidence. Everybody should be out there. Everybody should be out there. At this point, we're fighting for our lives. We're fighting for our country's image. Tinubu is just one man. And I can assure you there are still sane people in that country. It may not look like that's the case, but I can assure you many of them, even his supporters, are quiet. They're not quiet. They're intentionally being quiet because they know that the game is over. It's up. So instead of I feel like at this point what we need actionable solutions. Actionable solutions. Tag all the media organizations for every tweet you make, every post you make. And then at this point we're just going to wait for a date. We're just going to wait for a date from these leaders. On that day, everybody in Nigeria comes out, everybody in the diaspora comes out. It's as simple as that. They need to feel the pressure. And this has gone beyond politics. At this point, it's an embarrassment. It has gone beyond politics. At this point, it cuts across political lines. We're talking about the moral fabric of our nation. So that's all I just wanted to come up and say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I like the sound of
Clarita,
action.
you have a future in military strategy. Just think about this. Thank you.
I like the sound of.
I don't know, for what it's worth, I actually have a master's degree in security. So yeah.
Aha, aha, aha. Thank you for that submission. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the sound of actionable. I think that's, for me, it's anything that is not actionable now. No, I just totally lose interest. All right, quickly. I'm just going to take, like, we have very short time. Just going to take Chiberry. I know you've been here for a long time, so go ahead. If you can do less than 3 minutes, it will be very helpful. Go ahead.
Can
Chiberry.
someone go
Okay.
before me? I'm about to hit I'm at the gym, so I want to start going home. I would
By
request
the
that
time you
someone
get
go
home,
before
I
me.
doubt if you still see the space.
That's fine. Why I cannot
All
talk
right.
now?
Okay, that's fine.
Because once I
Okay.
go out of this place, it will be very loud, very noisy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Understandable. Okay. Rita, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Well meaning. Greetings to you, Emi Asadam. Greetings, Sizzle. Your Excellency, the Governor of Abuja State. I greet you specially, sir. It's nice to have you here. Oh, Sarah, where have you been? A new Nigeria, everybody on the space. I greet all of you, wonderful listeners here, Facebook, YouTube, the radio, wherever you are listening to us from. I greet you all specially. Thank you guys for this great opportunity to speak on the space again. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Okay, well-meaning Nigeria. Please, can you hear me?
Yes,
Are
you
you hearing
actually
me?
have less
Okay.
than 2 minutes already.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. I beg, when they said it was a Nigerian thing, did they say it was the Nigerians in diaspora thing or Nigerians in Nigerian thing? Please, I just want to be clear.
Let's stop this thing, please. Please,
No,
just
no, no,
please.
no, 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 no.
Commission, please,
Saddam,
please,
I'm
I
not
beg you.
going there. I'm not going
Please.
there. I'm not going there. I just know what I'm asking. I'm not
Okay,
going there.
Rita, for what
We've
is what,
trashed it. We've trashed it.
the transcript is not out yet, so that statement may even be fabricated. So
Come on,
let's
eye
wait
for
for the
church
transcript.
money.
All right, all right. I just want to reiterate that it's a Nigerian thing. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Well done there. It is a Nigerian thing. That's one message we must take home from this space today. A whole lot of things have been said. I just want to say a big shout out to David Udehi, and also I want to thank our late daddy, Gani Fawemi, who started this journey in 1999. He died without being able to complete it, and a David came at this time, took the mantle and ran with it. And this time around, he did not just defeat a Goliath, he defeated a chameleon Goliath
in the 21st century. This is really big. And I want to say a big congratulations to David too on his recent honor from BTX. He got the honor of among the 100 most influential powers behind the state. And I say to you, David, you even deserve more. And by God's grace, our country will work and you'll be able to fly into Nigeria whenever you want and all over the world too. And also, I want to end by saying that a major problem we are having as Nigerians is the people we call leaders. The people we call leaders. Nigerians will be killed. Oni of Ife will not come and say that Clark, when he get that Baba Clark, I don't know his other name, that is a barrister that have hair like rat we for oil. He's not going to say anything. The same that man was the one that said if it was Mago, even when the House of Reps and everyone were saying Mago has a questionable character, that man should not go in as an EFCC boss. He said if he was Mago, so long the president have said he should go there, he's going to resume. That man, when Mago was indicted with fraud and nothing, I never saw him came out to say anything. And as for Wale Soyinka, the Nadeko boss already told us that Tinubu has been the one funding him, right? As in back in the day, he don't say when he know the chop corn they come, so no be today. So the problem and including those our so-called that the GOs and the rest of them that will tell you forget about it, move forward. Man, we need to open space for these people because, like, seriously, they have enjoyed Nigeria and they don't want us to enjoy Nigeria in our time. At their time, they had free education, they were eating. PO was talking recently of how he protested in Unsuka, whatever. Yeah, Unsuka now that they changed their 3 meat to 2 meats that he protested. How many of us on this space got as in free food in school? Some of them they ate chicken, they ate big things, and now the little thing we are trying to make for ourselves, you are telling us to forget about it, to forgive a man that has no certificates. In this kind of economy we find ourselves right now. Before we had a certified drug baron, our green passport is already a problem in the world. I did remember saying on this space that if we have a Tinubu for a president, we will be going to embassy with pants. And what's his name? Rabbi confirmed that today. Rabbi confirmed that today, how he was searched with a pants. The man never reached 5 months, so he never reached 1 year. So by God's grace, I'm really, really grateful to God that we were able to take this conversation to where it went today. We've already agreed now that it is a Nigerian problem. No this, no that. It is a problem, and collectively, we will fight these criminals and chase them out of town. Thank you, everyone. Our Miss Pels, you're here. Greetings to you. Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Mom Donna. Thank you, everybody. I yield.
All
Thank
right.
you. Oh,
All
please
right.
come to our morning space, our morning prayer space tomorrow, 6:30. Thank you so much. Love you all.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Quickly, Auntie Peju.
Oh,
Auntie Peju, you're mute. Oh.
oh, sorry, I didn't unmute. I'm so sorry. Well meaning, apologize. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Cecil. Last time you had already disappeared. Bele. Um, um, uh, I just want to greet every and thank every brave, hardworking, obedient in Nigeria and in diaspora. You are completely unlike your father's generation. Oh, Rita, good evening, my love. Sorry. Oh, and Dr. Mary, and everyone, and Malantebia, and everyone. Before well-meaning rings that bell, let me hurry up. You unlike your father's generation. Well-meaning said something that it was really the key, and it was something that I had written in a note that I had written during sometime during the week. It said it's about the people, and I love that. And then Sizzle said they knew the abomination that Tinubu was. That was also so. If you put those things together, I now added that to what I'd written previously, which says, in the matter of who won the election, I am fully obedient because Peter Obi won. But it is not Peter Obi that needs a new Nigeria. And it is not even the diasporans that usually talk about their mansions on violent space that needs a new Nigeria. Rather, it is the widow who is now homeless because her husband's brother or nephew has taken her beloved home from her and her children. It is the children who have lost their parents to terrorists and insecurity. It is the children who are dangerously hawking goods in the middle of traffic, who are exploited daily as work mules and house slaves. It is the retirees and the elderly whose pensions never get a COLA, which is cost of living adjustment increase. Despite now that dollar is up to is equal to 1,000 naira, nobody has given them an adjustment. Despite their hard labor and service and dedication that they give to their employers, it is for the physically, the mentally sick, and the disabled of Nigeria that has zero access to good healthcare and cannot afford any form of healthcare or cost of living expenses. This is why I want a good Nigeria. It is not for a politician. I love the fact that Peter Obi gave Nigerians hope and he triggered this movement in such a momentum. But let's talk about who we really are trying to help. It's not Obi. Because if it's just Obi, if it's just about politics, me, I'm out. For me, this is about the people. Like well-meaning said, it is the people. And unless we make that the focus, the people, it doesn't mean we'll forget Obi. Because he gets his flowers. 100 years from now, God save the earth. If climate change doesn't kill all of us, he will still have his flowers. It will be written in history that he did something in Nigeria. If there will be a protest, I beg of you, well-meaning, please just give me 1 quick minute to read this. If there will be a protest, it might be most effective if it is focused on the people, not the politics, please. Like the Unilag protest, it was clear what their problem was, and their problem was visceral. You could feel it. The goal, short term, whether the goal and the short term or long term outcomes should be outlined. Being extremely mindful of what moves the country that you're going to protest in. Is it human rights they care about, or is it democracy they care about? Because dictator, they don't care about dictator. Like Cecil said, they knew this guy. They know him more than we know him. We are just screaming this and another. They already know that. And they're not surprised there's a dictator in Africa. So it is also good to allow those who you expect to protest in public to vent their concerns in public. Please allow people to vent. If you want to send them out to go and protest, let them say their mind. We might all learn something from it. Because what you will say in the back end, other people who are going to go on the street might not agree with it. There are some issues that needs to be cleverly highlighted. That maybe we might even be able to cleverly highlight it in an ad in the Washington Post or Wall Street Journal prior to protesting. Maybe we should think about putting an ad in the paper. prior to protesting, to enlighten the public about the woes in Nigeria that they are not aware of at all. And please remember, my sweet brothers and sisters, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Pride comes before every fall. Please let love lead, as in the word of my sweet brother Malam Jabir. Thank you. Have a very good night.
All right. Thank you very much, Auntie Pedro. Thank you very much. All right. Quickly, just for a try. Um, I don't know if the governor of Abuja is still here, but if not, because I'm quite sure probably it's network. So, Chiberry, are you sure you can speak now? Just give me a thumbs down if you still can't. Um, okay. All right. Okay, but I'm sorry about that. I think that's actually a fair place to draw the curtain. Auntie Pedro said it. First of all, like she said, and I'll keep it at this point, it's really just about the people. To be honest, we need to we just need to fix Nigeria for Nigerians. That's and I mean Nigerians all over the world. Um, I really just want us to know that it's really up to us now, and we really need to do it. I'm glad about some of the conversations we had today and some of the conclusions we came to. Actually, I had told Saddam that this space we have to end it by 12, but I don't know. I don't know, but uh, I mean, it's probably just today. And I'm sure by Tuesday, because as of now, we've not gotten the transcript of the deposition, the full transcript, to just know the summary that it has been confirmed. And please, it has been confirmed. I think the least you can do, go to Parallel Fact, go to at least People's Gazette, or, that has published it, take a screenshot, put it on your WhatsApp status, let it spread like wildfire. But I'm sure by Thursday, by then we would have probably gotten the deposition and see more and see. Governor, sir.
Yeah, good.
Okay, go ahead. We're about rounding up, but let's get some quick words from you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I salute everyone who's been here. I have been in and out of this for a while, and I've had the passion, the determination, the resolve, and the commitment of everyone here. I must salute you, MS Sadan Sizzle, well meaning. I salute everyone who has kept the course, who has kept the faith. Um, there's one thing I must say, and I'm saying it from the depth of my soul, that this commitment, this resolve, this dedication to our country will not be in vain, certainly. You are redefining the fabrics of our nation. You're redefining our moral margins. You're redefining the concept of governance and the determination of a people to put their country right. I salute everyone. And I want to say that for those who are worried about what the so-called mainstream media does with the information that we have, worry no more, because the real media is indeed the media that we have on our hands, is real-time media. What we're doing is going everywhere. What we're doing is causing a lot of commotion. And interestingly, I keep telling people that I learned quite a lot of words here since my relationship with all of you began. I now know what it is to squeeze their necks. And the satirical protestation that I began with two of my Twitter handles have been causing a lot of trouble. But what is important here is that what you're doing, what we're all doing, became, and I say this without doubt, became the strength that enabled Atiku. Remember in 2019, Atiku obviously won that election, but he didn't fight this way. He is fighting this way because there's an army of resolute Nigerians that are pushing the narrative, and it's a never giving up army. If you haven't been proud of what you do, you just must be proud of what you do. We're a band of relentless and resolute Nigerians. And what we're saying is beyond partisanship. What we're saying is that a drug lord cannot be our president. What we're saying is that a man who has questionable credentials cannot be our president. What we're saying is that we must have moral margins, that we must think about what will bequeath to posterity. That's what we're saying. It's beyond Peter Gregory Obi, it's beyond Atiku Abubakar, it's beyond Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it's beyond partisanship. We're saying that things must be done correctly. We're saying that to gain legitimacy, to use Peter Obi's words, you must be honorable. The process by which you become or you're called His Excellency must be excellent. It must be honorable. That's what we're saying. And you cannot tell us that you have consistently breached every sense of decorum and every moral margin and tell us to keep quiet. You cannot wake up and say to us that you can, one of the words that have become popular through you guys, that you can't gaslight everybody and think that we're going to be quiet. No, we're not. We're not that generation of Nigerians that are subject or subsumed by lucre. Can you hear me, brothers and sisters? I'm not going to take your time. We're not subsumed by lucre. We are people who have conscience, emotions, people who have margins, people who were well brought up. I asked somebody 2 days ago that if your employee, if you were to find out that your employee has 3 dates of birth, one in a certificate, another in another certificate, and a third one in the travel papers, the passport, what will you say of that employee? And he says, I will sack the employee. And so when we're saying that the man must be disqualified, we're not joking. When we're saying that we owe it to our children to continue to press their neck, we're not joking. Some have threatened and asked for my arrest because of parody or the satire on this page that's governor of Abuja State. And I asked myself, why are they paying so much? I thought they celebrated a judgment that said Abuja was like one of the states. And so I have the right to defiantly disagree with them. And I'm doing that, albeit peacefully. So why are they scared? And then on one of my other pages, I have Tinubu is not my president. It's also my right to disagree with the norm. I'll quote 3 strong African Americans who at different times in their historicity took strong positions. One was that great woman, Sojourner Truth, who said that she will consistently and constantly disobey any law that does not work for justice, and that she would do that for as long as she was alive. Then it was one great judge, Thurgood Marshall, who said that those who berate citizens who refuse to obey unjust laws, laws that are segregational, are indeed those who are wrong. That if a law does not agree with the essence of creation and equity, you have the right to disobey such laws. And those were the things that Susan Rice, yes, it was Susan Rice, and several other people decided to disobey. And then it was my mentor, Martin Luther King Jr., who said that disobedience of an unjust law is actually the greatest respect for the law. I have decided to stay true to what my conscience says is right. And I will stay true to it, whatever they care, whatever they say. And I want to tell you, great obedience, great brothers and sisters, that posterity and history will document this generation of Nigerians as those who gave their all to bet new paradigms in leadership, who gave their all to bet a new day for our country, who gave their all to bet a new dispensation for our country, who gave their all to bet a new dawn for our nation. And so I salute all of you, and I'll close this brief remark because I know that you guys have stayed this course on this space for so long. I will come in. I can see Steve, P2B USA, and I know he's going to be smiling because he loves that quote by James Russell Lowell. It was James Russell Lowell who said, "Wrong forever on the throne, truth forever on the scaffold. That scaffold sways the future. For behind the dim unknown standeth God, behind the shadows keeping watch above his own." Gani Fahimi started the battle that has come true in this dispensation. Long ago, Gani Fahimi took up these issues, fought, but you know what? The judiciary has been in this climb. But that wrong forever on the throne, after about 24 years since the battle started, has been overtaken by truth. It was Khalil who said, "Truth crushed to earth will rise again." That's where we are. And I thank God for the resolve of great souls and great obedience like you. I thank God for great lovers of their country like yourself and myself. I thank God for all that we've done and all that we continue to do. For those who are gaslighting you and saying, "Oh, it will not be admitted in evidence," they're all dreamers. The truth is that in the prayers before the court of first instance, there were issues of certificate forgery. There were issues. So we're not, the people who are going back to the Supreme Court with some of these issues are not pleading a new cause. And the Supreme Court has the right to ask for further evidence. They are not pleading an entirely new cause. And so those who are gaslighting you are just dreamers. We'll keep pushing the narrative. And I tell you that the news, real-time news, there are more people. Go around the spaces. Go around. There are more people who have the news on the go. These are the handheld phones, the devices that we have, the social media, you know. And I believe without doubts and without equivocation, the costs that we're staying, the costs that we're pushing, the battles that we're fighting will not go in vain. God bless you. I love everyone here. I am proud to have, within the past 1 year, been in your faces, and I'm happy and glad that you've been in my faces. We've been friends, we've been brothers, and we'll continue so until a new Nigeria is bettered. God bless you. And for those who are going to bed, you have an awesome night. For those who are still working, you have a great day. And for those who are awake and whose day has begun, may the Almighty keep you all strong. I am proud of you. I love you all. I yield.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. All right. Okay, Chiberi, I think it would totally be unfair not to allow you to speak after you've had to get where you're going to. All right, quickly, can you make this maybe 2 minutes or thereabout?
Yes, I will try. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been listening to everyone. Most people have actually said what I also have in mind, but I'm just going to add a few other. Um, I remember when Nigeria had bad reputation with, especially with our passport. In fact, once you carry a Nigerian passport, you're considered fraudulent, corrupt, hosting, identity theft. Everything is labeled around. Once you have a Nigerian passport, you get labeled immediately. You're tagged until Obasanjo introduced the e-passport. which in this case now incorporated biometric features and advanced security, and then it helped to not just only enhance the security of the passport itself, but it also helped with our credibility and then reduce the likelihood of people committing identity fraud with our passport. Because remember back in the days, I used to remember some aunties, back then, who would, if anybody's coming back from the US or any other country, they would come with an extra passport and they would take this passport and travel to another country, acting as, someone who they are not until the e-passport came in. Only those who came back to Nigeria to revalidate their name and their passport were able to come back. Those who didn't, till now, till today, are still stuck with another name and another identity, and they can't do anything about it. But the pain that Nigerians had to go through with being tagged or labeled was devastating. And it's sad that now people would say, I told you Nigerians are corrupt. Look at their president. That's a clear example. If the head is corrupt, what do you think is going to happen with the citizens? I hate to be tagged with this guy. I am not Tinubu, but it's just going to happen. So we need to make sure that we push out that narrative that this is not us. I mean, there's a video today that has been circulating, and it's been labeled a Nigerian thing when people commit fraud. I mean, there was a nursing school that they were doing all kinds of fraudulent thing, and she labeled it a Nigerian thing, even if it's Africa, even if whatever, it's just a Nigerian thing. And I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's also fair to make a sweeping generalization about an entire group of people just based on the action or behavior of a few individuals. Nigerians, just like every other country or culture, are consist of different kinds of group, different kinds of people, a wide range of background, belief, behaviors. So it is also very important that people need to avoid stereotyping or judging just based on nationality. We've said this several times. Everybody knows this, but when it comes to Nigeria, they just keep holding on to it. We need to also remember that fraud is not peculiar to a particular nation, even color, skin color, or background, or tribe, or whatever. It's just the individual. It's not the fact that Tinubu is Yoruba that he has to commit fraud or is Igbo. It's the fact that Tinubu committed certificate forgery and identity theft. It's it's Tinubu himself, not Nigeria. So that narrative that Nigerians are now fraudulent because their president did something should be somehow we need to watch that up. Now, action. I also agree that Peter Obi, Atiku, and the rest. Oh, is it 2 minutes already? They need
It's
to come
actually
out
four
and
minutes already.
okay, let me just make this point and I'm done. So they need to definitely take the action. Not even them, their party has to support them. Labour Party has been silent completely. They've not been doing anything really. They need to take the lead and mass protests. And once they do, Peter Obi, everybody support. We need to clean this narrative. We need to flush this out of our system. Both Labour Party and PDP, not just Peter Obi or Atiku, their party has to be fully involved so that we'll take this. We need this name cleaned. We don't even want this. We have so much tags. We don't want this added to our tags. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chiberry. Dr. Jeff, you don't try to speak every time. So, and I know oftentimes when you try to speak, you don't speak for long. So, Dr. Jeff, you can go ahead and um,
Yes, that's very kind, and I won't speak long. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now convinced that there is irrefutable evidence that the degree certificate copy that Tinubu submitted to INEC was fake. And I am now confident that he has no such degree. In the court of public opinion, his degree is fake. This is the first of what I predict will be a long stream of evidences that will prove his corruption And the only last, and by the way, just on a personal note, I had a great visit with my son and my fiance, and I am so happy. I feel so good tonight. But also about this, and to the lovely lady, Cheeberry, I can feel for you. The stereotype of Nigeria is corruption, and I can feel that you don't want to be labeled. You don't want to be associated with. You don't want Nigeria to be associated with that corruption. All I can say is just tell them that at the grassroots level, the corruption of Bola Tinubu, who's the current president, was exposed, as it was tonight, definitively, and we're part of the solution. So don't associate us with corruption, with Tinubu. We are a new Nigeria. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeff. I think that's splendid way, smooth way to end the space today. Yep. Um, Please do not associate us with Tinubu and his corruption. Indeed,
We
we're part of
don't
the.
forget we are a new
Yeah,
Nigeria.
we we are a new Nigeria. Thank you very much, Dr. Jeff. All right, thanks to everybody. I mean, I don't know what to do with the request. I know we had like so many requests. I don't think I can see all the requests because I know a couple of people that said they sent requests and I've checked. I couldn't see it, so it's possible I'm not even seeing some requests. So apologies if we couldn't bring you up. Um, this was a very long space, longer than it'd be like saying after the way I talk say one space early now. You can't take. Anyway, thanks for coming. I hand over to Saddam. Saddam, bye bye. I need to be awake in 3 hours.
My brother, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. Thank you. I know how you've gone past your time. I'm just so sorry. Please, thank you for the sacrifice. Thank you, every one of you that came out again today. We have gone like 3 hours beyond the time we are meant to stop the space. But we had to have this space as long as possible just to discuss and share brains, share ideas, educate ourselves, and speak to the issues because we're always on this platform that the greatest gift we have is that we have a generation that are speaking. So some people might come out and say, if all people do is talk, 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 talk. Yes, all we do is talk, 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 talk. We are coming from a generation that never said anything, that just kept quiet and swallowed hook, line, and sinker all the lies that were peddled for them, and they were just following like sheeps. We have a generation that today are standing up to the status quo and speaking truth to power. So please, if it's just talk you're talking, do let nobody gaslight you and say you're not doing enough. You are trying. Can you do more? Yes, we can do more. So I just want to encourage every single one of you on the platform. Thank you to every single one of you that came out again tonight. We'll be back here on Thursday, hopefully, God's willing, same time, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. I'm on Saturday by 5 p.m. Nigerian time. I just want to encourage every one of us. It is official, as Dr. Jeffrey just said right now. It is official that Tinubu's certificate is submitted to INEC was fake. CSU have come out to say it. Nigerians, it is now your turn. It is now your turn, Nigerians, to do the hard job. A friend of mine said, Nigerians, it is now the time for you to employ the services of your town criers. When you go to your mosques, when you go to your church, if they are saying anything that is different, raise up your hands, and you want to give testimony, you raise up your hand and take the mic and announce it to the whole congregation and let them know this is the reality. Because as we speak right now, we might look like we have thousands of Nigerians on social media talking about this. We should also be thinking about the millions of Nigerians that wake up tomorrow to go and read the dailies, that go to the bus stop and hear arguments, that go to the newspaper stands and read newspapers, and that go to probably the hotels and see newspapers, or in a reception and see newspapers. All those people, the information they are getting tomorrow is that Tinubu certificate has been authenticated.
it is fake news they're going to be getting tomorrow. So we should understand this, understand the battle we're up against. That we as the people, we have to start doing, we have to be conscious, we have to be strategic, we have to be intentional in making sure that this message we are passing goes as far and wide as possible. So I challenge every one of us on the platform, please turn your social media accounts, your WhatsApp stories, let your WhatsApp stories reflect the fact that you are educated and you are enlightened enough to know these informations. Everybody in your circle of influence, everybody in your WhatsApp group should know about these things. Your Instagram stories, your Facebook page, you take it as viral as possible. And if you are on you're on the streets in Nigeria, please employ the services of town criers, employ the services, whatever means you can, and be screaming it out there that the Tinubu that is in Aso Rock is an imposter. He's a criminal and it has been certified in Chicago's court today. Please, guys, it is important we just don't come out here. We are doing stuff behind the scenes to make sure that this information we're passing out here gets to the very end of Nigeria, if it is possible. But with us on the platform, I always believe that it is possible. So thank you guys for always staying with us. I cannot thank you enough, my brother. Well, in Nigeria, please go get some rest. I know how important you have to wake up early. Jeffrey, thank you. Sarah Ibrahim, I see you, my sister. Thank you. The governor of Abuja himself, thank you so much. Thank you, Chiberi. My brothers and sisters that could not come up and speak today, please make that no vex. So the request today was just incredible. We had to try and do what we can to bring everybody up. If you did not speak today, please come back to church, come back to the mosque, come back to the shrine. On Thursday, we'll be back here again, and everybody will have a chance to talk about it. Hopefully, by Thursday, we'll be having the whole transcript of what transpired today will be out there, and we'll be having that discussion on Thursday on the platform as usual. Thank you to all our regulars, all our big handles. Please, thank you to the Violence Space team, cast and crew behind the scene, and also up on the jumbotron. Before I pass up the mic, we have on the Power Facts news recap. If you are so tired and you don't know how to even talk, please go on the Power Facts. Every day they have a 90 seconds news recap. 90 seconds with all the headlines that you can post on your social media accounts, post across and let people understand what's happening in the country. This is what we are fighting up against. We have to understand that every citizen in Nigeria right now, you are a journalist. You are the new media. Do not wait for Vanguard. Do not wait for Punch. Do not wait for anybody. Please get to work. Thank you to all our big handles. I see my sister Pels. God bless you. Amazing work you have been doing. Thank you to my brother. I see you, Aku. Good to have you on the platform today. Steven. Thank you, bro. JP. Thank you, Mama Bolale. Violence Space. Thank you to the my big bro, Big Mark. Thank you so much for coming up today. Thank you, Madonna, Sweet Angel of Real Ever Best Fame, Anka Dede, Arewa Chick, Tuluani, my brother. Thank you, Liberty. Hey, Franny, God's will for Nigeria. Mary White, thank you. Olua Rotimi, thank you. AIJ, Dr. Bankole, Justice, thank you. Ayobami, thank you. Lily V, thank you. Sheila D, thank you. Nina, Chike, Dr. Kelechi, Untong, my brother, thank you. The evangelist, Street Doctor, Oduntutu, Hanatu, longest time. It's good to see you again. Gabriel, Tony, Shrubs, Amoda, Anze, Emmanuel, Duchess, JR, Mike, Ikenna, that thief girl, Margaret. You guys are all amazing. I can't call all the names, but from my side, it is all love and light, and I appreciate you guys. Mama Wakili, thank you so much. We'll be back here on Thursday, God's willing. As we always say, we do this for God and for country and for our families. Please stay safe. Keep dreaming. Do not give up on Nigeria. It is possible. Thank you, Donkey. I see you. See you guys on Thursday. God bless you. Good night.